wardrobe fittings.
With all the young girls changing.
It was just me. I don't know.
Oh,
I
okay.
honestly don't know because like wardrobe fittings, you would just be one-on-one with like the wardrobe person and then Dan in this situation. But it was like a small trailer and it would just be like a little curtain
Dan.
and he would just always be on the other side, like to the point where I would hear the chair like creaking if he even breathed. Basically, when I was on the other side. And now looking back at that, it doesn't seem right because I never experienced that ever again. That was only a Dan experience.
Yeah, I can't imagine what valuable input he would have. Did he ever give input on the outfits, or was he just sitting there?
He would give inputs. No, he would give, and he would also want the Polaroids.
Oh, that's foul. That's foul.
Yeah, yeah. No, he took the Polaroids.
That's a problem. And
Yeah,
then what
it's
was
pretty
you talked about the goo? What about the goo thing?
Ah, God, man, this is just. That's how this Business Insider article literally started with what I said about the goo. I don't even think I can say this on YouTube, honestly. But basically, there was an episode where I was supposed to be trying to open this goo pop, and I couldn't open it. And then at some point, it opens and it lands on Zoe's face. And instead of just having like it naturally happen and have it land wherever, they ended up having like the prop person, the I don't know, our production person end up getting a syringe and aiming it in a very specific place that Dan wanted. And if you look back at that footage, it doesn't sit right. And after it landed on her face, I mean, there was an uproar of laughter. All the guys and boys were laughing, and then I ended up hearing one of the boys actually say what it reminded him of, and at that point, I didn't even know what the hell that even meant, so I was just trying to, like, I guess, smile along and no idea what was going on, and then watched it later on in my life and was like, oh, that's why they were laughing hysterically, and oh, this was an adult joke. Exploitation happening to a minor at the time on set.
I haven't seen the clip, but I have it. Is it okay if I pull it up?
Sure.
I'll watch it first, and then I'll see if I think it's appropriate to show the people.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Oh, I mean, I think it's fine to show.
Okay.
Oh, you think you're worried about claims? I mean, it's so short. Golly, that'd be crazy if it got claimed. I mean, here it is.
This also happened in Victorious. They had like
Oh,
a scene
his
just
other
like this,
show.
but it was with lotion. Like a teacher was like
What?
hitting a lotion bottle, and it went on Trina's like face.
And that was one of his other shows, right?
Yeah, yeah. It was his later show.
Oh, he does this kind of stuff a
Yeah.
lot.
So, can you pull that clip? I'd be curious. So
yeah.
here it is, and
All the clips.
here it is. Don't people are saying don't play? I mean, it's fine. It's safe for work. 10 million kids saw it, apparently.
10 million.
And so he was very specific
Oh,
about
Jesus.
how that shot was going to be done.
Yes. Yes. And the sad part is, like, all the adults were laughing along with him, and there's just a child
That is
there not
fucking
really understanding.
wild.
You can see on her face, like, she's trying
Jesus
to, like, understand why
Christ.
she should be laughing too,
That's
maybe?
That's so
Yeah.
wild.
It's pretty wild.
So one thing that strikes me about the Dan Schneider thing is like, there must have been other adults on set that knew that he was doing inappropriate things, and right, you as an adult looking back, it must feel like that.
Yes. I mean, if I saw half of the shit that was going on set now, like at 31, I mean, I would be walking off of set, to be quite honest with you. I mean, it was so inappropriate at times. You're just like,
But no one ever
why did-
said anything, huh?
No one.
Right.
No, this guy would literally be like requesting massages from the wardrobe women. And he'd just be in his tent, like, you know, sweating, getting massages from the women on set. It was just crazy.
That was back during the days when Harvey Weinstein and all these big time Hollywood people could just they
Yeah.
felt untouchable, right? I mean, he was huge in the Nickelodeon empire.
Completely. I mean, apparently there was even a lawsuit, I think, allegedly, during the Amanda Bynes show, where he was doing just that, and someone literally sued the whole situation, and 20 years later, he was still doing it. It just goes to show
Oh,
you
wow.
that the networks are just as complicit in these predatory men behavior types.
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't think these predators would survive, honestly, if it wasn't for the protection these like enablers around them, powerful enablers.
100%. I think when we look back on all these powerful men that fell, a lot of them were just being totally protected by the network because they were making them a ton of money. They were burying accusations, they were burying lawsuits, settling lawsuits. They knew that these dudes were scum.
They had it in the budget. They would actually
shit.
have it in the budget to
Wow.
for hush hush money,
Wow.
etc. Like I mean, there's even a situation where WMG was like literally mentioned in the NDAs, and you're just like, that just doesn't sit right with me,
Here is the wholesome and super not creepy Dan Schneider.
Lord. I mean, every image of him, honestly, sadly, is just that. It's pretty. There's no like normal photo of him. I guess New York Times tried to do like a whole spread of him where he was trying to look normal and
All right, let's
whatever.
go.
But even him normal was awkward.
This is as normal as I can find him.
Oh, God. Why is he always doing like a choke fold with?
Right. He's holding her so tight. Like, loosen the
No,
grip.
why?
buddy.
Yeah, like why do you need to hold? Like, why? Let go. She also, you can tell she wants him kind of to let go. You know what I mean?
So here's the other one, and I'm guys, if you don't want to watch it, just look away. I'm gonna open the lotion.
I've never seen this one, so.
So to me, I kind of want to know the context of everything. I think it's, but again, if you don't want to watch it, I'm about to show it now. So fair warning. This
Okay.
is from Victorious.
What the fuck?
Was that it? That was it, huh?
He does it more.
He does it more.
No, he doesn't.
He goes in for another one.
She just has the lotion on her face.
Oh, there was no need for that. Oh, that's fucked up. That's so foul, dude.
Yo, it's like Danny Elfman's situation. Have you heard about Danny Elfman?
No.
Apparently, he like sent allegedly bodily fluids in a cup to someone who was working for him. And
Beautiful.
His defense right now is that it was Cetaphil.
What is he? I'm looking up. I'm trying to read.
This is Halloween.
Oh, Oingo Boingo?
Yeah.
He's the Oingo Boingo guy?
Yeah. Dude, he's Nightmare whatever before Christmas.
So he sent someone a cup. All right, Danny.
Yeah, I know, Danny Elfman, and he's also allegedly an elf man, literally.
Which
mean, if you look
I
at
don't
his
believe
face.
that for a second.
Hey, hit him with that shield bash once in a while.
So Dan
Oh, we
Schneider,
got the birds.
eventually, as these rumors started to circulate, I guess Nickelodeon was forced to fire him, and he's been disgraced, right?
God
no
damn
one
it,
can
stupid
find
fucking
him.
dinos.
Really?
I mean, he's gone missing, man. I haven't heard from him. No one's heard from him.
Huh.
Some guy who I don't know, Steve something Hicks, who apparently was a former president at Nickelodeon, made some kind of defense statement for him that was just creepy and weird.
Good
but Dan
shit.
Schneider's just honestly nowhere to be found. He just
Nice.
I hate to say it, but I know where he is.
Where?
He's got to be in Thailand or Southeast Asia somewhere where he can act out his sick fucking fantasies.
Oh my
That's
god.
literally where every old creepy white dude moves.
It's true, actually. When I went to Thailand, it was pretty wild how many like German and random just white dudes.
I saw
are
that.
there.
Me and Ela went there a while ago, walking through Bangkok. So many old white dudes cruising by themselves,
Yes.
What you gonna do, bitch?
Yes.
and they
Of
look
course
like
they're by themselves.
and they look like they did that. You know what I mean? I don't know what a P
Good
word necessarily
shit.
looks like, but if I
They're
had to
down,
say
boy.
it-
It's them.
Yeah, but it is that. They look just like.
How are they so far
I
ahead?
know
What the fuck
exactly
is going
I
on?
experienced the same thing when I went to Thailand as well.
So he's there.
I'm sure
Yeah,
Dan's just
switch
fitting
up.
in.
Yeah, he's there. He fits.
He's
Roadblock, you gotta start
So,
bashing these little assholes.
Was there anything else that happened on set I didn't hit? I don't know much about it. I'm interested.
I mean, honestly, it was more also what happened afterwards. After I was working for Nickelodeon, when I saw
Where'd he
a
go?
clip
Oh,
of
he's dead.
Ariana Grande
Hmm.
that Dan Schneider allegedly filmed and created, and it was so.
Nah,
it was
get the
just
fuck
so
out of my
out
way.
line, and that's actually
Oh,
what
shit,
triggered
you
a lot of
ran.
my memories. Like, you just kind of block that stuff out when you're a kid. I think like you're just. He was such an abusive person too. Like, I don't know if you heard, but that's why I left Nickelodeon, was
God damn
because
it.
of his verbal abuse and what was kind
My
of
bad,
going
guys.
on.
To kids?
Yeah.
What kind of stuff would he tell you?
Well, he just ended up bringing me into a room at Nickelodeon and just like degrading me and saying that the show wasn't called Zoe 101. I mean, it was called Zoe 101. It wasn't called Nicole 101. It was called Zoe 101. And I need to know basically my place here. And it was just a very traumatic experience. I was crying in the chair, and it was like the last time that I could honestly deal with
Where is
that
he?
type of
God
situation.
damn, I'm all the way back
with him
here.
in that set environment. And after that, I just ran out, like, crying to my mom, and I was like, I never want to see these people again. And she took me right out of there.
Wow,
And
good
we
for you.
basically, thank you. Yeah, thanks to my mom, honestly.
It's pretty mature for a kid to come. I feel like to come to that conclusion.
Yes. I mean, I got put through the ringer on that show. It was a pretty bad 3 years.
God damn it,
Really?
fucking raptor
Wow.
of my
bitches.
life. Yeah, Jamie Lynn Spears was just
Oh, thank God we got it.
created a very
Let's go.
toxic, unhealthy work environment.
So I
And-
want to ask you about the Jamie Spears thing, but when you were in the office with Dan, was it just the two of you?
It wasn't. It was actually a whole bunch of other execs at Nickelodeon, and that's why I ended up
What?
protesting Nickelodeon. Oh yeah, it was like 5 adults.
Was there anyone advocating for you in there, or was it just you?
No. It was
What?
just me. So first they had my mom in there, and then I was very upset, obviously, and they said, like, maybe it's best if we just have like a one-on-one conversation with Alexa. Hear what's actually happening. Maybe she'll feel more
Oh.
comfortable or whatever. Oh yeah, super manipulative.
Dude.
My mom calls the agent, like my agent, and she's like, well, Alexa goes in for auditions all the time anyways alone. Like what bad could happen?
Birds?
So I end up going in there alone, and that's when
Any more birds? I
that's
got
when
him.
he really just went to town on little version of me.
That is so sad. I feel like on set, maybe I'm being optimistic, but I'd be surprised
Yeah.
to see kind of
More
that
birds?
stuff happening. Like a little girl going in the room by
God damn it.
herself with a bunch of
God.
executives to get grilled. I mean, it sounds so fucked up.
It was. It honestly was. That's why, I mean, I'm never putting, obviously, my child in the entertainment industry. That experience alone just really kind of scarred me for life. And honestly, he's not the creepiest person in Hollywood, but he definitely is one
Good
of them.
shit.
Right.
Definitely one of them.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
who's your number one? You have someone in mind? Who's like King Creeper? I like to always think about Brian Singer. He's like the creepiest dude.
Oh
in
yeah,
Hollywood.
Brian Singer.
Yeah.
I never met him, never had any experiences with him, but yeah, no.
Oh
and-
God,
not his
Roadblock
type.
is leaving.
No, I'm not his type. I am not. I got through in the clear on that one.
Yeah, you
Not
might.
his
You
type.
may have been invited to one of
Roadblock,
his
we
cocktail
need you.
parties if you were.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the sad part. Is like,
Oh!
honestly, it's gotten better, because they're a little bit more afraid, maybe, of getting called out, but it hasn't really changed, that much, I would say. Like, I'm still hearing,
Oh!
things are happening, which is pretty upsetting.
I missed.
They're just also better at cleaning up
Oh
now,
fuck.
too. Like, they're just better at
That's
cleaning
sad.
it up.
That I hate
We
to
lost.
hear. What was the Ariana Grande thing you were referencing? Was that the feet thing?
So, yes, and it's
Okay.
like her on the edge of the bed, pouring water on her as a
Thanks
as
for
a
leaving
teenage
us,
girl,
Roadblock.
and it's like just very webcam-esque.
We needed you.
Underage girl, and there's even a point where she's like squeezing the potato and asking it to give her juice, and
Ew.
it's so out of line. Like, that's what really upsets me too, because apparently Nickelodeon
God!
also approved of
Gotcha,
that,
bitch.
allegedly. And it's just like, well, why are all these people around? I mean, there's so many adults around. Wouldn't someone at some point go, hey, you know,
Did I get
this
him?
looks like this, or this is giving me this kind of feel, and I think it's, you know, this kid's being exploited right now.
That's what I wonder too, but I guess people are just
T-Rex
they're
is dead.
keeping their
Are we
mouth
good?
shut 'cause
We win?
it's Like, this is
They want
just-
to keep their jobs.
Oh!
Okay, so I have this clip. If you guys don't want to watch it, once again, I encourage you.
God damn
to
it.
not watch it. It is just a clip from a kid's show. I mean,
Ah, fuck.
Can't be that bad.
right?
Man, shut up, Leviathan. Fucking pussy.
Well, there's no audio, I guess, on this. You can bring it up. It's okay.
No one would ever say that. Why? Because if you were soaking wet and you were upset about it, the last thing you'd want is for somebody to bring you the ocean. Because the ocean is even more wet than even the wettest person in the world. Have you ever tried to get your whole big toe in your mouth? Check
Oh
this
yeah,
out.
I saw this. And so apparently he has like a foot thing, right?
Yeah, allegedly.
There's no
No.
reason for that.
No.
Is it possible for a teenage girl to drink water upside down? I'm thirsty.
That's too much.
Not possible.
Oh my fucking god.
This has been me.
Looking
That's
back,
too
this
much.
shit is so nasty
It's
to
so
look at.
fucking much, man. It's so out of line. It blows my mind. It blows my mind. And I guess that's why he's in Thailand now, and no one can find him.
Whoa,
Because-
whoa, whoa.
Freezes enemies hit
there's
by initial
old-
blast. I need that.
I have some of his old erased tweets. I don't know if you've
Oh
seen-
yeah, you never seen these?
No. Here's Dan
Oh.
Schneider. Video. Would you like to see Victoria Justice pour ketchup all over her feet? Well, here you go.
He's doing OnlyFans.
It's not enough that he's doing it.
Jesus.
He needs to share it with all of his friends.
It's ridiculous. And it's called the slap. Like, why is it called the slap? What? Any other names to choose, man? That's not creepy and violent?
Here's another one. Pick. Carly tickles Sam's very unusual toes. The fuck did you describe her toes? If you have a moment, will you please name Sam's toes for us? What grown man writes like this anyway?
Please tell me. I want to know.
Who?
Got
I mean,
40
some
likes.
dude who's living in Thailand.
Some dude that's living in Thailand and fitting right in.
Here
Fitting.
is-
There's so many of them. He asked kids around like the
Oh,
U.S.
no.
to send. Yes.
This is he made Sam and Cat. I used to watch that show.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was a cartoon, right? Or is
Wait,
that-
no.
Okay, I'm thinking of Dog Cat.
Cat dog.
Cat Dog.
Cat dog.
Watch that.
Goddamn.
Interesting.
Look at this
Not
tweet.
down, boy.
Sam and Cat
On them
tomorrow.
whole cartoon.
Right on the bottom of your foot. Take a picture and use hashtag Sam and Cat Saturday, and we'll retweet and follow until our fingers get sore. Why the fuck? And I mean, yeah. I'm just gonna, yeah. You could. All the responses are kids' feet with markers on the bottom. It's so
Oh,
fucking
Jesus.
vile. Like, what would be the purpose of that? Oh, here's Sam and Cat.
Yes.
I didn't know anything about Sam and Cat.
That's Ariana Grande
Right.
and Jeanette McCurdy. And
Fortnite
actually,
foot.
that's
No.
Jeanette McCurdy's- I mean, I called out a little bit of my personal experience with Dan Schneider in 2019, and then when Jeanette McCurdy came out with her book, and I heard, you know, those allegations, I was like, okay, you know, enough is enough. And no one listened. I mean, when it was a book, all of a sudden people were paying attention. But when it was
Tumor
me
sounds,
just,
that should
you
be
know, on
good.
my Instagram Live, obviously, no
Try to
one.
keep 3.
There was no media.
So we
that
could have
gave
3
really
tanks and
an
only
honest
one.
talk
They're not
about
gonna. The
about
game
it
isn't gonna
whatsoever.
suggest we
And
get a
so,
support,
Yeah, that's,
an
her
assault.
book is really what drove me as a
It's
mom,
ridiculous.
honestly, to Nickelodeon.
Has Ariana Grande ever spoke about this stuff publicly? No, she hasn't.
No, but Dan Schneider tried to get me to, basically sign an NDA
Really?
in 2019.
Oh, recently?
Yeah. I was living in Palm Springs at the time, and it was so strange. I was having a glass of wine. I was just chilling on the couch, and my boyfriend at the time was working at Ace Hotel in Palm Springs, and he texts me and says, "Hey, there's some lawyer calling
nice.
him
We got
and
a
messaging
vigilante.
him looking for me." I was like, what? I thought it
What's
was a
this guy,
scam.
Barrage?
Mhm.
He's like, no, it seems,
About to say Bolt
it
Shot.
seems legit, like they want to get into contact with you. I said, cool, that's all via
Barrage
text
is so
message. I was like, can
fucking
you
good. I
send-
underestimated
Can you
him.
send their contact info over?
It's always the
And
guy
he
that I think
did.
fucking sucks that
And
ends up
so
being
I
the best.
Called,
I don't know why I thought he
and
sucked.
It was some random dude who answered.
His
and I
stun
was like,
grenade
"Hi,
still
you
kind
know,
of
it's
sucks
Lex
though.
Nicholas.
Doesn't really do much.
Apparently you're looking for me, and here I am." And he goes, "Oh, hi, this is, so-and-so, and I represent Schneider's Bakery." And I hadn't heard that name in such a long time. Like, I was taken aback. Like,
Wait, what is
I needed
Schneider's
it.
Bakery?
Schneider's Bakery is his production company. That's what he
Okay.
named it.
Okay.
Yeah. Not creepy at all. So yeah, and I was like, "Oh, yes, like what do you want, basically?" And then he goes into saying if I was speaking to any documentary filmmakers about my
No, God, I'm
personal
gonna die.
experience with Dan. And I was, honestly. There were some people who were poking around,
Nice.
and I was having a few
Great teamwork.
interactions with them. And so I was honest. I was like, well, I wasn't honest, actually. I said, it's really none of your business.
And I'm
but
gonna have
yeah,
to run
it's
back
still none
all
of
the
your
way here by
business.
myself.
And he goes, well, I would like to
Genius.
know what you're telling them. And I said, well, that's definitely...
Goddamn
I bet you
assholes.
would, bitch.
Yes. It's like, and I'm definitely not going to be telling you at all.
Yeah.
That's what you get,
Dan's,
dipshits.
like on the three-way call. And so I said, no, I don't feel comfortable doing that. And then he goes to say, well, Dan and I would like to have you come
Mersam,
into
you
the room.
fucking asshole. You dumb
Once
dipshit.
again, it's like,
You
listen,
deserve
I've
to
been into
die.
a room with Dan Schneider. Let me tell you,
I don't-
I'm never going into
I'm
a
gonna
room
live.
with Dan Schneider again. But he said we'd like to come up with some type of agreement together. And if you're open to that, we are, basically. And I was just like, first of all, you're
God, let me
representing
get outta
a
here.
fucking creep.
Ugh.
And I wouldn't come up with any type of agreement with this creep. So, no, I'm not coming
Oh
in
God, my
and doing
hologram's
this,
dead.
weird-ass
Please,
agreement with
regenerate.
you guys. And he's like, well, if you change your mind, you could always call me back. It's like, I will not be changing my mind, and please do not call me again. And I hung up the phone, and now,
Good
fast
job.
forward, all of it
Oh, God,
did end up
Barrage.
coming out, which is wild, but this is while it was starting to build. And so in my personal experience, I don't think I was the only person to get a
Good
phone
job,
call from Dan
Barrage.
Schneider's
Using
lawyer.
that dodge.
So I don't know how many
Oh my
people he
God.
was successful with.
Good shit, you
You know.
guys.
Right. That's a good point. I mean,
We shouldn't
now
have made
people-
that,
People started to feel
but
more
they
comfortable
did it.
coming out.
Correct.
Oh, we
There's
got
gotta be a few
Barrage.
people who
He's
probably,
great for the crowds. I'm gonna
took the
stick with
money,
him.
And why not?
Right.
I mean,
Him
at
and
the end of
Mersam.
the day, I can't judge anybody for taking that route either.
Sticking with you guys. You better take
I
care
mean,
of me.
honestly, you don't even, there's so many, the power dynamic alone,
Oh,
you
God.
can't blame the person on the other end of that. It's-
Especially if you need the money. And he's like,
Oh,
"Here's
what is that?
$100,000
What
just
is
to sign
what?
this paper and not talk about
Yeah.
me."
I know.
Wow, so he knew he was cooked. If he was calling
Oh
everybody up.
God!
Yeah, he was calling me up, and
What is this?
that was the last time.
God damn, his
I heard
tail is long.
From Dan Schneider's Team Dan.
When did he
Thank you.
disappear?
He disappeared right around that Business Insider article that
He
came
just
out.
bailed.
That
Wow.
Barrage, we need you.
he bailed.
Don't go
I
AFK
gave out
now.
A whole bunch of statements where I think it was
Oh,
from
jeez.
imaginary friends of Dan.
Keep us
that
alive,
were there to
Barrage.
defend him, but
Who's
off
that?
the
That's not
record,
Barrage.
Like, wouldn't say their
Mersam.
names. And anytime that's happening, I'm just
Mersam, keep me alive.
sorry, but I don't know if I can honestly buy that there was
Fuck
really
off.
anyone defending Dan.
Who cares though, too?
Yeah,
Even if they are
true.
real, it's like, okay,
True. It's true.
you're not
No,
one
it's
of his.
very
You're
true.
not his target.
Fucking bitch.
True.
So,
No.
moving past the Dan Schneider thing, I am curious about what you
Oh.
were beginning to touch on with Jamie Spears. Britney Spears'
Oh,
sister
what?
was one of your co-stars, right?
Yes. Yeah, Jamie was Zoe.
Oh, so Jamie Spears was the main character of this show, and you were
Yeah.
playing like her best friend.
Yeah, and her
Okay.
roommate.
Who's that talking?
Okay.
Barrage?
And I understand that you guys had
What's he
some
saying?
conflict on set.
We did. I still don't really
He's
understand
moaning.
what the conflict was exactly.
He's not happy.
But she just
Or
didn't
he's
seem
too
to
happy.
really like me.
There you
from-
assholes
from
are.
Day one. The first day that I met her, you know, I went up to her, I remember, and just being super excited. And I was a very bubbly young girl, like very talkative, a little bit like my character Nicole, definitely. Probably why I got the role. It wasn't hard for me to play her. And she was just very
Oh,
taken
god
aback
damn
by
it!
my
He turns around
personality
just to kill me.
and
But
just
every
kinda
time I'm
gave
playing
me
with
the cold
Mersam, I can't
shoulder.
get
And
this
I just thought,
motherfucker
you
to
know
attack
what?
me.
Honestly,
Slash him right in his
maybe
goddamn face
she's
and
shy.
nutsack, and he
Also,
never
maybe she's
even looks my
experienced
way.
A whole bunch of different people coming up to her just for the.
There's
fact
some
that
like
she's
kind
Britney
of
Spears'
secret
sister.
effect with
So
Mersam that
at
makes
first I
the big
wasn't
dinos
really
ignore
taking
him.
it personally, but I did notice it right away.
Jesus
and
fucking
then
Christ.
It just slowly escalated.
I'll take a shit. That was
where
whatever.
there was no interaction
God.
between her and I. She wouldn't even respond to me. She wouldn't even sit with us at lunch sometimes.
assholes
I
better
wasn't
keep it
invited
together.
to go sit with them at lunch in her trailer, and it just started to snowball, basically. And then it became bullying, where she would just say harsh things, you know, to me, like, why do you smile so much? You know, like this kid bully
Right.
shit, basically. But you know, at that time, it hurt.
Well,
I was a kid.
It sounds
So-
like not only didn't it hurt, but it almost seems like other people on set
Yeah.
were
Mersam's
kind of
over here taking a
forced
break, taking a smoke
to
break.
go along with her. Like when you say you went in the
Yes.
office and got said, and Dan Schneider was like, "You're not Zoe."
Yeah.
That sounds like something that probably he was influenced by something Jamie said.
Yeah, the culture is definitely, that's why, you know, whoever's the first person on the call sheet, you know, especially back then, there was that power dynamic. And that was kind of the person who everyone didn't want to get on their bad side, basically. And so she kind of created the culture of the set.
Who put the
And
shield right in the middle?
her
Oh!
not liking me
Dino!
made everyone else
Getting outta
kind of
here.
feel like
See you
I
guys.
think they had to also engage in that
Right.
type of
Shit.
behavior. And so it was just, but it was sad because I just wanted to be friends with everybody, and it was just this wall, to the point where they ended up
Oh, they killed
getting
him.
rid of
Beautiful.
one of the girls on the show in the first season because of the bullying experience.
So she was doing this to other people as well.
Well, no, this girl was actually doing it with her to me.
And so why did she leave?
She got, I mean, they let her go.
Because she was so
Because-
mean.
Yeah, it was.
Holy
It was
crap.
creating. She pushed me into a rock at one point in one of the episodes.
What the heck?
And yeah, it got like it was just really bad. It sucks. Like it was just not a good time, honestly. And so yeah, they ended up having to let her go, and that's when they hired Victoria
Mersam over there
Justice
tanking
for the second season.
thesaurus, whatever
And I
it
was
is.
stoked about that because strangely enough, her mom dated my uncle, like when they were in college. So there was like some kind of connection, and so I thought that was going to make the culture different on set because maybe me and Victoria would actually be
Oh, shit.
friends, you know, and that would create a different environment. And it did actually. Like we were best friends for the better half of the second season, and then all the girl dynamic culture, mean girl situation ended up happening again with her and Jamie, to the point where that's when the Britney Spears experience happened.
So
because
you're saying that Victoria was getting in trouble with Jamie, or that they were
yeah.
bullying? So they were.
They were bullying me.
Okay.
Yeah, so at one point, like Victoria and I were totally fine, and then I don't know what happened. I think it was like literally a boy conversation. Like I remember it being something so teenage girl about a boy. And then I show up to set the next day, and I remember opening up the makeup trailer and seeing, you know, Victoria like turn around and like laugh and then whisper into Jamie's ear, and they were like laughing. It was like so
Horrible.
yeah, so and it ridiculous.
It
too, at
sounds
the
silly,
same
but I
time.
know it's so painful when you're that
It
age.
is.
Yeah, it's so painful.
You think the whole world is against you, really? You know, so does anyone like?
What
it's
the-
hard. And so and you're on set, and you can't, in those environments, you're not allowed to be human. Like, kids weren't allowed to be human. You were supposed to be professional. And
Right.
professional basically meant robotic. You don't want to ruin the set vibe. And so you had to hold it all in, which was really hard for me. And so that ended up happening, and it escalated the last like 2.5 weeks of the second season, to the point where that's when Brittany ended up coming onto the set.
So I understand this kind of all culminated when Britney Spears, someone
Yeah,
that
one
you
of the
were
assault
a
taken.
big fan of,
You
Yeah.
need all the
Jamie's
tanks.
sister, came on set, and she had heard from her sister about, what a terrible person you were, and she
Yeah.
screamed at you on set. Is that right?
In the trailer.
Or in the trailer?
So,
Oh, what in
so
God's
there was
fuck?
this guy named Ian who was our talent coordinator, and sometimes your parents don't come with you always to and from
Think your friend.
set or to and from makeup
You're a
and
true
hair.
friend.
There'd be basically a talent coordinator who was your guardian. That actually, him and the school teacher, they would be like your guardians if your parents weren't there on set.
Mm-hmm.
And so Ian came to the trailer, and it was a typical day. He just said, "Hey, I'm gonna bring Alexa to makeup and hair." My mom said, "Okay, fine." I went with Ian. I remember him kind of acting a little bit strange as we were walking.
Alright, I gotta step out for a
and
bit.
then
Hold
he
on.
goes, "Hey, Brittany and
Keep
Jamie
you
would
guys
like to
alive.
talk to
Juiced
you
up. Oh, okay.
in the trailer." And a little bit of me was actually kind of hopeful that maybe
Why are both the
that
tanks
Brittany was
on
gonna
one
come
side?
in
Why are
and
you guys
it
hogging the
was
same
going to
crowd of
create some kind of
dinos?
mediation, and maybe Jamie was willing to sit down and talk to me for
God
once,
damn it.
which is all I ever wanted, was just like a nice conversation to understand one another. And so in that moment, I'm thinking Brittany's gonna
See what happens
be
when
that
you don't have
person.
me?
I couldn't
You
imagine
fucking
Brittany
die.
not being that
All of
person
you.
at that time. She was like an idol, like as a kid.
God, you dumb
I remember
assholes.
going, okay. And then we went over to the trailer.
I'm getting you, Barrage. You're
and
useful.
I remember knocking on the door and then opening it.
Oh, fuck me, I
right
guess.
when I went to turn, Ian fled.
Yep. Right out the
He just
arena.
disappeared.
So this guy's looking out for your welfare, and he
Yeah.
just tossed you to the sharks.
100%. Like that. And that happens a lot on these sets. Like, who's working for who, really? Sometimes, you're just like, it was child endangerment.
100.
honestly.
Yeah.
This is
'cause
why we
his-
need Roadblock.
His interests are not
You could just gather them all up
aligned
with that
yours
shield.
by
No.
just by the definition of his job. It seems like.
No.
Was
And
that
also
was
if
this
you-
the first time you met Britney Spears?
No, I
Okay.
mean, she came on set a few times, so
Okay.
like I saw, and she was always really nice. So that's why I really didn't think anything was strange. She was always so friendly every time she was coming onto set, and that's why I always say, like, imagine though if it wasn't. Thank God it was just Britney Spears in that fucking trailer. You know what I mean? Thank God it wasn't a predator in that trailer. That's how I started to think, like, wow, that guy just literally tossed me. God only knows what could have happened to me in that trailer. Thank God it was just Britney Spears. Thank God.
Nimbus,
So yeah. Anyways, I go into the trailer.
Nimbus
I
and
just
Skywave
remember
can't heal
before I even
themselves.
hit
That's
the
what I
last
don't
step,
like about them.
Jamie runs to the back of the trailer. Just like
How do I?
bails
There
on-
must
on
be a
whatever
way
the
to
hell
heal
about to
myself.
happen.
They're like a
So that
secret
made
healing
me a little
mechanic.
bit nervous, but I stepped in
Other than
anyways.
don't get hit
And
more than
I
30
remember
seconds.
I stepped in, and Brittany comes beside me and locks the trailer door. And she just starts. I think she was like 8 months pregnant.
Yeah, Nimbus kind of
and she was
fucking
about me
sucks. At least
right now.
Skywave can get away from the
You came
enemies.
in, and then
Yeah.
Britney locked the
Nimbus
door
has that
behind you?
teleport, but you
Yeah.
can
That's
only use
pretty
it like
awesome.
once every.
It was freaky.
10 seconds.
But now when I look back at it, I know the whole, situation that was happening. It makes sense, but it still obviously wasn't okay. None of that was okay that happened, but it makes a lot more sense now than it did then. Then it was just really, 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 really scary. And so I remember she just started yelling at me, telling me that I was bullying her sister, and I wanted to say something, and I just remember like literally
Show me that
feeling
purple.
my throat,
Give me a skin.
just close. I couldn't even.
Yes.
I couldn't even speak, and I tried,
Thank
and I
you.
just started to cry and like hyperventilate. And she was like, "I'm gonna make sure you don't work again," and
That's wild.
I was like, oh my God, Britney Spears hates me, and as a kid, that now even made it so much worse. Now I have this idol of mine at that age, also now just hating my guts, and there's no one there protecting me. Ian bailed on me. My mom doesn't even know where I
Wait,
am.
Britney Spears? What
And
the
it was
fuck?
really, really fucking scary. I just
Oh,
remember
Britney was also probably going through
tunnel
some
vision
wacky ass
mode
shit.
and like
So she was
going
probably
back
all
to the
fucked
door,
up
'cause I
too.
fell a little bit backwards to like the couch area, And I remember getting up and just trying to find the door and then realizing it was locked again and having to unlock it. And then once I opened the door, I puked.
Oh my god.
Like it was so much, you know, for my like.
Did they see?
brain.
I wonder. Did Brittany see you puke?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Did
I
she
mean,
say anything?
no one said, and no one cared.
They're like, that's normal.
Yeah.
This little girl just
Puke,
puked from
puke.
being bullied and stressed and like tortured.
Yeah. Yeah. And I ran to my trailer, I remember. And, you know, for a mom, like when I came in, my mom was just like, what the fuck? You know, I'm hyperventilating. I just puked. I run to the toilet and I'm like literally in fetal position, just like rocking myself, basically, just being like, I can't even explain. I remember her screaming, just saying, what happened? Like, please just tell me what happened. I couldn't. I was in total shutdown mode. And I just remember my mom opening the trailer door and screaming like, Dan, and like anyone, and like Ian, and no one came.
Wow.
For about 10 to 15 minutes.
And she was like screaming. They would have heard her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was like a mom scream, you know, like Mama Bear, like everyone, and maybe in Mars they heard, you know, she was so loud.
They were probably getting their story straight.
God damn it, you guys. You lazy dipshits.
You're totally right, because like, this is a liability.
Mm-hmm.
Liability.
You're lucky I need one more level with Nimbus.
Jamie.
I'm
Totally.
gonna stop playing her.
Yeah.
Totally. And Brittany's gone. She left in the car. And so I just remember.
Maybe. It depends on how her new ability
hearing
is,
the
how good it
trailer
is.
kinda move, and people were coming.
These dumb
up the
assholes are gonna
steps.
play all
And
assault.
here comes Dan Schneider, with his
They
sunglasses.
got a roadblock. They're lucky.
And he looks at me, and I'll never forget this. He goes,
At least I'm gonna
"Now
get to
what?"
do lots of healing.
Huh?
These guys are gonna be fucking
Yeah.
dying. A
He
lot.
said, now what? And how did you interpret that to mean at the time?
Everything's my fault.
Oh, he was like,
No.
he's like, now another thing with you, kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I was
After
like,
15 minutes, what an asshole.
total asshole. And I just remember I wasn't able, for the first time ever, I'm a pretty talkative person.
Where you going,
and
Raj?
I couldn't say anything.
You high? Drunk?
And I just remember looking at him, and then my mom screaming at him and saying, like, you know, Alexa's not going back onto set. He goes, one moment. And he leaves the trailer, and he comes back 10 minutes later with one of those freaking, you know, like those DVD players back in the day that were like those portable ones with the screen, and then you would just put the DVD in.
Yeah.
He literally comes back with one of those. And he's like, here. Like, as if that was like the trade. As if that was gonna make me. I remember holding the box.
He was giving it
just-
to you, like, take this
Yeah.
and shut up? What the
Yeah.
fuck?
It was so weird, and like the lamest gift also. Like, what the fuck is this? I remember looking at it, just going, "Am I supposed to say thank you?" You know. And my mom was livid, and she's like, "I'm not putting my daughter on the set." And he goes, "Oh yes, you are. Like, we have to get this last shot,
Let's go.
and contractually, Alexa has to go back on set." And I remember just kind of looking at all the adults. on
God
the
damn, you're
floor. I
hard
was
to
on the
get.
floor. I remember just looking up at them and just, you know. I didn't matter that much in that situation. And sure enough, I had to go back onto set, and there's even a clip that someone found. It made it into the edit.
Oh, where the
girl
fuck did you?
literally
Oh, he
pushed
jumped
me,
on his grenades.
shoved me on
That shit's
camera.
kinda cool.
Yeah, it like
Oh,
it went viral on TikTok actually.
He should have mentioned that in the description too.
It ended
It
up
would have made
being-
me want to play with it
Yeah,
more.
you guys should find it.
He gets a little extra
It's
jump height. He could
wild.
just stand
Like,
on his
and then someone,
grenades.
like, posted and was like, "Holy shit! Like, this is for real. Like, you can actually see it's happening while they're filming." And so I had to go back on set and get bullied more and humiliated more by everyone. And that was my last day on the set of
Wow.
Zoe 101.
And by quitting the show, did they, like, come after you financially, or were they a pain in the ass, or were they easy?
No, they were easy because I think they were really afraid of the liability on the other end. You know,
Right.
like technically there was child endangerment that happened. There was a lot of things that happened that weren't supposed to happen, you know, under their care. And so
Oh,
I
shit.
think that's when they tried to hold on for a minute, I remember, and then they accepted, and I'll never forget.
Oh.
You want to know the punishment?
Go ahead.
They had to add one more like cherry on top of the sundae.
Damn,
They
we're
said, you know,
killing
we're
it with
letting
all
Alexa
these
go,
assault guys.
but
And
just
well,
tell her
we got the
she's
roadblock too.
banned
That's
from
why.
every Kids' Choice Awards.
Oh no, not the Kids' Choice Awards. Still, that's so scummy. Like, They're like, they're like.
Again,
"How
it's
do I
probably
hurt this
tiring
kid
playing as
more?"
Roadblock all the time.
No ice cream ever again.
He's the only
You're
like,
gonna stay in timeout
he's like the best
forever.
support.
It was just like,
That's crazy.
what? Yeah, these were adults too.
Yeah.
These were adults saying shit like that. I'll never forget that. I went, okay. At the same time, I was like, I don't need to go to the Kids' Choice Awards again. Like, all right, but also, what a weird thing to add to the whole thing.
So, I guess fast forward to modern times. I think this was somewhat recently.
Yeah.
Britney Spears actually took to Twitter to make a really beautiful apology to you, right? Which was actually wow, really incredible to read.
Good shit.
It was incredible to read for me as well. Honestly, it's the only apology I've ever gotten in Hollywood.
Wow.
Which is really sad to say, and also kind of remarkable and amazing that it was Britney Spears
Right.
who apologized. She mentioned me once and defended me, and I remember she said, you know, you lied, just like you lied about Alexa Nicholas, and that I remember reading that on Instagram and just being like, what is? It was like healing all these wounds.
So guys, so I'm
I'm sorry. I think I found the clip.
Did you?
I think so.
rewatching
Okay.
Zoe 101, trying to see some evidence of Nicole
I'm
being
trying to zoom in. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a closer look.
Get in there.
Yeah, kind of.
bullied on the show. Mind you, I 100% believe her. I'm just looking for some clues, so I want you guys to pay attention to Quinn and Victoria right
Good
here.
shit.
Boom. And let's slow-mo this.
Got one
so you
little
guys can
dino up
see
here trying to
the
get
hit
into the
in
ship.
head, and then you see Quinn push her
Get our
arm
Zan delivery.
even further. Like, why? Why? This girl was actually bullied on this show, y'all, and they want to reboot it. No.
Yeah, you can see my actual like real life, that wasn't acting, my reaction.
Hold on. I gotta watch this again. So which one?
You're watching Zoe
Which person are
101,
you here?
trying to see some evidence
I'm
of
in the pink
Nicole
right there
being
next to the guy. So I'm like the brunette, not here, but not here, there.
Okay,
in
with the blue
pink
skirt.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Get him, boys. Get him.
right here. Boom. And let's slow-mo this so you guys can see the hit in the head, and then you see Quinn push her arm even further. Like, why? Why? This girl was actually bullied on this show, y'all, and they want to.
Who's the girl that hit you?
Good shit.
Yeah, Erin
God
Sanders,
damn.
who played Quinn. She was just going along with the culture at the end. Like,
All right, let's
I
go.
don't know what
in the
happened
tunnel.
there, but I do remember that those last, couple of,
Oh.
I guess, like weeks. She was kind of feeling invited into the girl circle, and that's like what sucks about the culture there is everyone wanted to feel, you're a kid, you want to be seen, you want to be appreciated, you want to be loved, and so any of that was happening, kids were willing to not be the best versions of themselves just to receive being seen. And so that kind of happened there towards the end with Erin, but Erin wasn't really someone who participated much in the whole bullying with me, but towards the end there was a little bit of that. And you can see I'm shocked. Like I turn around.
Yeah.
I'm like, why are you hitting my? And that episode was the Britney Spears week.
Ooh.
And that was the last scene I think I ended up doing. And they would literally get the squirt guns, and they were trying to get it in my eye and like laughing at me.
God, that's horrible.
It's
man.
gnarly.
It's like being forced to be with your bully. Like I feel like
Yes.
we've all experienced bullying to some degree in school, and just how bad it feels. You're being forced to spend all day with them.
All day. And also like you're getting paid. It's like a weird.
Right.
You know what I mean? As a kid, like it's like you're getting paid and then you're having to deal with them, and you don't want to be seen as problematic.
Barrage, get in here.
And you get told as a kid, if you speak up too much, you might not work again. So you have these weird pressures that just, I don't think you necessarily have in high school. It's a different type of
More, yeah,
pressure.
yeah. Do you mind if I
Different
read this tweet from Brittany?
Yeah, sure.
So here, I'm just gonna read it. It's not super.
Damn,
long,
this is a
but I
tight
thought
little
it was
corner.
really
I
nice.
don't think we've
This
ever
is
had this
after her
round
falling
before.
out with her family.
It's kind of a nice, tight little
Yes.
fight.
So she's like, "Oh, my sister is like."
Roadblock. You've got to
bad.
use that
My
smash,
sister kinda
man.
Sucks. And
That
I
shit
think
is
it was
crazy.
Well, she
Get you
talks
some
about it in
extra
the letter. I'll
points.
just read it. It broke my heart to see your interview about your experience in the business. Hollywood is a place of dreams, but let's be honest, on rare occasions do people come out years later and share the dark side.
Oh,
There are
Jesus.
thousands of people with broken dreams, and I am absolutely in awe of you raising awareness for the next generation on how to be protected. The one thing you said you wish you could have told your younger self is that you wish you could have known you could have just walked
Thanks,
away.
bro, for locking
I find
us
that
in.
really an interesting insight there. You would have left sooner. That's like you're looking back. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna
Countless
stand on
times
top
I did
and
the
block
same thing
him.
and I took the abuse.
Nice.
It's nice to know I'm not the only one who has felt that way. I know it's 15 years later. What you are sharing,
There
but
we go.
trust me, I know it still
That's how you
matters.
do it.
Although I have apologized to you personally, just by instinct,
Oh!
my heart at the time didn't know how incredibly good
Gotcha, homie.
my family was at the acting language. Just imagine me visiting my little sister on set, last day of shooting, bringing sprinkle cupcakes, 9 months pregnant, hormone raging like hell, and the assistant director, Ian, witnesses Jamie Lynn running to me, placing her hands on my knees while I'm sitting down, her sobbing, telling me that she's just been bullied on set. The assistant director and my mom included in the room were just silent. My sister was literally like my daughter growing up, so I apologize for my ignorance for yelling at you when I obviously had no idea what was really going on. Jesus Christ, I was pregnant, and let's be honest, all these moms and dads, the watchful white owls who hide behind the scenes observing their children's stars, referring to my mother who should have immediately stepped in and took over the situation. And I told my 9-month pregnant self to sit down, relax, and have a sprinkle cupcake. They should
Where's Roblox?
have treated me like a guest because that's exactly what I was. It's always been extremely interesting, the situations
Oh,
my family
shit.
put me in to make me embarrassed. I know you have probably heard what happened to me 3 years ago. I wrote 3 different versions of a book, and since then, honestly, it's been the
Oh, God.
hardest thing I've ever had to do. And if you haven't
God.
heard already,
Oh, God.
it's become a
Is
joke
this
because
special
it
time yet?
says I'm running out of paper. I'm also sure they get a good laugh at seeing me on my Instagram. What was done to me is frankly beyond all. The way you spoke gave me strength and inspiration. I do write you this message today because I'm sorry for ever hurting your feelings. You should tell Nickelodeon to kiss your ass. I get the feeling that Brittany did understand when she said, I know it was 15 years ago, but I know it still matters. And
Yes.
that probably rang true for you, right?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Because especially as a survivor of, essay, I'm not even the bully stuff. A lot of the time you get backlash of this happens, X amount of time. Like Justin Long loved to remind me, how many decades ago it was. And I think survivors get that a lot, and when you're a sensitive person, you get that a lot. Like,
Oh, what the?
this was so long ago, why does this matter to you? Move on, basically. So to hear someone understand that, your feelings are valid, it's okay that it still hurts. And it's okay that there's still a wound there.
Good
I think all
shit.
of us
Goddamn
deserve to hear
roadblock.
that. Like all of our feelings
What a monster.
of sadness are honestly should be validated in some way.
Shit.
So that was big for me. That was like, I never expected that.
Right.
And it made me feel very good.
Very validating. Because I'm sure
was.
there's probably a lot of people who are like,
Good
oh,
shit,
she's
good
lying
shit.
about everything.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That happens. That happens a lot with me. That's what Marty Singer or whatever, Jonah Hill's lawyer.
Good
you're a
shit.
serial accuser.
Right.
Yeah, I just had to
remember
step
you
out
said
for a
that
little
about you.
bit.
Although
Yeah,
that
it's
makes
like-
Little bit of a
me
slower
feel
charge, but
statement
at least won't
gives,
fucking
like,
die.
yo, that shit happened.
Yeah.
That was really
It was
good
very-
that she did that. Was that a healing
I agree.
moment for you?
It was very healing for me. I cry even when you were reading it now because it feels very good. It feels very good. I would hope that my kids, got to experience that from someone that bullied them, because it's intense when someone bullies
It's
you.
Britney
It's
Spears
like-
too.
Yes. Yeah, and she I think we
Let's go.
have seen some dark sides of
Hey, boys.
our industry.
Like what you see.
And I think she's also commendable because she's also spoken out in ways that has inspired me to do the things that I'm doing. Like with Eat Predators, honestly, a lot of that strength came from reading a lot of Britney Spears, Instagram captions about how she was going up
Thank
against a lot of
God.
these powerful institutions that were representing her at the time, like TriStar, etc. I was like, whoa, I've never seen that before, especially a woman, So you're like, damn.
Have you
I
guys
can
ever
maybe do that
connected?
too. She DM'd me.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Be
she
nice.
first DM'd me personally before she did it publicly.
That's nice. That's really nice.
Yeah, it was really nice, and I was fine with that.
Mhm.
I didn't share it obviously with any, I didn't put it anywhere. I just love that she did that, and then about a month later is when she then made it public.
That's great. That's really good. She did that.
Yeah, it's a nice happy.
Yeah, it is.
There's one happy ending in Hollywood.
Yeah. So I guess you mentioned Jason Long, who is I was like,
Justin Long.
or Justin Long. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Because I recognize the name. Is this guy? This is the fucking
yeah,
guy.
he's
And
Jason.
now
Fucking
that
same.
I'm gonna transition a bit to the Jonah Hill anecdote you shared.
Okay,
So you were partying, and how old were you at the time that this happened?
dude. Honestly, I don't know if I was 16 yet.
So you
I might have been 15, turning 16.
Amp spread
okay,
might
so
be
were
better.
you working on Zoe, or was this after?
This was after.
And so,
So
were you
if I
still
was-
were you still trying to work? Were you still trying to be?
I was
an actor?
working.
You were working.
I was working nonstop. I was doing like a more drama, like cold cases and CSIs and shows like that.
So they did not, in fact, make sure you never worked again.
I worked again. No, Brittany didn't end up canceling me.
Well, it sounded
She
like
did.
yeah, it sounded like some of the producers wanted to though.
They did, and I ended up getting a little bit canceled later. It's a little bit harder for me now to put a foot into the industry after a lot of my advocacy work, to be honest with
It's
you.
interesting.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that for some.
All right,
so
which
you're-
doctor?
it.
You're up
so,
next.
Of course, you're doing the right thing. What's better than that?
Yeah.
Exo
Being rich,
skins.
famous,
I only have the sand camel. They're not giving me any skins
it would
for.
be nice to get paid for.
Alright, give me any skins for 'em.
Yeah, yeah. It would
What
be
is
nice,
this?
huh?
Right?
So
Getting
you're
tons
at
of skins for
Justin
everybody, but-
Long's house. You're friends with him?
Yes.
How did you
Like
end up
Dead
over at
Eye.
his house?
That was the first time.
I got
Okay,
tons of
so
skins for him.
I was actually filming my.
Got the
show
rare for a
last
lot
night.
of
I have
them.
this
As
show
a matter
coming
of
out
fact,
called
hold
Eat
on.
Predators
Your
Daily.
roadblock.
And I was explaining a little bit of the story, but basically what happened was I was hanging out with my friend. I'm not going to disclose her name, obviously, for privacy reasons. She had a nice BMW.
Fire rescue looks cool. Damn, that guy had this?
Convertible, and we were driving
are-
on Outpost,
he was
and I
playing
remember
a
she
lot.
wanted to go and hang out with the tool bag predator from CSI Miami, Jonathan Togo or something. I don't know what the hell his name is. But anyways, she was
This guy.
hooking up with this guy.
So who's
Yeah,
this
show me.
guy? So
That guy.
Because she,
That was Justin's roommate.
okay. And what was
That-
he doing at the time? The CSI stuff?
No, yeah, he was doing CSI Miami,
Okay.
which, by the way, I ended up being on. I'll say a bit
Oh,
of
I have
that
to use the vault
interaction afterwards.
to freeze them.
But anyway,
Okay.
she was seeing him at the
All
time,
right.
but
Okay.
she was
Okay.
underage.
Now I get it. Now I get it.
And like I think he was like almost 30.
Hmm.
So that
Huh?
was
Wait,
Yes.
how old is he?
Yeah, that'll be
I
good.
don't know. I think he was like in his. I think Justin was around his mid-20s when
gotta
he
get
was
this
there.
charge
now, so
enhancer.
yeah, that tracks.
Wow. Yeah. So they were a lot older.
So he
And
was,
so
yeah,
back
a lot
then-
older.
A lot older. And so she was seeing him. I think she was 16 or 17.
Justin is also
the time.
45 now, so they were like, these are like men, grown-ass men.
They were grown-ass men.
As you were telling that story, I was imagining you guys were kind of contemporaries, but that's not the case.
No, not at all. I was like 15 turning 16, and then they were all like, living in a duplex in LA and like
Wow.
had
Oh.
established careers.
Okay.
And so, yeah, so I remember we were on the way to his place, and she was like, they're inviting you over. And while she was like on the phone with them or something, we ended up getting a flat tire on Outpost. And we had to pull over, and we didn't think we were going to be able to go. And then, you know what the dudes actually, the bros, ended up telling us? They were like, you can make it down the hill. It's only like 15 minutes down the
Just cruise
hill.
down in neutral?
So it was like
That's
literally
awesome. That's chivalry.
It. They didn't even offer to come.
That's
and
the
like
best.
help us out. I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, wow, looking back at that, it's fucked up. So, anyways, they were like, you can make it, and so we like made it, dude. We went.
So you did. You
I-
cruised down in neutral.
5 miles
Okay,
per
that's
hour.
badass.
5 miles per hour to get
Like
to this
support.
place.
I'll get
And so
Nimbus.
Justin Long
Try out her new
place.
class.
And I'm
Justin
like,
Long
Her new mods.
And I was like, okay. So we're driving like 5 miles per hour down Outpost, and I just hear the rim starting. I remember the rim was like hitting the ground, and you're like, is this worth it? Like, Is this worth it? Really wasn't worth it. But we get to the bottom of the hill. We finally get to the place, and we arrive, and nobody was there yet. It was actually just Justin and this Togo dude. And I remember she went into the bedroom with Togo, and I was left in the living room with Justin.
And so you're saying that this 30-year-old dude Togo was having a sexual relationship with your underage friend?
Which is sexual assault.
And it's statutory rape as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
And oh yeah. Oh,
Why
and
would they
Justin's
do
just
that?
there. That was you have no
It's
idea
just
how
like,
hyper.
why? Why would you even do that? Like, you can have sex with of-age girls. Why would
Of
you
age
do
consensual.
that?
Wait,
Yeah,
you guys should
age consensual. Yeah, it's like, why? Yeah, leave.
You should hear the Punked episode where Justin's literally ordering a drink for maybe a girl who's underage, and he's like, "Yeah, she's of age, consensual." It's like, bro, you're not
he said
getting
that on
accused of
camera?
anything. He said that on camera. It's like,
Can you
bro,
pull
you're
that?
not getting accused of anything.
That's
You're
badass.
literally ridiculous. Anyways, so I'm like in the living room, I'm talking to this guy. Remember, he puts a vinyl on. He's that kind of guy in LA, which is fine. That's a lot of guys in LA. And so he puts on the vinyl, and I remember he asked me if I wanted a drink. I said yes. Now we're starting to drink. We're talking. Drinks go by, and then people started to arrive. A couple of people, and one of them was Jonah.
No, you're a 15-year-old drinking. Have you drank before? This is something you're used to doing?
I drank, like I would sneak out sometimes to my mom's, like I think that night actually, like my mom thought I was sleeping over at, a friend's house, but really I was out, and living in LA, when you sneak out, you can sneak out into some serious trouble without your parents knowing. And so a lot of people like to blame my mom.
Krieger,
like,
you gotta
my
get
mom
in there,
was,
man, with the
I was
tanks.
like a teenager in Los Angeles with
Krieger is so
access
fucking
to
garbage, he has to
getting into
stay
bars
all the way
and
back there with
clubs,
a
at
dead
the
eye, or
time.
else
It
he's
was a
gonna
really
die.
different- It was
Good job,
Anyways,
Krieger.
that was-
Great
that
fucking
was LA
tank.
in, like whatever 2008.
It's not your fault. It's
all
not
the
your
bars
fault.
Would let me in.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's,
Never
that is
ID'd me.
crazy.
Never ID'd me. So,
Dude, that's
anyways, Jonah comes in. I remember he starts like smoking weed, like rolling a joint or something. And I'm sitting there. I know kind of who he is. I honestly didn't know him that well because I think it was just Superbad. This is like very early.
This is
in
right
Jonah
after
Hill's career.
Superbad, Jonah Hill?
I think
Okay,
so.
okay.
When did that come out? Like, it must have been around the same time.
Let me see.
Yeah, like I feel like it was.
Superbad came out 2007.
Okay, so yeah, it was like a year after.
So that movie was a big deal. I mean, I remember seeing that and thinking Jonah Hill was awesome after that.
Totally.
After that came
was-
out, yeah.
He was like kind of the it kid during that time, like accepted.
Yes.
And
By
yeah.
the way, I pulled this clip of
Oh,
Justin
pull-
getting the drink
dude.
for the underage girl.
get the of age consensual in there.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah.
You guys are all of age, right?
Of age, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Consensual.
Him too?
Of age.
Krieger, get your ass in
consensual.
there.
Why did you say that?
You're the
you
fucking
weird
tank.
motherfucker? Of age consensual. Yo, what the fuck does that mean, bro? Hold on, one more time.
Cranberry. Okay.
Dude, that's kind of insane that they set him up to like commit a crime.
Alright, this is where my...
They're
Also,
like, yo,
like,
will he buy these underage girls alcohol? Was that the
He
experiment?
will. Yeah, he will, and he
Oh, dude, that's cutthroat.
did. Yeah, he did it.
Will Justin have sex with this underage girl?
Dude, Jonah's right next to him. In the
I gotta hear this one more time.
wait.
I'll just get one of these Asian pear things.
Oh, hold on.
Okay. I'll just get a Grey Goose and some drinks right now. You know.
Wait, was that Jonah next to him?
Yeah.
Yes, that's Jonah.
Oh.
Yeah, you see what's going on here?
He's under a bad influence, I hate to say it.
Yeah, there's
He's
a lot
getting
of
the
it.
Justin Schlong Hollywood.
You guys not getting my heels? Oh, shit!
Make sure you guys have some drinks right now. You know.
Boys, boys.
Grey Goose and cranberry. Okay. You know you want?
I'll just get one of these.
Did I miss it again? Damn.
I think so. Wait, no, I feel like it's no, it's after this.
It's really weird.
Oh, Krieger, defenseless. I got you, bro.
Oh wait, I have the timestamp. Let me just pull that one up again. Because I don't want to
Yeah,
get claimed.
Put that
so I'm
shield
trying to
up.
do as little as possible.
You guys are having drinks, so. Ladies,
gonna have
Oh, this is another timestamp. that's
This
also
is another
creepy. Yeah.
timestamp.
Oh, they come
Wait,
to
you
ID.
should listen.
Yo,
You
this,
should
this,
listen to
this
this part.
alone, though,
Oh,
shows
God.
how different the
Yep.
world is now. How we
That's what I
perceive
Should have
it.
stayed with Krieger.
Like, at the time, this was just a funny joke.
Right.
He was trying to get these young girls
Thanks,
drunk.
broski.
Like, haha.
Yeah, even like films. Like
Thanks,
Super,
brother.
That was the whole narrative. Like, we're gonna get these girls drunk enough to sleep with us, and like that was.
But this is real life.
But this is real life.
This
I
is
know.
him in real life trying to get young girls drunk,
Yeah.
and it's like just a silly joke, like how we're pranking you.
And I was one of those girls.
Wow,
Real
you were
life.
one of those girls in real life. All right, I gotta. This is nuts.
Yeah.
Sorry?
They're 21, but let's just say hypothetically they don't have IDs. You will pay for the
Is this? Are you for real, brother?
Let's just say hypothetically they don't have IDs. Bro.
So did that work back then? Hey, brother, look the other way, huh?
Yeah, totally.
They're 15. So what?
That doesn't work for me. Okay. Ladies, how old are you?
Dude, he tells them to say 21.
Okay, so 18. How old are you?
I'm 17.
Okay, Sarah, do me a favor. I want you to go back there. I want you to get out of here. Now, I want you to get out of here.
That's nuts. The premise of this prank is blowing my mind.
Dude, and I didn't know about this. So this got sent
Krieger, you
to
don't
me
fucking
the day
need me.
after I tweeted, all of a sudden this video resurfaced. And I was watching and I'm like, this is how deep the patriarchy was reigning
Right. I
during
mean,
this time.
right.
You know? Like that got approved by a network. That
Yeah.
was a funny.
And even the crazy part is even Justin Long was like, "That's funny. You can put that out."
Totally. Totally. And it's them together. What
Nobody
are the odds too? It's like
Very
it was
true.
kind of breaking my brain.
Very true.
It broke my brain.
My favorite Ashton Kutcher prank was when he tried to convince his good friends to go to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
No.
No, I'm kidding. But like that, we're gonna get on a flight with my friend Epstein. They call it the Lolita Express. You guys want to go?
Stop. Stop.
Everyone's like, "Yeah, dude, I know about him."
Yep, Krieger's shield gone after a few
Who are the
seconds.
Celebrities.
That's Krieger for
Who would
you.
they be? Justin
Yeah,
Long.
who would they be? Yeah, Justin
Yeah, Justin
Long.
Long. Justin Schlong.
Justin Long Dong. Yeah, he. So yeah. So you kind of know what I'm dealing with now at this point.
Very much.
Okay. So that's where
Oh,
I'm
God.
at. She, eventually comes out. We all start drinking. They even make some kind of jokes about our age. I remember Jonah at one point being like, "Can you
I'm
even
gonna die."
drink this?" Like, and he was like pulling it away, and then like brought the
Oh, God.
it back to me. And so it was like a joke that we were underage.
They knew.
Oh!
Oh yeah,
You
definitely.
got me.
He was sitting like they can't even deny it after that clip.
No, you
He was
can't.
just sitting with
Right to step.
Yeah.
girls.
I
in
can
a
see the
public
enemies'
setting and
attacks, but I can't see mine in my menu.
Hypothetically.
The fuck is that?
Hypothetically, of course.
Just hypothetically.
Dude, she never got the
Doesn't say
alcohol.
anything.
What do you
I just see
want?
pictures.
Just hypothetically. So yeah. So anyways, hypothetically, I was there, drinking with them, and they're making jokes. And then at one point, I wanted.
God
a cigarette.
damn it!
And I didn't obviously have one. So I couldn't buy one easily. So Jonah ends up saying, "I have cigs." Like
Damn, that
everywhere
guy's got some nasty
in my
rewards.
car.
the
And I
heel,
was
the
like,
sword,
okay,
and,
I thought he was gonna go and get it. And
I'll
he's
let
like,
you know
"Oh,
he's,
wanna go
good at
over?"
everything.
You know what I mean? Like, come with me. And I remember just being like, all right, whatever. Like, I don't think anything what could possibly fucking happen, between
Shit is
here
hard,
and
guys.
the-
We gotta stay
and
together.
the Prius.
Stay with Krieger.
Oh,
Oh, perfect. Time up.
So we went downstairs.
Wow.
See his Prius.
Why even continue the fucking
American
game?
spirits
We're not gonna
were
win.
in the
I'm sure the
front
game
seat.
can determine we don't have
And
the
he
skills
grabbed them,
and
then we were walking, like,
the
off
skills
the
and
back
power enough to
door,
kill
and I
this
remember saying,
goddamn
"Okay,
thing
can I
quick enough."
Have one. We're outside. And he didn't say anything. He just slams me across the door.
Did my
Like,
hologram
never
ignore
forget.
you?
If you don't forget
It
these
did.
things. He,
It
slammed
didn't
me
ignore him. I
across the
think I
door,
just set it a
and
little
he
far
put
off to the
his tongue
side.
right in my mouth. And it was
I thought I saw it
started
turn one
moving
time, though. I
around.
don't have to
It was,
set it-
really intense.
I didn't think I had to set it
And
exactly
I
at him.
remember being startled and kind of just grossed out, and I tried to push him away.
All right, the
And I
abilities,
did
the
actually-
abilities
he did
kind of
end up backing
nice.
away,
At least it's
and
much
I remember
stronger than
turning
the other
around
shit, and it goes
running
through them.
upstairs, and the guy who I first found up there was
All right,
ironically,
yep,
weirdly,
you won,
was
you
the,
won.
The emo dude from Wedding Crashers. I loved that movie at
Yeah,
the time, so
yeah.
I remembered him. And I remember just having a conversation
All
with
right,
him.
Vigilant.
kind of
We got to
like-
get you leveled up.
I think he was married at the time. I think even his
Okay, I got
wife was
freezing
there.
vault. I got
They
to
were,
jump
like,
and
the
hit him
only
with the
people-
frostbite.
That's where things started getting fuzzy. Like obviously I was drinking, but I remember
do the
him,
double
and
jump.
his wife was there, and it was Justin, and it was Jonah, and it was Togo, and it was my underage friend.
You know
And that
what?
was a story that I honestly, my husband knows this story. It was like a story I told a lot of people, honestly, and it throughout time, like when you're a survivor, you start putting them kind of on like a list of most traumatic, you know, least traumatic. You know, when you're going to therapy, you have all these things, but
Let me
there's
test that
starting
out
to
real
create,
quick.
like, an order to things, and Jonah was just one that I just never thought I was ever going to tell that story publicly. Honestly, it wasn't something that I felt the need to really go out and tell the world that story. But when I woke up to Sarah's brave screen captures of the experience that she had with him, it immediately triggered me. And you know, when you get triggered a little bit, it's a little bit impulsive, and I got triggered, and I was like, I know that no one else is coming forward about anything about him right now, and I wanted to do that, to like support her. And I didn't even know if anyone was gonna see it. Honestly, I really did not think anyone was gonna notice.
It froze
We get
him.
buried, I thought, in all the
But I
tweets
didn't need the vault for that.
about him and
I
boundaries.
tried on a dino.
How did
Maybe
you
it's for bigger
process that
dinos.
at the time when he did that to you? Was that kind of a normal thing for you to happen, or was that even out of the ordinary?
Can I fight the
Honestly,
little
man, like,
butthead
I've
guys?
been assaulted
Where are
so
they
many
at?
times in the industry, it's sad. So
Or can I practice
it
against
was
the other
pretty normal.
dinos?
It was pretty normal, but
The fuck?
it definitely stood out in my brain, and I remember.
Why can I only
angry
practice
and,
against
like,
3 guys? What the fuck is
emotionally,
this?
Like I felt like
This is a horrible training arena.
was crossed. To speak Jonah's language, a boundary felt like it was crossed.
All right, let's
And you know, that's how I felt. But I wasn't. You know, you don't call the cops. Like, it wasn't that kind of era. First of all, like, they would be like, why the fuck are you out at 15? And, like, then your mom's gonna be...
Didn't
super
freeze him.
upset.
What
We were
the
16
fuck
or
was that?
teenagers. So you're just put into a situation where...
That was a
the
lie.
only thing to do is just quickly
What the
process it.
fuck?
And then, you know, you end up really processing it as an adult. And
I still need
later on,
2
which is
balls
what's
to
gonna happen.
freeze him.
Did
It's
now-
useless!
Did you guys
God
talk
damn
at
it.
all after that at the party, or
I gotta try it one more
I
time.
did.
Hold on.
I
It's
did
it's.
not like him. Yeah, I didn't like that.
What up,
He
bitch? Let's go.
apologized to me. And that was also just pretty upsetting. You know, he didn't say anything about
Didn't freeze
anything
him.
else that he was
Just
accused of.
popped at his feet.
And then he
tickled his
gives Marty's
toenails.
finger. Like,
Great
dude,
ability.
If you're gonna
Great
choose
fucking ability.
any lawyer to defend you, just don't
Still need
have it
2 of
be
them to
the
freeze the
guy
big
who
guy.
defended
Goddamn
Danny
useless.
that
Wasted my
person
fucking
over.
coins.
Marty Singer?
Good shit.
Yeah.
We were-
Freezes enemies hit by initial blast.
So funny that you
No,
mentioned
it
his
doesn't.
name.
No, it
I
fucking
won't say
doesn't.
Oh,
why.
yeah, he
I
gets
probably
around.
shouldn't. Or maybe I should.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe
who
you should.
cares?
Who cares?
This one
I
adds a
don't wanna
second
be
charging
wrong here. Let me
stage. I
make
really
sure.
want that.
Yeah, be right.
Okay,
Is
here, let
Marty
me get
the
this
other
right.
way?
Marty Singer, Colleen Ballinger.
No, it's his friend.
Hold up.
They work
Andrew
together
Bredler is
sometimes.
Colleen.
Give me a sec.
So wait, okay, Andrew Bretler. Bretler?
Yes, yes, yes.
So these
Wait.
guys, okay, because I thought that Andrew Bretler repped some of those people you mentioned.
He does. And
They're
if
partners?
you Google Marty Singer and Andrew, whatever the hell his last name is, you'll see photos of them together.
Marty Singer and Andrew Bretler.
Oh yeah, they're quite the
Named-
duo.
Named to Hollywood Reporter's Power Lawyer list.
It's giving the Harvey Weinstein, Kavanaugh pick. That is
Okay,
so what it
listen,
is.
listen. Everybody needs a lawyer. You know what I mean? As a profession, you know, lawyers are scumbags. They're all scumbags. The good ones and the bad ones. What do you want?
Agreed. But my grandpa went to Harvard and he was a lawyer. And I'll never forget what he said. He said he was a criminal lawyer, criminal defense lawyer, and he said, "I'll represent anyone but a rapist."
Interesting.
And I'll never forget that he said that. So there is a choice.
He had a
you know,
line.
he had a line. He had
And
like
the-
a he had a line.
Now, I think you could say hypothetically about Andrew Brettler and Marty Singer
Yeah.
that hypothetically they don't have that line.
They do not.
But I don't know that for sure because I don't know the guilt or innocence of his clients and stuff. But certainly some of his clients are accused of that.
Well, Danny was convicted, right?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
so then they do defend rapists
They do.
because he was convicted. He went to jail.
Correct.
So I think it is
Yeah.
fair to say that Andrew Brettler and Marty Singer defend rapists.
Correct. Yeah, I would agree with you. I'm not going to debate on that.
Let me just make sure. Andrew, what was his name?
Allegedly, hypothetically.
What was the guy's name from the Scientology rapist guy from the 90s?
Danny Masterson.
Yeah, Danny Masterson, Mr. Rapey.
Oh, that's
Danny Raperson.
Danny Raperson. Yeah, that's his real name, legal name.
That's his government, yeah.
Yeah, that's on his ID now.
Let's see. Okay, so her attorney is Andrew Brettler. So I don't know if Marty Singer. Now I wonder, does Marty Singer have any affiliation with Brian Singer? Are they brothers?
Oh my God! You know what?
'Cause they
They're
have the
all
same
in
last
the same
name.
circle. They're all in the same circle, dude. They're all in the same circle. I wouldn't be surprised if
Brian
they were
Singer
related.
and Marty Singer. Are they? Because I just want to get my facts straight.
I feel like their streams have crossed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. They so,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, this is all very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and
It's a small
allegedly,
circle.
and I'll say this. I don't know nothing about nobody.
Yeah, neither do
Those
I.
lawyers, I don't know nothing about them.
Yeah.
Brian Singer, never met the guy, never read anything about him. So everything I'm saying right now is comedy, it's parody, and
Satire.
also I don't know anything about anything. I literally am the dumbest person alive. I'm a goldfish.
Good call.
You're a goldfish?
I have no memory. I have no thoughts. I don't know anything about anybody. Nobody takes what I say seriously.
You're an impressive goldfish. I didn't realize I was having a conversation with a goldfish
Huh?
this entire time.
What?
Oh, is this Dory?
Say it again? Yeah. By the way, this is not real, right, Cam? You're fucking with me?
Get out of
Yeah, that's a
here.
parody image.
Yo,
I
was
don't
that?
know. I'm a goldfish.
Yo,
This
we're
is not a
all
real image. I
goldfish.
think we need to say that.
This is not a real image.
Yeah, that's a Photoshop.
It's two real
Parody.
images
Yeah,
photoshopped together.
yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't really look that Photoshop to me. Okay. I wouldn't have been that shocked by that photo if it was
It
real.
would be good. So okay, so Jonah Hill.
Yeah, Marty Singer.
Yeah, you're coming out really, I feel like, gave a lot of weight to his ex-girlfriend's original account.
Yeah, because what I saw there first of all, that was really awesome what she did there, just because I've been emotionally abused in relationships before, but I'll put like the really, really bad physical assaults or, the sexual abuse, obviously in my brain more ahead of the emotional abuse. And like the emotional abuse isn't something that I necessarily I don't know, put a lot of weight to sometimes. And when I saw her put weight to it and want to like it to be validated, that really put a lot into perspective for me personally. And I thought that was pretty badass that she did that, because when I was reading those text messages, what maybe people don't understand if you're like not a survivor of an abuser is that when he was giving those boundaries, that power dynamic, first of all, I think they're like 10 years apart or whatever, so there's already like an age difference there, but also you love this individual, your brain chemistry is all like oxytocin out, and you have this person basically telling you that all the things that make you you, he doesn't like those about you.
Right.
And
she was that person when he met her.
right. And so all of a sudden you start to be like, are these things not lovable about me? Should I change, these things? So when she came forward, what I saw as a survivor was, I think when we come forward as survivors, we're looking for validation because we've been so gaslit that we want to hear, like, can you please tell me if I'm wrong or right? I don't know anymore. That's how it fucks with your head so deeply that people don't realize that. Like, a lot of survivors subconsciously are coming forward, I believe, because they just need to know what's happening to them or what happened to them. And that's why we go to therapy, Like, you go to therapy to like understand what happened to you pretty much, or to process it. And I think coming forward is a very similar experience. It's just not in a room with one individual. It's a lot more intense. But you want the validation, basically. And so I saw her wanting that validation, and I know what that feels like because I've come forward before, and it's scary.
Yeah.
And especially when you're a female, people are like,
Get someone rich and
They-
famous.
yeah.
It's not
And then you got
easy.
all these bot bros, like bots, that just go to town on you, and make, give you death threats,
Right.
etc. I know how it goes.
So
And
can I
so,
ask
yeah.
you something?
Yeah.
A lot of people I saw online saying this, and I can't lie, this was my first reaction, although I've totally come around. That's not how I feel now.
Okay.
But reading the text message, a lot of people saw that and said, yes, he's a douche, but he's setting his boundaries and expectations very clear. And so if she can't reach, so how is it abuse if he's saying these are my expectations, and if you can't reach that, then let's just break up?
Because it's very manipulative, because you don't know what all the experiences that have led up to now this list of boundaries. Most likely he's been doing other tactics that have messed with her sanity, to be quite honest with you. From what I read, they were also going to couples therapy. There was already this going on.
Actually, one other thing I read that really
Yeah.
made me turn on him, their therapist was his like best friend that he was like doing a project with. I think he was working with a therapist who was like his best buddy. It was like so fucked up in that sense. Can you fact check that, somebody? I know I read something about that.
Yeah, well, see, there's also, my abuser did to me too, and it ended up backfiring on him, actually. He tried to get me into therapy. Every time I tried to leave him, I was crazy. And I was, my self-worth was very low. I didn't want real love. And so he put me in therapy, and the therapist ended up being like, you gotta leave.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, that's how I got out of there.
Good for
That's
them.
how I escaped, so it worked out. But anyways, if it's not that, like the mediation experience though that happened in my divorce was the opposite of that. It was basically like a Sarah Brady situation where it wasn't neutral, and a lot of bad things ended up happening to me in that mediation because no one was looking out for my best interest. So I believe that, like, that's pretty scary. But the thing is, like, you don't know what was happening around that conversation and what led up to that list of boundaries. To me, when I read that, I didn't really see a man saying he's crazy or taking any type of accountability. I saw him kind of putting her down and putting him up. Like, this is what I want to know. This is the kind of woman I need and what I want, and you just don't measure up. So if you're not going to measure up, then you can't have me. That's like how I felt it, and I felt that before by abusive men, is that they use these you almost don't even catch it. Like, it's so smooth almost, but if you reread it a few times, you'll be like, oh, he's putting her down. He's putting her down and he's putting him up. Like, I don't really like a woman who like surfs with men. And like, I'm pretty chill. Like, I have my shit together. So, and you're just like, ugh.
Okay. So I mean, yeah, the text is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of everything
Correct.
else that's going on.
Correct. I just think that was a symptom that was just part of many other things that were obviously going on behind closed doors with them, or in conversations. And I mean, she obviously felt very charged to, release those messages. And so most of the time when that happens, like, that person's really asking for the world to validate that, they're not crazy. That's what abusers really make you feel like. I mean, it took me many, I had to process my abuse during my first pregnancy, and it was really rough. Like, even there's some days I sometimes wake up, is that how it's so fucked. Honestly, like, it takes a lot of willpower to really get yourself out of the manipulation that's very subtle and slowly happens over a period of time.
So I'm seeing here that Jonah Hill made a documentary with his therapist. about
Nah,
some
no.
like specific type of therapy they developed, which sounds like super pseudoscience-y, like lame shit. And I think that it was the same therapist they were doing couples
Was it?
counseling with, but I don't know if it was. Yeah, I don't know if it was. So don't quote me on that. Also, allegedly, I don't know nothing. I'm a goldfish.
I'm gonna start saying I'm a goldfish.
I don't
You think
know
they'll
anything.
believe That?
I think
a woman
it
can
might
get away
play
with the
well. I think it
goldfish?
might play well with the judge.
Do you think a woman can get away with the goldfish thing? I don't know.
So I want to.
Okay, so let's talk about Elon Musk. So here's the hilarious situation. Elon Musk is finally rebranding Twitter to X, which he's been trying to do, or he said he wanted to do. It's really stupid because like tweeting Twitter, it's like a very recognizable brand. So I don't know why you would spend $44 billion, like burn it to the goddamn ground, and then do a fucking revamp of the brand, like rebranding, so that now Twitter in and of itself is just like something different, and X and all of the feelings associated with this new Twitter will just be X. And everyone will look at that and go, this sucks ass. Because this is an absolute bird-brained website. It's always been kind of bad, but at least there was like something funny in the sea of awful content that you got. Now it is officially turned into a website where everybody's like sharing cryptocurrencies, bots are out of control, or real human beings are behaving like bots all the goddamn time as well. Everyone's trying to sell you an NFT project, a cryptocurrency project, a way to fucking make money, or their OnlyFans in the replies of every single goddamn person. And they're doing it in the most contentious, most awful way possible. It's like, at least back in the day, people were like kind of creative with the way that they sold themselves. Nowadays, it's just spam. The entire website is spam. It's a gigantic shithole full of conspiracy, brain-broken, weirdo perverts. It's turning into like Facebook, but with more spam than even Facebook. If a good enough X logo is posted tonight, we'll make it go live worldwide.
Let's go, baby.
Tomorrow. That's pretty funny. I like that. That's a funny ass fucking joke. Could he be selling the rights to the name or something? Social media sites would kill that for that brand name and verbiage, like sending a tweet. I mean, look, here's the thing. I know what Elon Musk's dumbass is trying to do. Like, it's actually a very smart idea. It's not Elon's idea. It's a Chinese idea. I've said this before. It's just he's not going to be able to do it. The concept of like Twitter changing to X is stupid. Keep the same branding, but still try to fucking do the same shit. He wants to make it Weibo, WeChat, not Weibo, sorry. He wants to make it Douyin. He wants to make it basically a one-stop shop, not just for content, but for e-commerce. It's not going to happen. He just said that to get people excited about the idea of an everything app, he's hoping to trick someone into thinking it's worth anywhere near what he paid for it. Yeah. No, exactly. Gonna be honest, this new widget design looks like an app for a membership-only human trafficking gentlemen's club headquartered in Budapest. I mean, that's not wrong. This is a good tweet. It's an exceptionally rare thing in life or in business that you get 1 second chance to make another big impression. Twitter made one massive impression and changed the way we communicate. Now X will go further, transforming the global town square. X is the future state of unlimited interactivity centered in audio, video, messaging, payments, and banking, creating a global marketplace. Yeah, this is literally what they have in China. They want to do WeChat. Now, obviously, that concept would be
they patched the
if it wasn't run by absolute fucking dumbasses. I mean, it is massively successful in China, which is entirely different than the American marketplace. It's also not new for America. This is precisely what Meta has been
They
trying
patched
to do
the
from
launch.
jump. But Meta,
Oh no,
right,
it's still I can
couldn't
still
fucking
automatically
do it
press it.
in America, so they only were able to do it in like secondary markets or places where they basically developed the infrastructure of the internet and created a walled garden style internet. Like in India they tried to do it, you know what I mean? So they can't even do that. Like, I don't know if, I mean, I just don't have any confidence that Elon Musk would be able to do it, especially because Elon Musk is a fucking dumbass. I mean, you're over here talking about making like a payment structure. I'm not comfortable, even if I were to make money off my Twitter impressions, I'm not comfortable giving my fucking social security number to Elon Musk. Are you crazy? And his like skeleton crew that, keeps breaking the website every day. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, he's just one of the richest men in the world. Yeah, definitely a dumbass. Yeah. He is a dumbass. But
Man,
you know
fuck
what's
the enemy
funnier?
team.
I'm a dumbass too. But you know who's the biggest dumbass here? You fucking idiot. It's because of idiots like you who are like, yeah, he's the monarch, my lord. How dare you say he's not worthy? I'll tell on you. I'll tell on you to him. You are a peasant. You are a serf. Your brain is like wired in a way to be servile. You can change that reality. Hopefully, one day you will be able to. No, don't try to fucking rewire this to be like, I'm just saying he's obviously doing something right. No, that doesn't mean anything. Lucking into a tremendous amount of wealth and failing upwards by being a relatively decent con man who markets himself more than anything else and tricking a bunch of people like you into thinking that he is like a brilliant guy who knows how to make money is so viciously stupid. You're being so transparently idiotic. Okay? Do you understand why? We're watching him actually get into a venture very publicly and lose it. Oh, yeah. Wealth is not merit, obviously. That goes without saying. It's so fucking stupid that we're even having that conversation. If that meant something, why are you
teammate died?
me?
We forgot about him.
I'm wealthier than you are. You know what I mean? That's not how this works.
We're a bad team.
You can fail upwards and be rich and have people kiss your ass. Exactly. It's so incredibly dumb, but there are plenty of people who are that way because they've been so socially
I'm gonna protect
conditioned.
Joe.
They have been so profoundly conditioned into believing this. I've talked about it so many more in so many different ways. Yeah, by that logic, XQC is smarter than my college professor, infinitely smarter. I understood how people thought Elon was smart a couple of years ago because not everyone knows cars are rockets, but I'm shocked at the people who don't realize now after seeing Twitter under him.
I'm sorry about that, man. I'll
I
show you
said
some
from the
hearts.
beginning that he's failing in a profoundly public way in front of people while also taking away a treat that people have. I mean, here, I literally just got a reply from Your Rage on this same thing. Look, Your Rage, in many respects, has, he pays attention to a lot of stuff, but he's still closer to being a normie than someone like myself. Said, Elon's getting corny. I said, getting, question mark. He said, I don't pay attention to these billionaires. There are so many normies who are just like, what the fuck is this, X videos? Like, what are you talking about? Like I said, though, Meta tried to do this exact same thing.
God damn it.
Failed to do it in the United States of America. I don't think that Elon Musk is going to be the guy who can pull it off, especially for all of his lizard-like qualities.
Never gonna die again.
Zuckerberg still objectively is a smarter person than Elon Musk. That doesn't mean he's like brilliant and deserves billions of dollars or did billions of dollars worth of work or anything. But it's just like he's still
I'm gonna stick with him. He's
Elon Musk,
gonna keep me alive.
Dude literally talks in public
That
about
stun stick is crazy.
Smart somehow. No, it is the vibes that is making you feel like he's brilliant or smart. I talk about complex issues in public regularly. Do you think I'm smart? If you're an Elon Musk fan, I doubt that you think I'm smart. You think I'm a fucking idiot, right? And that's fine, because I am a fucking idiot. The difference is so is Elon. Also, the idea that like Elon Musk is brilliantly analyzing complex issues and delivering valuable information is a totally different notion.
Where the fuck is he going?
It does not matter. Elon Musk is not a smart person in general. Just look to what he has done with Twitter. Elon Musk was forced to purchase Twitter at $44 billion.
Counter didn't work?
Money that
Fuck.
he did not have.
It said damage block. Why didn't I get the counter?
Basically go to banks and get, and from Saudi donors to get, and then literally ripped its market share.
How did I supposed to know he was gonna charge? I was gonna block.
There is
Come on, bitch.
basically 1/10 of the
What the fuck was that?
That he's making out of this website. He's
Oh,
made it also
come on, bro. Come
objectively
on.
unusable.
Can I get some kind of warning for your
Still
attack?
over here talking about defending this guy. For years, fans and critics alike have pushed Twitter to dream bigger, to innovate faster, to fulfill our great potential. We've
There
already
we
started
go.
to see X take shape over the past 8 months through our rapid future launches, but we're just getting started. There's absolutely no limits to this transformation. X will deliver everything. Yeah, I mean, Elon is very good at selling you a bridge and then never really following through. And then for some reason, the market that's supposed to behave in a way that is the market that's supposed to behave in a way that is like smart, obviously not behaving in the way that it's supposed to by turning around and never really punishing Elon for not fulfilling his ridiculous promises that anyone with 3.5 fucking brain cells would recognize as ridiculous from a mile away. This man does low sexual harassment suits, I guess. Wait, what? Conference rooms at Twitter headquarters are now being renamed to words with X in them, including exposure, exalt, and sexy. I mean, no one would ever, first of all, we live in a deeply misogynistic society. So absolutely zero people are getting canceled for being misogynistic, okay? So there is that part of the thing. So like,
get
I don't
in
know
here,
why
bro.
these fucking
Come
dumbass
on.
Nazis think that
We
that's
can
going
handle
to be
it.
a valid way to do it, especially when like they themselves are misogynistic. Actually,
Where's the other
on a daily
teammate?
fucking basis.
What the fuck happened to
Getting
him?
Back to Twitter though.
What happened
Elon
to
Musk is,
Witch Doctor?
Has officially rebranded Twitter.
Oh
as
god damn it,
X,
he changed.
even
Oh,
though,
he's
he
he's
hasn't
a
officially
dinosaur
been
now?
able to do so. One, Twitter Japan apparently legally cannot change their rebranding to X Japan because the J-Rock
Great.
band X Japan owns the rights to the name. How funny would it be if Yoshiki is the one who saved us all from this awful rebranding move? Lol. Now, for those of you who don't know, I said this already. I said this earlier, but Twitter is massive in Japan. And so whenever Elon makes these like weird decisions, I feel like a lot of people in Japan get very frustrated, extra frustrated. They're removing the name, but didn't get a permit,
Bro, what
so
the
it got
fuck?
shut down. Yeah, here it is. Twitter name was coming off the building, but Elon Musk didn't get a permit for the equipment on the street, so the San Francisco Police Department shut it down. How can you behave like this? How can you be like this? I will never understand it. Why don't you just get a fucking permit? Big dog, what's happening? There no one running the show over there? Like, did you fire every single person? This seems like such a dumbass oversight problem. Like,
And none of you are
it's like
God
such
damn
a
it.
basic thing. It's such a basic component that like every single person
Just nobody wants to
uses
attack
and takes
Marsam.
advantage of on a daily fucking basis. I don't really understand it. I guess I assume it's because Elon is so wealthy that he's just like, I don't give a fuck, I'll pay the fine. You know what I mean? Also, yeah, weird new logo, but okay, Elon sexually harassed a woman and tried to pay her off with a horse. Yeah, the font is very roaring 20s, which I think is a nice touch. One of these is Twitter, 3 of them are porn
No,
sites.
bro, we gotta charge. What the fuck are...
There are more logo mania problems happening with Elon Musk's Twitter. The icing on the cake, Microsoft owns a trademark for X. So Musk has destroyed a loved and strong brand for potentially years of litigation and potentially no brand. So there's that as well. This is related to Xbox, right? It is. That would explain the Unicode character, perhaps. It will be fun to see how this develops. So there's that issue there in the United States of America. They can't even change the handle because it's already being used. Genius move, again, from Elon Musk. I suspect, though, that they will probably take it, laughing at how many people work at Twitter still. Since Elon Musk took over the reins at Twitter as the CEO in October 2022, its workforce dropped 80% and reportedly hovers at around 1,300 employees. Among the remaining staffers, less than 550 are full-time engineers, the network found following a review of their website's internal records. Trust and safety team, which monitors content, recommends policies, and makes changes.
We don't have enough dinosaurs to
fewer
fight.
than 20 people. If you're wondering why this happens, if
These
you're
guys
wondering
are...
how, like,
Deadeye's
oh,
just...
why didn't Elon
Deadeye
Musk
and
get a
Zephyr is
fucking
just
permit,
enough.
for example, for something
Or
as
this
simple
Deadeye and
as
back too. He's
taking
putting
down
in some
the
work.
X, taking down the Twitter logo to put a
Alright,
fucking
good job,
X
guys.
logo there. Why did he get a permit? It's because so many teams are just, they're done. They're out. He's trying to run the operation with a skeleton crew. And technically, he is able to get away with running an operation with a skeleton crew because the remaining people are desperate for having a job. A lot of their immigration status relies, a lot of them staying in the United States of America basically relies on them working for Elon Musk. So here is also Elon Musk also going absolute bananas mode on what his goals are for Twitter. Now, of course, his goals are one that has been done many times over. His goals are not new, they're not unique, they're not interesting. It works very successfully in China, obviously. And Meta, Facebook, has tried to do it here in the United States of America before Elon and has failed. What he wants to do is make Twitter into a one-stop shop, a payment processor on top of everything else. But why in the ever-loving fuck would you put your social security
Marsam
number
is
or
a
your credit card on a
goddamn
website like
beast.
this that's run by 12 people? It is so profoundly fucking stupid that he thinks Twitter would ever do this. But I also don't think Elon is all that hard on the copium. I don't even think he personally
Just
thinks-
runs right
I
through
don't even
me.
think he personally thinks he has a capacity to do this. I think that Elon Musk knows that dumb idiots listen to every single word he says and believe him and will promote him. And this is his modus operandi. He's always, he's always lied about whatever the fuck he's going to do. And then
I
when
thought
he
we were doing
overpromises
fine.
and
Why are we so
underdelivers,
far
it doesn't really
behind?
matter.
Jesus
He doesn't
Christ.
punish the stock market
Another
for it.
game
That's ultimately what he
cut
cares
short.
about. So that's precisely the reason why he's just like lying.
Essentially, if done right, X would serve people's financial needs to such a degree that over time it would become, I don't know, maybe half of the global financial system.
Wow.
Or some big number. I'm not sure what the number is, but pretty big.
Yeah,
Some big
no,
number.
Totally. I mean, this is wish casting, but even then, it's just bullshit.
It would be by far the biggest sort of financial institution. But like I said, not really in the way that people are used to thinking about banks. Just the most efficient database for the thing that is money. So like least amount of fraud, everything's real time, and if it involves money in any way, it can be dealt with seamlessly on one.
Like, this is already a fucking pipe dream. It's never gonna happen. But it's also, once again, in the most Elon way possible, has been an abject failure. But also, it's not even new. It's
Give
not
me
even
some
novel.
coins.
This is a thing that like
Gotta
Meta
buy some
tried to do for
upgrades.
years, and it's a thing that like Chinese social media companies have done successfully, obviously in China, where there are a lot more limits to
Nice.
new social media companies.
Good numbers.
Coming to fruition.
My
and being
man.
utilized by the masses.
Finally,
So,
the Retsu
very,
step.
Very stupid. We talked about this already. Elon's
Yes.
been obsessed with the name X
Yes.
for ages. I'm not going to go
Yes.
full blown into it, but this was the website that he founded, X.com, originally. When he merged with PayPal, he
That is
wanted
so
to
good.
try and change PayPal to X.com. And then was pushed out by the board, and the new CEO, Peter Thiel, was the one who successfully marketed PayPal. And Elon still made out like a bandit due to other people running the show in his stead. The problem is, when it's a fucking billionaire, it becomes your problem, okay? It's not just like, he can't have a midlife crisis quietly on the side. It becomes your problem. He will take away your toys, and he will ruin them. Like the kid who takes the basketball away and goes, actually, fuck you. If you don't let me play, I know my team lost, but if you don't let me play, I'm leaving. And I'm taking the ball with me. That's Elon Musk. More on the bird sign thread. The Twitter sign change isn't going well. Building management called cops. Sign company is arguing they should continue removing the sign for safety reasons. Says they're exposed wires.
Why don't people want to play
awesome.
with Roadblock? He's so
That's
fun.
so fucking stupid. Zero safety precautions while the sign was being taken down with people walking directly underneath. The cult of Elon Musk. Here's the Jawbreeze segment on it.
So this is an ATM. What we're gonna do is transform the traditional banking industry.
Yeah, we watched this before. A friend of the show, Jawbreeze, covers this very well.
When going through his list of accomplishments, many incorrectly credit Elon for founding PayPal, when in fact, he didn't. His company, X.com, merged with another company that had already created and been using PayPal for up to a year prior. While he promised to revolutionize online banking by throwing $12 million at X.com, all he actually managed to do was talk up a big game and make up a bunch of false promises about an online banking software in order to woo investors. The truth was, their technology was faulty at best, with one glaring flaw even allowing users to transfer money from any account in the
Oh, this part was awesome. I forgot about this. Yeah, there were so many issues with the aspects that Elon touched, especially with respect to coding, because a lot of people go, when is the last time Elon Musk did something? Well, the last time Elon Musk did something was X.com, and the something he did was such a massive fuck up and such a massive failure that like the one thing that you shouldn't ever be able to do with a payment processor / online bank, you were able to do.
Employees felt as though Elon had promised the moon and the stars, but had in return delivered nothing close to it. So they were leaving in droves along with one of the co-founders. Struggling to support itself, X.com merged with a competing payment company called Confinity, owned by fellow billionaire and enjoyer of young people's blood, Peter Thiel.
Oh,
But
he's
despite
gonna nut.
misconceptions, PayPal
He's
was
coming.
ultimately a product of Confinity, only adopting the name X.com
Downloading
because
lolly
it was
porn.
thought to have more
I've seen the
marketability
light.
than the names Confinity or even PayPal, which was abandoned when early consumers thought it was
No, he's a
poor
pedophile
thing.
AI
So
now.
they went with PayPal.
Well,
gotta
good
kill him.
thing. Wait, whoa,
No.
wait a minute. You mean to tell me that they originally abandoned Elon Musk's dumbass idea because people thought it was a porn thing, only to have Elon Musk come back with multiple millions of dollars?
Yet again, lacking
get forced
support.
To purchase Twitter for $44
I'm gonna level up
million
Witch Doctor.
billion dollars, and then
You fuckers
run
better
it to
stick
the fucking
close.
ground while simultaneously changing it into the porn thing again.
PayPal. And it didn't help that Elon was suspected by executive Roelof Botha of not disclosing important financial details to the board. And with the company losing so much money under Elon, more and more people there were questioning his decision making. So they organized a coup to overthrow him as CEO and replace him with Blood Manteal. It worked, and Elon was removed from his executive position at PayPal while on his way to Australia, cutting his honeymoon a little short. As for PayPal, both of these nuts justified the decision
Let's
by claiming
fucking
it wouldn't
go.
have killed the company if Elon stayed on as CEO for 6 more.
See, yet another instance in Elon Musk's life where we could have all been saved. That
We
run
don't
to
need
the
any
fucking
support. We're
ground,
good.
It's awesome. You know, it's fire. There are so many circumstances. There are so many circumstances like this where like when he got into that fucking car accident when he took his like first million and immediately bought a McLaren because he's a dumb fucking fail son, idiotic nouveau riche piece of shit, and then immediately crashed it. It's a very real Greg Abbott tree situation. You know what I mean?
Though Elon still kept his stake in PayPal and made about $180 million when it sold to eBay in 2002. But at least Elon only did this once, right? Right?
Wasn't.
Yep, he did it with fucking Tesla too. Okay, that's Elon Musk's PayPal situation. But of course, let's hear it from some real intelligent people. You know what I mean? Like Piers Morgan. I would love to hear from Piers Morgan on you know what's going on, what his take is on Elon Musk and this saga.
Good morning, Ainsley.
Good
How are you?
morning. I'm doing great, thank you. What do you think of this?
I actually like it. I never liked that little damn bird anyway, did you? I mean, it was a very annoying looking bird, and now we've got a very cool looking X. I also like the fact it's annoying all the right people. You know the type. It's the type who every time Elon Musk does anything on this platform, they immediately go nuts. And
As opposed to myself, who's here on television defending Elon Musk. Yes, very
Give
nice.
that Ross Clyde
Those
his due.
simpletons, they
And put a little
are
doo-doo on
getting
his chest.
mad anytime Elon Musk
Smear it on his
ruins
face.
something that they enjoy and
Give it to him
utilize.
good.
I, on the other hand, am so big-brained that I do the exact opposite. When Elon Musk is ruining something due to sheer incompetence, I turn around and defend it. When are you gonna stop using it? This is my job, man. It's my job. The reason why I fucking shit on it all the goddamn time is because it's my fucking job. Twitter was a very important resource for someone like myself, especially as I used it so frequently for journalism purposes. It's not just like drama. It's not just serving you the top of the hour ad break. A big part of what my fucking job was to see
Oh
what
shit, he's getting his
journalists
gun
were working on,
ready.
what stories they were working on.
Roadblock,
Is
get that
Zeeting
shit
now?
ready.
Oh,
Stay near him.
there's no fucking
God damn, he's a big
way,
boy.
dog. There's no way. This
That
is
boy
a joke,
thick.
right? It's not real. There's no fucking way this is real. No shot, dude. Dude, what? This is. I saw a tweet the other day from someone who was like, they're gonna be teaching this in business school. Like the Twitter failure is gonna be taught in business class. And someone was like, why would they teach this as like a valuable lesson? Alienating the main fucking market of consumers and then turning it and shutting off like a lot of
Jesus
important
Christ, this guy's
parts
strong.
that people relied on, and then destroying a brand with like 20 years of brand recognition overnight is always going to be a bad move. You don't need to like study it in business school to understand that that is bad and dumb. Every random Tom, Dick, and Harry knows that that is a profoundly dumb idea.
Where's
This
Roadblock?
rebrand is
Get over
beyond
here.
dumb. Name recognition is so important. Back in the day, SBC Global bought AT&T while it was the most hated company in America just for the name. New Twitter logo is so opium. Bat.
Roadblock, we need you.
Vampire tone 1.
Yeah. Oh, I forget. I don't think the game could pick him up.
You heard of this guy called Ron DeSantis? They say he's right.
How do I recall?
Now I don't know
Fuck.
anything about that. I do know that he has a very peculiar
God damn
taste
it.
in campaign
Thanks.
ads or campaign
And roadblock
promotional
out there.
videos that his team retweets. So you remember how a little while ago he got in some hot water because he retweeted what was basically just like a 4chan poll meme video comp, how cool it is that Ron DeSantis hates gay people and Trump is cucked because he doesn't hate gay people as much? You remember that, right? And then it happened again, and like it led to a lot of backlash even within the GOP, because even within the GOP they were like, you know, like optically, let's not do the whole, you know, they didn't care for it as much. And then Ron DeSantis said he didn't apologize.
Go boys.
Funny
Oh,
update
fuck.
on his campaign, by the way. So a little while ago, Ron DeSantis said that he would be changing his campaign strategy. You know, he's gonna reevaluate
Thanks,
his
bro.
approach towards winning people.
You're a
over.
real one.
Since this change in strategy, he has introduced and defended a new Florida educational curriculum which would argue
Get it?
that
Yes.
slavery provided
He
some
got it.
benefits to slaves. And I'm not kidding, this isn't the Ron DeSantis you knew, the guy who only ever talked about wokeness, all right? This is the new Ron DeSantis with a new strategy. He's going to look
That
into
shit.
Bud Light and threaten to sue them because they had a 40-second promoted video on Instagram for a transgender actress. This is his campaign shift, okay? Listen, Ron DeSantis has heard the people, heard their wishes. Don't talk about wokeness as much. Okay, I know what they want. They want me to double down, all right? We're actually going to
Damn, I got
sue
extra
Bud
movement
Light
speed.
for having a 40-second advert on Instagram. Yeah, his argument is that the Anheuser-Busch, the parent company that owns Bud Light, has failed their investors because they lost money due to the boycott that Ron DeSantis promoted. So he's essentially arguing it is illegal, potentially, for them to have had a sponsored advert with a trans woman because I promoted a boycott and that caused
Oh,
their
shit, this
investors
side.
to lose money. That is actually what they're trying to do. So in case you ever wondered, like, again, is there genocidal intent against trans people? We're
Good
now at the
shit.
level of, if you ever hire a trans person, potential future Republican presidents will try to sue your company
Shit.
because you worked with a trans person. What shot Anheuser-Busch
Okay.
stock at anyway? Yeah,
I got
there's
this
the
round.
consequence of the boycott. So their previous holding level at the beginning of the year was around $60, and then it was up to 65 at height, and now it's, oh, look at that. It's almost climbed back up to $60, the point that it was at before a small increase right before the big dip from the boycott. It looks like more than it is because there was a spike right before the dip, but if you can visualize the spike being gone, because it only lasted about
Protego.
2 months, then you can see this is actually a pretty, you know, insubstantial change. So for this financial crime, Ron DeSantis
Some guys
is
spawning over
using
here. Look
the
at that.
state of Florida
Snipers.
as a vehicle to attempt to legally punish the leadership at Bud Light for the audacity of ever working with a trans person. DeSantis is below 20% nationally now. He's the next Jeb. Oh, it's working out so great for him, man. Oh my God, it's just working out so well. Remember when there was a real question of Trump versus DeSantis? And now it's like, billions must clap. Jeb! True. Jeb needs to run again, man. Get it out there. Now's the time. Jeb's sweet. Take advantage of all of the lost interest in Trump. The funny
all the
thing is,
shields
by the
up.
way, is that this data reveals a very interesting shift in the numbers, which is that Ron DeSantis losing popularity does not directly translate into higher popularity for Trump.
Oh,
Isn't
nice.
that odd? Like, Trump is holding it around 50% right now. I would have expected that as people lost interest in DeSantis, they would move over to Trump. But even within the GOP, it seems like a lot of the interest with DeSantis switched over to Ramaswamy. That's the guy we went over. He was the Indian guy, right? He's the one who acknowledges that we're causing climate change, and he actually likes it. He says it's good that climate change is happening. It's going down into the small cluster of people down here, which might be good because none of these people have a chance at beating Trump, but it also means that Trump isn't so popular within the GOP that people aren't looking for an alternative. Isn't that odd? I'll have to investigate this a little more because I would have expected Trump to be at 65%.
See you,
based on
Durbin.
the dip in support for DeSantis.
Get
I don't
fucked.
think DeSantis is a very viable election strategy other than hoping Trump goes to prison. I still think Trump
Oh,
would
shit,
win
he just
some
melted him.
against DeSantis, how poorly things are going for him. So anyway, DeSantis'
Ah.
new campaign strategy is being more fascist than before. Right. And in line with that, recently, and by recently I mean this morning, his team
Leviathan, the
retweeted
real challenge.
another
Let's go.
great ad that was made by a fan of DeSantis's, which concluded in this phrase. So, right, that's a bunch of soldiers
Exo
marching
fighters.
towards, that's called the
Drop
symbol,
your
right?
pants.
A Nazi symbol superimposed over an emblem in the state of Florida. You might notice we have Ron DeSantis here in the front. So this was retweeted by Ron DeSantis' campaign. Now, I know what you're thinking. Was it on purpose? Because they did quickly delete it. Must have missed a frame there, right? That's what happened, right? Like they saw it was supportive of Ron DeSantis, they retweeted it, and then like somebody pointed out like, hey man, there's like one frame here which is. Let me show you the end of the video. So it's your typical like 4chan poll. You know, it's got like Wojaks. Trump is bad because he doesn't hate
go.
gay people, but DeSantis does hate gay people.
Big Daddy.
Let me play the end of this.
Let me get you a little. Oh shit! Roadblock. Where you at?
Unmute it. Copyright music. There we go. It wasn't one frame. It was like 8 seconds at the end of the video and the conclusion of the video, and impossible to miss. Literally impossible to miss. Not exactly subtle. It's yeah. So they retweeted that, and then quickly deleted the retweet. If that was just a single frame,
Oh,
that
they're
was
heading over
spliced
to the
into
charge. Let's
video
go.
for funsies from a 4chan troll, I could understand it being a legitimate mistake. That was not one frame spliced in. That was like the whole video. We're at 2K likes. Gang gang. There you go.
Gang gang.
That was like a huge chunk of the video. So what happened is, and I can't prove this is what happened, but I know anyway because I know everything. The person who retweeted the video is a
Oh,
Nazi
shit.
and saw
Let's
the
go.
Nazi symbol and thought that was good. And then someone else on the campaign team realized optics are a thing. Maybe let's be a little more quiet about it. And they deleted the retweet. That's it. That's it. Or they didn't know what the symbol means. I don't believe that for a goddamn second.
I can help them destroy their things.
campaign team is just full
Oh,
of
nope.
Nazis. Same is the case with so many far-right movements here. There are far-right movements that rep the fundamental
Good shit.
ideological tenets of Nazism pretty much down to the core, consistently, through and through. And we already know that Ron DeSantis' campaign team has this
God
weirdly like
damn it.
humor Nazi pole slant. Yeah, I don't buy that for a goddamn second, not even a little bit. Oh yeah, here's just it's the second most famous Nazi symbol, and it was the conclusion of the video. I don't buy it. A campaign team retweeting it? Yeah, the DeSantis campaign team has indicated signs of being terminally online before, both in the stuff they directly produce and in the stuff they retweet.
Don't shoot him in the ass.
Keep
Good
in
shit.
mind that a significant portion of the support that Ron DeSantis has online is
Good
from
God
Nazis.
damn, we're
because
killing
they
it.
recognize that Donald
Get out of
Trump
the way,
isn't
guys.
actually ideologically
Oh, we got this
fascist,
already?
like, internally, and rather just says fascist things and does fascist things because it wins him applause. That's why these like Nazi support Ron DeSantis campaign ads keep doing the same thing, which is where they open with Donald Trump being cuffed. See? Look, here's a sad Wojak, right? Superimposed over Donald Trump and the queer flags, you know? See, because he's cuffed actually. He's weak. He's not a real advocate for the white man. See, he didn't do enough. And they see Ron DeSantis as a purer advocate for National Socialism because he's obviously far to the right. So in that environment, I think it's perfectly okay to say that, yeah, they knew they were retweeting a Nazi propaganda. I think that's okay. This image was displayed at a Second Amendment rally in Michigan with a guest speaker, Kyle Rittenhouse, last week. Guys, do you remember all those Nazis for DeSantis who are protesting outside Disney? There are Nazis all over the modern Republican movement, obviously. Like, it's not Keep in mind that when I say all over, what I mean is they probably represent a significant portion, not a majority, but a significant portion. 10%, 20%. But the more radically far right a person is, the more politically actuated they are, the more likely they are to get involved in politics. That's just how it works across the board. And for that reason, we can assume a disproportionate far-right influence in the actual campaign staff, especially for DeSantis, man. It's not subtle. Do you think if it was a swastika, it still would have been retweeted? Sure. Again, this is not a subtle symbol. You do not have to be involved in politics for a short length of time to, like, recognize what this is. Keep in mind, the people who retweeted this were his
Where are we going?
campaign team. This wasn't like a group of randos.
Which
this
doctor
wasn't
dead?
like your oomphy accidentally retweeting something bad, okay? Like, obviously,
Oh
when it
God!
comes to
I was in the shield. God damn,
official
Clear Shield is fucking trash.
campaign messaging, a higher degree of scrutiny.
Who keeps
is
putting
employed.
his things up?
Not only is it evil, it's stupid strategically. Remember what I
Oh,
said
this.
earlier?
What is that?
Remember what I said earlier?
Oh,
with
it's the
Spain?
hammer.
Remember what I said?
Jesus
I
Christ!
said,
Oh, we need
this
a
is why if you're
roadblock.
a fascist, you want to take total control of the country quickly, because fascists are
Thanks,
retarded
bro.
and incompetent. And as a product of this, if they have power enough that they're visible, but not enough power to suspend democracy, so they're still subject to public opinion and accountable to it, you get stuff like this, where
Good
people
shit.
are either
Fuck 'em, boys.
stupid enough or unaware of the value of optics enough that they will associate themselves with stuff like this, because Ron DeSantis and his campaign team, that is a fascist group there, making fools of themselves and thereby bleeding support. The only person in the Republican primary race who is not bleeding support and is relevant is, of course, Donald Trump, who is, again,
God damn it.
ideologically not a fascist. He's just completely self-interested. But Ron DeSantis, but Donald Trump isn't like, going
Oh,
out
shit.
of his way to hire a bunch of, like, neo-Nazis
Attack is
and
opening?
their staffers so that they can be retweeting propaganda like that, because it's, why would you be interested? It does make Trump look better. It does, yes. I would say that Trump is consequentially fascist, just not ideologically fascist. And most of the time, those two don't make much of a difference between each other, but in this instance, they do. Trump will hurt trans people basically just as much though if elected right? No. Keep in mind, Trump literally said at a recent gathering, people now go wild when I go after the trans stuff. None of you even cared 5 years ago. You don't even know. Like, he's
Oh, shit.
indicated publicly that he doesn't really care
No
about
more
all
shields?
the anti-trans fear-mongering. He genuinely does. He's said, like, even to his own political detriment, he said, yeah, I don't know why you all freak out over
Oh,
this
she's
now.
up there now.
I used to talk about bringing jobs back to America. Now all you want to hear about is woke this, woke that. He said this. Ron DeSantis, a couple of days ago, said that he was going to use his powers as the governor to investigate and potentially sue a company because they hired a trans woman. Not even hired her. Did a sponsored post with a trans woman. That's it. The levels of hatred present here are incomparable. Trump does not care about trans people. In fact, if you could give him some sloppy toppy and you're trans, he would probably, at least for the duration of that, think at least somewhat positive things about them. Totally self-interested. Ron DeSantis would masturbate while watching you all get shot in the back of the head. I cannot begin to tell you how much Donald Trump doesn't care about watching you guys.
Oh, thanks
get
for the
shot in
power
the
up, Leviathan.
He doesn't. He just doesn't. It's not that he's, like, concerned for your well-being. It just doesn't interest him. He could be doing anything else. He certainly wouldn't masturbate.
I don't know
the way
what
that
I'm
Ron
shooting at.
DeSantis definitely would and probably has. Yes, I did at the beginning in those comments. Yeah, that's often the case. With,
Where are all the enemies? Oh, we got a
countries
charge.
with,
We got a
the
charge up.
long history of fascist occupation favor. Who's more predictable, Trump versus DeSantis? DeSantis is more predictable. DeSantis is literally nothing other than woke, culture war. DeSantis is completely locked in. He's got like nothing, you know? Trump's a wild card. Bosch, both Trump and DeSantis would put the same types of people in their respective cabinets. Any difference between them and trans stuff would be negligible because of that? Nope, disagree. Wholly. First of all, because we have a constantly strangled legislature, most of the actual stuff that Donald Trump did was through executive action, and that difference would be massive between Trump and DeSantis. And for two, again, like, I just don't think, if you take a look at most of the people that Trump had as cabinet leads during his presidency,
Wow, what a waste.
and most of the people he promoted, I feel like there was way more of a tendency towards, like, I guess, like, radical neoconservatism, that there was outright reactionary fascism. Like, when I think of a Donald Trump cabinet appointee, I think of Betsy DeVos, right? Oh, let's defund all
gonna
the
die.
Department of Education. Everyone will go to a private school, blah, blah. You know, I'm from a billionaire family. I want to make so much money off of it. You're all going to be poor, blah, blah. You know, but I feel like Ron DeSantis would just appoint a bunch of clan wizards. Like, no, really, though. Because he goes the next step. Ron DeSantis is a demon. Donald Trump is a billionaire, or at least he wishes he still was. The people that Donald Trump was associated with historically throughout his life have been neolibs and neocons. Throughout the Clinton years and onwards, you know, he wants to make a lot of money. He schmoozes up with other billionaires in New York. That's been his thing. That's his drive. That's his crowd. But Ron DeSantis, that's not his crowd. Ron DeSantis' crowd for a while was in the Navy, but since then has been an increasingly unhinged collection of fascists and outright neo-Nazis that have associated themselves with his campaign. Remember the Moms for Liberty group in Florida, who are Nazis? Remember? He literally endorsed this group of, like, Moms for Liberty or whatever, and in Florida, and they started loudly coughing during a moment of silence for like the Holocaust, wasn't it? Like it literally was that explicit. It was somebody who was like, in a moment of silence for those who died in the Holocaust, and all these women were like, like that. And these people are directly associated with DeSantis. I really need to indicate, like, and I'll repeat this as many times as I need to. DeSantis and Trump are incomparable. The difference between an ideological fascist like DeSantis and an incidental fascist like Trump is so huge.
Let's go.
And maybe I've been wrong, because 4 years ago I don't think I would have said that. I think I would have said, well, consequentially, if you're a fascist, that's the end of it. It doesn't matter whether or not you believe it internally, but clearly it does, because incidental fascism does not go anywhere near as far as ideologically motivated fascism. Because an incidental fascist like Trump might say fascist things to get applause, but that doesn't mean he's going to dedicate his entire life to the efficient enactment of fascist goals. It just means that he'll appeal to it like in an optics level. Whereas DeSantis would do fascist shit without getting any applause. He'll do it for fun. He'll do it for sexual gratification. He'll do it because he actually wants those things to happen, not just because he'll get praised for it. What made DeSantis lose steam so fast? No charisma, no campaign plan, no drive, nothing of interest. He made his whole campaign slogan, "Make America Florida Again." It's you know, he just has bad political instincts. Which again, he's a fascist. Fascists are what is the number one thing that fascists fail to do time and time again? Rationally assess threats. They can't do it. They can't do it. They can't. They're ideologically incapable of doing it. They're not. That's just a thing they can't do. And thereby, Ron DeSantis can't read the room. The threat in this case, or the obstacle, or whatever, is the election chance. You know, the national interest. What can he do to win these people over? But he can't rationally assess it, which is why he doubles down and triples down and quadruples down. Woke, 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 woke. Polls come out showing that Republican voters are getting less interested in woke, 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 woke. But it doesn't matter because Ron DeSantis is committed, so he's going to keep woke, 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 woke. Do you think it's good for his national optics, him defending a, like, neutral position on slavery practically on for his local education board? Do you think that works like well abroad? Hey, here's a quick question. Do you think that business leaders in the United States of America, I mean ghouls, I mean billionaires, I mean people who we don't even know their names, do you think they like the idea of Ron DeSantis threatening to sue a massive company because they worked with one member of minority group? Do you think all of the massive conglomerates in America like the idea of the government, like, threatening them with massive financial penalties if they ever do anything that ends up being damaging to their financials that lines up with an anti-woke agenda? No. No, 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 no. This stuff does not work to his favor, but he can't help himself because he's a fascist. So he sees these opportunities to hurt people. And he radicalizes and motivates a small core group of people who get off on that shit, the fascists and Nazis in his cabinet. But that doesn't mean it works broadly, which I consider to be a sign of hope, personally. I don't get it. How does he justify persecuting?
Ooh, god damn!
His argument is that the state of Florida is going to investigate Bud Light because they're saying that by working with a trans woman,
I think I finally got Vigilante level 16. That was a lot of fighting, a lot of points.
Promoted, by the way.
Jesus
that
Lord.
They failed in their fiduciary responsibility to their stockholders. by working with a trans woman, they should have known that it was going to lead to the massive backlash that Ron DeSantis caused in large part.
There you
and
go.
thereby it was them
Dick out, ass out,
violating their responsibility
defeated.
to shareholders. Now this is of course insane. If they normalize this practice of, and by the way, there's no grounding for this. It's complete bullshit. It's not gonna. That's not legal what he's doing. But if that was a normalized practice, it would be a huge impediment to businesses' ability to advertise themselves, because they'd be worried that if they ever do something that the right decides is too woke, that they're going to have big government DeSantis breathing.
What
down
up,
their
baby?
neck.
I'm back.
So yeah, it's just not good. Yeah, the pension funds, not just the fiduciary responsibility. Yeah, the pension. I need to look more into the pension argument specifically. It's a fiduciary responsibility thing, specifically tied to the Florida pension program. It has something to do with the financials. I don't know exactly how it applies, but I don't think there's a legal grounding for. I don't think there's a legal standing for it. Florida's CFO similarly blamed insurance companies leaving Florida on wokeness and Bud Light. Okay, yeah, stuff like this really does not indicate to corporate America that you're a good candidate to back, Donald Trump was a very pro-corporate candidate. He would have never even considered saying dumb shit like this. Yet another insurance company is pulling back from issuing policies in Florida following a string of natural disasters. The state's chief finance officer has accused the industry of pulling out due to wokeness. That's the level they're on. This is the level of brain damage that fascism causes in your mind. Natural disasters are ravaging Florida. An insurance company leaves because they don't feel the state is doing enough to protect their people from the natural disasters, so it's not financially viable to run an insurance company there. And their CFO is like, oh, they're leaving due to wokeness. Woke insurance companies. So thousands of Floridians lost their medical insurance, and then they look to see Ron DeSantis' CFO blaming wokeness because the constant environmental disasters that he doesn't do enough to protect them from.
I'm not even on the
make it
MVP
impossible to
team.
run
God damn it.
insurance there. Oh, it's property, not private insurance? Oh, well, still, then they've lost their property insurance. Not
Damn, look
healthcare,
at that player
sorry.
level.
AAA announced it would not renew the auto or homeowners policies in some customers.
Oh, I got level
Look
16.
at
Show me
this.
that.
AAA. That's not a small company, guys. AAA is like, yeah, sorry, we're not resuming insurance.
It
here
has a
because, like,
second
your
charging
state's
stage.
going-
What
and
is that
DeSantis
like?
well, you're just saying that because you like blacks and trans.
Slightly decreases
That's
charging
the level
time
of, like,
required
brain
for the
dead.
second
This doesn't
stage.
endear Ron DeSantis
Already
to
off to a
anyone,
good
but he
start.
can't
I
help-
like what
he
I
can't help
hear.
himself. He can't help himself. I keep making these, like, they're not even jokes, they're real.
Charging
Like, I've said this before
enhancer.
with regards to, like, they're not even aping Nazi policy.
Yeah, that
appropriately,
that does nothing
Imagine
for
if
me.
the Nazis, before even being appointed,
It's a second charging stage, charging to the second stage
before
fire.
they even had like power and suspended
Powerful
democracy.
single
Imagine if
shot
Hitler
that
was like,
consumes up to
yeah,
25
so like if
ammo.
you've worked with any immigrant, any Jew, anyone we don't
Juicy.
like, any like that, yeah, we're gonna like sue your company and bankrupt you.
Damn, I gotta
Yeah, if
see
you've done
that.
any
I got
shit like that,
frostbite,
we're gonna
floating
destroy your company.
vault.
Do you think all the
Yeah,
like
floating vault is
industry
good.
and businesses and
I gotta level
banks
these
in
up.
Germany would have like
I'm gonna need
even
like
remotely
15,000
backed
for
his
her.
rise to power? Should that have happened?
Like probably
actually did that.
13K.
No. Hitler, he played down a lot of his crazy far right, like we're gonna literally destroy everything shit before he
Buccaneer.
took power. You can actually look at some of the stuff that Hitler said, like before he was appointed chancellor. He was well, he hit his power level the same way a lot of Republicans do today, where he's like, listen, we just have questions and we just are concerned about the big lie and the loss of Germany in World War I, and we just think that, the Jewish people are... But like, and then he gets power and then it's all like blood and soil shit, Bosh, I'm fucking German, I know my history. Hitler was a very open anti-Semite. Yeah, you're German, which means that in line with any discussion relating to Hitler and the Holocaust, what you should be doing right now is apologizing to me for being fucking wrong. Twice over, thank you. No, Hitler absolutely moderated his statements with regards to anti-Semitism and basically everything else when he felt it was optically beneficial for him. Obviously, he was an open anti-Semite. I'm not denying that. Anti-Semitism was pretty common across Europe at the time. But there's a pretty big difference between Hitler, purveyor of the Holocaust later on, and before chancellorship, Hitler, all the stuff that he would say back then. I'm not saying he wasn't anti-Semitic. I'm saying that he dialed that shit down because he knew that if he came off at full crazy right off the bat, he wouldn't have been able to secure A, the backing of the German conservatives, and then B, the chancellorship, and then C, the full takeover of the country. He paced himself in that respect, at least well enough to, conquer Germany. So At Vosh, the first anti-Jewish laws from 1919, way before Hitler. Yeah, and you're going to get a first anti-fucking chatter law. I'm going to run that shit through the federal courts, okay? What are you talking? I'm not saying anti-Semitism was invented. Wait, you might be agreeing with me here. Hold on. I think you're agreeing with me. Okay, I'm talking to my people. We're backing off on the legislation. It's going to be okay. The point that I'm trying to get at here is it's essential to understand how damaging fascists are to fascist causes when they're still subject to the whims of public opinion, because they're so fucking bad. Okay, for instance, the CFO, Jimmy Petronas, who said that wokeness is why these corporations are leaving.
What the fuck
I would
is
bet you,
that?
I think 50-50 this guy's a Nazi. Who says that? You kidding me? Insurance companies are pulling their plans from your state, and your response is, well, this is because of minorities. That's insane. That's not, what are you talking about? But they do it anyway. Bosch Hitler literally wrote about getting rid of the Jews in my house. Senator Armstrong, please, anyone who disagrees with me, I'm actually in favor of this, okay?
Oh, I can actually
Go read
fire
up
my
on how Adolf
with
Hitler
this ability so much
moderated his
better.
language and changed what he said as time went forward. He
It just
initially
charges my
proposed
shit
that
up
he was a working
faster.
man's populist.
Jesus
He appealed
Christ.
to the unemployed of Germany during
I'm
the
gonna be
Great
so
Depression.
goddamn
Talked
strong.
about economic populism, about like
Let's go,
provisions
baby.
to the working class. Dropped all of that when he got into power. He laid down a lot of his insane ultra-nationalist dedication to the state stuff because, as it turns out, screaming "You must live and die for the fatherland" is not a great thing to do when you're at 5% popularity and people remember you
You got
mostly
two
as the guy who got
Stegos?
arrested after the beer hall push. The stuff with anti-Semitism, the stuff with race politics, the stuff with all of that crap, okay? All of that was present from the beginning, but got significantly worse when he was no longer just yet another loud, populist, crazy guy in like the dying Weimar Republic, okay? Please, just that you can look, because if you sincerely believe that beginning Hitler and end Hitler talked the same, you're deluding yourself and denying yourself an education on how fascism develops. This is why I say, like, well, the Republican Party hides their power level, and you can take a look at what Hitler did, and he hid his power level in much the same ways. Not to the same extent, because again, back then, 100 years ago, anti-Semitism, racism, the like, were way more popular than they are today. And for that reason, he didn't have to hide his power level in the same ways people do today, but that doesn't change the fact that the underlying logic is somewhat similar. Okay, that's it. So I'm not arguing with chat anymore. Not arguing. What would 3 Arrows say? 3 Arrows would agree with me. Thank you. If we keep this up, I'm gonna start screaming at people like Charlie. Yeah. You know, because you gotta. When may I? Oh, bring him in. End segment. End segment. End segment. End segment. Get me out of here. End segment.
In the moment, we dismissed it as frat boy humor. No! No! And this is how conservative ideology can, like, drive you down bad paths. You should not dismiss this as frat boy humor. This isn't cute. That's not funny. It's not a joke. Anybody remember this guy, Steven Crowder? Yep, we're talking about him again. Friend of the stream, Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder, who has been demonetized on YouTube finally after years of
God
making
damn it,
T
you
West,
piece of
who's
sh-
gone.
Oh, fuck!
And the Fiend, the absolute monster, has as Satan did,
God
crawled
damn it.
into hell. He has crawled into Rumble, a site that we're going to be talking about in depth sometime in its own personal little segment, because the way in which it's trying to be a competitor to YouTube, like YouTube but racist, I think it's going to be really interesting, and we're going to see something about that, and it's going to be very fun. But not today. Today we're going to be talking about just Crowder himself and what's going on. We have some more information on what Crowder did and is doing behind the scenes in his office, okay? Remember when usually when we get scenes of what Republicans and conservative talking heads are doing behind the scenes, it's usually something really terrible. I mean, like a Fox News and with Tucker Carlson.
Good
they
shit.
Had, like, pictures of Nancy Pelosi's hanging knockers on the wall, just like absolutely insane stuff. Hannity trying to auction off women in working in his spare time. Kimberly Guilfoyle literally Weinsteining a girl, but then people just stopped caring about it. Maybe because she's a woman, I'm not sure. We'll talk about that later. You know, the many,
women be shopping.
the many assaults and even some PDF activity, which is a huge problem. But today, Crowder is in the news again for his member, okay? And when I say member, I'm not talking about Mug Club memberships. No. I'm talking about his peener, okay? His Johnson, his Dongo. All right, that stuff. That's what's got him in trouble. Okay, his pee-pee. It's got him in trouble again. And now some of you all may be like, Shark, I think we've heard about this story before. We've seen this story before. This is not a surprising story. Now, that even though that may be true, something that you need to understand is that we have new information on what's been going on, okay? So yes, this story was true. Steven Crowder exposing himself to ex-staffers, they say, which I will say, I'm not sure if I'm in the business of saying if it's better or worse than what Alex Jones was doing, like yelling at his workers and also drinking on the job constantly and trying to shoot threes into the trash can only to make it fall over and wait for somebody else to come pick it up. But I will say this, if I had to guess, it's definitely much closer to
Oh, I do get a speed boost up from something. Somebody gave me a speed boost.
But yes, we have seen this, and there have been like videos where we've talked about his like super messy divorce, and we've talked about his mental health issues that he has many of. But one thing that we're getting now is we're getting a slow leak of people who used to work with Crowder coming out to talk about how bad it was actually working for him.
Yes, gather him up, Roadblock.
He is such a bad boss that it's hard for him to keep like the whole ship running tight because of everything that he's done, and all the people who he's abused in his office are starting to understand that it is important to come forward for people to get what type of guy this dude is, all right? And this has only shown me the absolute weirdness of the right wing's obsession with people. It's crazy,
God
isn't it?
damn.
It's wild what's going on. I mean, just like
Stego was great for the birds. He just brings them right down with that staff.
Literally only circling
It's fucking amazing.
his Kako.
He might be the best medic with Roadblock, but Skywave is
Marjorie literally.
She's in top competition for the best support.
The house's comically large printer and printing out massive pictures of Hunter Biden's PP. It's just it's crazy stuff. They're obsessed. They're obsessed with it. They can't stop. They can't help themselves. And it seems like
I forgot my
the person who
balls.
couldn't help themselves the most was Crowder, because this new article dropped a couple of days ago, exclusive from Mediaite. Steven Crowder sends photos of his dog to and exchange drugs in super creepy workplace, ex-staffers say. Man, what the hell? What the heck? What's going on, dude? Crowder, what the heck? Drew! He really needs some help. The craziest thing is that he actually tried to get it, but we'll talk about that a little later. He unironically went Joker mode. Okay? He did. Drugs. I know, right? Let's get into it. Steven Crowder has been a lightning rod for controversy since he launched his online show.
Good shit.
Crowder. But behind the scenes, his bombastic behavior has taken center stage. With allegations of abusive behavior towards his estranged wife, Hillary, as well as claims of toxic workplace conduct by former employees, like Not Gay Jared. I mean, I've been holding back talking about this for a little bit, mostly because it's so gross that I actually can't show you it on Twitch. But it's him and Not Gay Jared, the person who he used to work with, dressing up like women. They dressed up in women's clothing, and then went to a women's march where they began to just walk around, kiss each other, and grab each other's balls, and they jiggle each other's dicks and bulges. And I can't show it to you. It's that bad. They actually did this, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I wish I could show you a picture so people can understand that I'm not lying, but it's actually genuinely so bad that I can't show you. He's actually reaching around. They're actually literally doing reach arounds on each other at a women's march, doing sexual harassment to all the people there, and sometimes in front of children. So Crowder's obsession with dick is something that has a long history to it. I don't want to see it. I want to play you the audio. because it just blew my mind when he was like, "Not gay Jared is a surprisingly good kisser." I was gonna grab you because
Charge up all the way.
Lance of the Serfs
God damn it.
tweeted it out, and I think I saved it. The only problem is he tweets so much, so I'm not sure if I like have it on tap. Like I would really hope that.
Yeah, I want to suck at shooting these goddamn birds. Skinny
One
piece
of
of
the largest
shit.
commentators on the right, Steven Crowder, filmed himself making out with employees while doing full drag performances. Multiple children can be seen on camera while he films his own employee grabbing his crotch, grabbing Crowder's doing a reach around on Crowder, grabbing Crowder's crotch, and rubbing it.
Crowder's crotch.
Very interesting though.
Sounds like a good podcast.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's some pretty bad stuff. He's a bit of a freakazoid.
Yeah, well,
Anyways,
Crowder's crotch.
Now, with the fallout
Where
from
we
the
talk
contentious
about
divorce,
dick.
as well as Crowder's alleged workplace misconduct, it threatens to derail the enormously popular show that once landed its right-wing star a $50 million offer from the Daily Wire. That, you know, we all know how that turned out. We all know how that turned out. Not well. Mediaite spoke with 5 former show staffers and one source close to Crowder under the condition of anonymity due to fear of retaliation, who described the workplace rife with bullying, alarming, and unpredictable behavior, as well as lewd sexual workplace practice. Yeah. I mean, that's not necessarily surprising, but, well, to me, I guess the conservatives, they just, like, looked past it. I'm not saying, I want to be clear at the top here. I'm going to be cracking some jokes, but nobody who works there, no matter how bad of people they are, and I do still think that you have to be a pretty bad person to willingly want to work for Crowder. No matter how bad they are, they don't deserve any of this type of stuff, but, you know, they probably could have been using the movie a little bit more to think about how they're probably going to be in this type of situation. But at the same time, a job is a job.
No,
is a
Roadblock,
job.
we need you.
And if you're working, you deserve to be treated well. And these people were not. These people were absolutely not. Or a desperate job. Yeah.
Oh god,
But once again,
Roadblock, no.
If you're just like, I need a job.
God damn it, Roadblock.
I mean, this dude
Why, man?
Labor. He literally thinks that like Labor Day is a joke, and you need to thank your boss. This is the type of dude who I would genuinely expect for him to ask his employees for a tip on Labor Day. So yeah, it's not necessarily surprising, but that's just me. That's just me. Earlier this month, after repeated suspensions, Louder with Crowder decamped from YouTube. Well, listen, he seems pretty camp, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Where it commanded a mighty audience of 5.8 million subscribers to Rumble, a less regulated but much smaller alternative.
Oh
the show's
God!
audience has dwindled on Rumble to the point where his last 5 shows have averaged some
Come on, bitch.
288,000
Where you going?
views, a far cry from the millions Crowder once saw per episode. Let's go! And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that Rumble's botting. Okay? I think Rumble's botting. In my humble opinion, I think Rumble's botting. I still don't even think that these are all real views. Now, like, how many views on YouTube are real views?
I got you, bro. Let's
but
do
I
this.
think they're way higher than Rumble's.
Shut.
When I type
You don't see
in
me?
Rumble just onto Google, one of the first results are by views on Rumble. You know what I mean? Some of these shows getting more views on Rumble than YouTube just doesn't make any sense. Like Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit, I think Fresh and Fit's
Fuck!
recent
God damn it!
are getting like a million or like multi-million views, but having like 100 comments. That doesn't make sense. My channel gets, you know, we hover around the ballpark of like 20 to 50,000 views a video.
God damn it, Roadblock,
And
finally you're
we
back.
hover in the ballpark of like 200 to 600 comments. Okay? If that's the case, there ain't no way that you're getting 1 million views and like a little bit of 100 comments. I don't think that's true. I don't believe it's true. I think it's a lie. I think it's a farce as well. There's something wrong here. There's something very wrong. This is why deplatforming works. This is true. This is also why deplatforming works. A lot of people try and say that deplatforming doesn't work, and deplatforming has its problems. And I don't think deplatforming is the end-all, be-all when it comes to dealing with these type of people like Crowder. We do need to actually contend with their points, and we do need to understand what they're actually saying to be able to, you know, talk to people and deprogram them from the lies that he spews. But that hand in hand with deplatforming goes
Thank
pretty well,
God.
if I'm gonna be honest.
Jesus
It seemed to work
Lord.
out pretty well. Seemed to be going pretty well. People along
That
the
Dominator
line.
just makes the
The
last
more we get
round
into
just
this article, the more I think
much
it's
longer
great.
than it needs to be.
The show's viewership troubles follow years of alleged misconduct behind the scenes. One former Louder with Crowder employee
Just give us a
told
couple
media
more T-Rexes
that
to fight.
During his time on the show, he received unsolicited sexual.
Give us a bunch of big dinosaurs, a bunch of big different dinosaurs.
Crowder's genitalia. Those
God.
texts and images were reviewed by Mediaite. Bro, no.
Give us like a boss. Give us like a boss mode. I saw somebody say that.
Get you sued.
Saw somebody say that on Twitter.
Listen, this is the problem with like some small businesses, okay? 'Cause
Like
they
a
think that
mode
they
where
can
you
get
just
away
go
with
through,
stuff
fight a
like this.
couple,
This should not
fight
be
a bunch of
possible.
bosses.
You're not canceled.
That'd be fun.
Crowder, you're a criminal. You belong in jail. You belong in jail. You can't do this. I personally think that should be a standard for when it comes to people who like, you know, hire, employ, or work with other people, that you just shouldn't be sending them your penis. But maybe, I don't know, maybe that's my maybe
Give me
that's
some
just like my
skins.
woke lefty ideology tainting
Oh,
my
God
opinion.
damn it.
Who knows? Known criminal Steven Crowder. You're not allowed to send pictures of your junk to
Yeah,
people. That
orange.
is true. That's true. That makes sense. In the moment, we dismissed it as frat boy humor. No! No! And this is how
I think I saw this
conservative
already.
ideology can, like, drive...
1,860 calories? Are you joking? Oh my lord, for one f***ing meal? That's crazy. I kind of want to watch Eddie Bareback and Ted Nivison's video. I missed watching it last time. Holy fuck, it's #1 on trending. Are you joking right now? Jesus Lord mercy. This is, I've talked about this before. I talked about it with them, actually, with Ted.
Alright, time
Where,
to
like,
play
this is one
with
aspect of being a YouTuber
Witch
that I
Doctor.
actually am a little jealous about. Because
Effective
I
attack
just wish
range.
that, like, the issue is like being on Twitch all the time. You just don't really get a lot of time and like you can't just like really log off and take time to make like cool, fun, interesting things like this. What's stopping you from doing that form of content? I mean, I literally just told you I have 180 hours to fill, and also, yeah, I just don't have time. I don't have time to do it, and Twitch streaming requires.
Yeah, I'll give this attack boost.
The top of the hour ad break has stopped us from watching and reacting to us. Can you please someone gift us a sub? Fucking guy, bad Twitch watching etiquette. IRL streaming, it's not the same. What are you talking about? You think IRL streaming could be done with this? Do you know how many hours of driving is required to go to every fucking Margaritaville? Like, that would be unimaginably boring content. Nope.
So, you clicked on the video thinking, is this guy really gonna go to every Margaritaville in the country? Well, technically, that title is a lie. Because I'm going to every Margaritaville in the country and Canada!
Oh, shit.
Margaritaville, a tropical beach-themed restaurant chain created by America's greatest singer-songwriter, James William Buffett, aka Jimmy Buffett. Now, if you don't know who Jimmy Buffett is, let me catch you up before we hit the road.
Hi, I'm Jimmy.
Jimmy Buffett is a multi-platinum artist who's been touring the world since the 1980s. But think of Jimmy less as a musician and more like royalty. Because this man has built an empire in the last few
Hold on, let me
decades
suck
by
that
not
little
just
belly
writing
button.
tropical countryside
I got a little
songs,
tentacle that could
but
do
by
that.
creating a world
I don't need my tongue. It won't get wet.
No song has built
I'll
that
just
empire
extract the
more
juices from your dick.
Margaritaville.
Or
Margaritaville
tits,
is
whoever has
simple
tits.
I've literally never heard this song. I just know it as like culturally relevant. I've never heard this song. I don't really understand what Margaritaville is, even though objectively I'm a very Margaritaville as
God damn it,
motherfucker,
get my
wear
cramp.
Hawaiian shirts all the time. I feel like that's a Margaritaville thing to do.
Created by Jimmy in the late 70s that then inspired the creation of his restaurant, Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. As the business started to thrive, they made Margaritaville shirts, shot glasses, keychains, and other merch until they expanded to Margaritaville hotels and resorts across the globe. But the restaurant
Let's see how long
started
this
it all
attack boost
was the
lasts.
Official Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. There are 22 locations in the United States and Canada, with one in development in Boston, Massachusetts. And we will be hitting every single one. Last year, Ted Nivison and I went to every single rainforest cafe in the country.
For a decent amount, like about 5 seconds or so.
And it took us 3 weeks to do it. The trip also nearly drove me insane. So you must be thinking, what kind of moron would go on such a pointless road trip, not enjoy it, and then decide just 1 year later to do another, even longer, pointless road trip? The night before we started our trip across the entire United States for 24 days, we decided to go to the first Margaritaville. Now, the closest one located to us is the one at City Walk at Universal Studios Hollywood. City Walk is just an outdoor mall in front of the theme park, but you might recognize it from Justin Bieber's famous music video, Baby. And I can't tell you what kind of honor it was to start this journey where Ludacris himself told us that when he was 13, he had his first love. As we headed toward the restaurant, I was getting increasingly nervous, because this trip is even longer. So I was about to find out what I was dedicating a 12th of my year to. After finally arriving, we were greeted almost immediately by...
Like, that's insane. They took an entire month out of the year to make one fucking video. You know what I'm saying?
I got you guys with the repairs, no fucking problem. Let's do it. Shit.
And I could not have
Which is
guessed
awesome.
what was inside. Jimmy Buffett's like...
That's awesome. It's just like not something I could do sustainably while also simultaneously pushing me. And you know, no, you can't do this totally IRL. Please stop, dude. You have no fucking concept of how goddamn difficult this type of shit is. Okay? You just literally don't understand. You don't know. You don't know. It's impossible. Like, people in this industry, and in every industry as a matter of fact, and whatnot, look to what I do. Okay, look to what I do when I go to like Japan and stuff. Like, I'm out of my fucking mind. You guys take it for granted. Okay, you take it for granted because you're just like sitting at home, turning it on and watching.
God damn it, I'm getting cramps.
You understand? You don't understand how fucking logistically difficult the undertaking of a project such as this one would be. Okay, like you don't get it. It's just not feasible at all. Unfortunately. You peasants don't appreciate me doing rich people shit? Wait, what? What part of that is rich people shit? Rich people shit is just like fucking off and doing whatever the fuck I want. I'm saying that like it is not feasible with the amount of hours. What does this have to do with me being rich? God damn it, you're so fucking stupid, dude. God. Shut the fuck up. It would just be awful as well. Like if I tried to IRL stream a big part of it. Yeah, I just remember I'm imagining a 30-year-old straight white man every single fucking time that there's like a dude who's just freaking out about this shit.
This plastered across the entire restaurant. Jimmy's music was playing on the speakers. There was Jimmy-themed food, Jimmy drinks. There was a giant Jimmy Buffett's margarita blender. There were even screens playing Jimmy video at the table. It began to dawn on me that this restaurant wasn't
Only when I hit an enemy it recharges.
Margaritaville that Jimmy Buffett made. This entire restaurant was a cult dedicated to everything Jimmy Buffett.
Remember in Japan when we were supposed to go to the fucking Muscle Girl bar on Will Stream, and then what happened in that situation? You remember? You remember what happened then? Where the entire bar was full of to the brim with Hasanabi heads? Yeah, that's what would happen at every motherfucking Margaritaville that we attended.
They even had my favorite Jimmy Buffett quote on the wall. Pour me something tall and strong. This door is to remain unlocked during business hours. As we were seated, we were given the absolute honor of sitting at the boat table. Now the boat table was interesting because it's a table that looks like a boat. But finally, it was time for the moment of truth. The menu. I was about to find out what 22 meals of the next 24 days of my life would look like. And to my surprise, it actually wasn't that bad. On our last trip, I was shocked to find things like Mojo Bones, Boom Boom Sauce, Iggy's Piggy Sandwich, and more. But this menu looked pretty normal other than the fact that the names of the items were themed to Jimmy Buffett songs that I didn't know. For my drink, I ordered the perfect margarita, and as somebody who loves margaritas, I feel like that name is a little too confident, and after tasting it, I was correct. Perfect margarita? Jimmy, I might want to call this the Just Okay Margarita. Now that's a Buffett burn. The group got some onion rings as an appetizer, and as we waited for our entrees, we were just having a good time. I did notice that there was a stage in this restaurant. It looks like it's fully prepared for live music, but it was completely empty for us, so I'm kind of wondering what that's all about. For my entree, I decided to start my Margaritaville marathon with a cheeseburger in paradise, which I believe is Jimmy's second biggest song. The burger was exactly what you'd expect out of a chain restaurant. I also need to stress that we are not being paid by Margaritaville on this trip, so as this journey progresses, I will be criticizing Margaritaville the whole way. But Jimmy, if you're watching this, I do take bribes. So our first dinner experience was exactly what you'd expect out of a chain restaurant. The food and drinks were just okay, but it was a dinner with a bunch of friends where we were just having drinks and hanging out, so I had a blast. But that fun was cut short because it was time to say goodbye. Ted and I
God damn it, Takashi!
with a handshake because
There are chain restaurants called Cheeseburger in Paradise too. Buffett owns more than one chain. Oh no. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
How many does this man have?
I'm gonna die.
This man is like got the cheeseburger market on lock. Jimmy Buffett net worth. Oh my god, he's worth $1 billion. He's worth
Good
$1
shit.
billion. Oh my lord. He also Land Shark is his beer? Who is this dude? Yeah, literally. That's what I'm thinking too. Like, what the fuck? A billionaire apparently.
tomorrow we begin one of the most pointless journeys of our entire lives. So I woke up this morning with a stomachache. I think it was almost definitely the Margaritaville food because I had nothing but a breakfast sandwich that morning, and then the
Lies. He's already slandering the good name of James Jebediah Buffett. Do you see this? He started off on the wrong foot. Oh, it must be because of Warren Buffett's younger brother, James Charles Buffett. Fucked up. People who didn't have boomer parents are super confused right now. Yeah, I have no fucking idea what you
burger in paradise and 2 perfect margaritas. Completing this Margaritaville trip will mean that I've done 2 tours, and I've already experienced my first casualty.
I have to pee.
My tummy.
God damn, they're far ahead. Holy shit.
I really hope my tummy doesn't hurt most days of the trip. My tummy hurts. You guys don't know how hard it is to be a YouTuber. So the plan for the first day was to drive from LA to Phoenix, because the next Margaritaville on our trip was the one in San Antonio, Texas. Now last year we took Ted's 2002 Toyota Tacoma across the country, and Ted is over there with the Tacoma as it gets loaded onto a tow truck. So this year, to avoid ruining Ted's car for good, we decided to rent a newer Tacoma. And I'll be honest, Ted was in denial quite a bit. It's not squeaking. It's fine. The tires are fine.
I use like a dog.
I think it might be tinnitus. So for the second and final time, we hit the road again. Over 9,000 miles, 22 restaurants, and 24 days on the road. 24 days of my life for Margaritaville. One thing Ted and I immediately realized while driving was that we did not get a truck cover for the rental. And you can't just have your stuff out in the open for rain or for somebody to steal. We decided to go with camo so people wouldn't see our valuables in the truck bed. They would assume there was just a nice little forest back there. Finally, it was time for bed. We had completed the first day of our new journey. but not before we experienced the smoothest and quietest elevator ride of my entire life. Day 2. The plan for the day is to drive from Phoenix to El Paso. I went for a quick run in the morning and then I hopped into my favorite elevator. Once again, we hit the open road, and I gotta say, as someone who's been pretty busy lately, it's been really nice to just drive and not think about it. Wait, what is that? What is the thing? Sorry, as I was saying, it's just good to get out there and hit the open road. Is that another The Thing sign? Okay, there are a lot of The Thing signs, and we need to stop for gas anyway, so I guess we'll pull off and see it. I would never be able to guess, though, what was in store for me behind those doors. In front of us was an entire museum dedicated to the what-if scenario of if aliens had come to Earth while dinosaurs were here. Now, I didn't know you could make an entire museum off of a...
Dude, Texas is so odd. It's so fucking strange, dude. I love it. America in general is so fucking weird. That's Arizona.
Rescue
I thought they
League.
were in El Paso. That shit's cool. What do you mean? No. I am. I'm celebrating it, and I'm absolutely saying this is cool as fuck. It's just so weird, dude. It's fucking dope.
Hypothetical scenario. But apparently, the aliens had come to teach the dinosaurs technology, and they were there to teach them technology until a war
I didn't know I had a leap.
between the aliens and the dinosaurs. The war got to a point where eventually the aliens had...
Why are they so cheeked up, actually, though? Like, they're...
Aliens had...
Why are they so cheeked up, actually, though? Like, they're so fucking cheeked. They are, like, painfully cheeked up.
to click a big button and send a meteor hurtling towards Earth. And the exhibit...
Also, it's not even a joke. I think this is infinitely cooler than most museums. Sorry, it's just the truth.
didn't stop there. It told us about all the hypothetical secrets of our history. What if the aliens were a part of World War II? What if they drove around Winston Churchill in a car? And what if 9/11?
Are we implying what I think that we're implying here?
What if Ted did it? Finally, it was time.
Yo! Oh, that's so sick. Why didn't they do the JFK assassination? That's what I'm surprised by. Aliens objectively a part of,
the main event. The Thing. Ted and I inched toward it, terrified of what this secret would hold and what it would mean to our lives. And I was shocked to find that it was just some papier-mâché fake skeleton thing. And not only that, the guy who said he found the thing's name was Binkley. Number one rule in life, I'm not listening to anyone named Binkley. Day 3, it's time for Margaritaville number 2. Ted and I spent most of our day crossing about halfway through Texas until we finally arrived at the San Antonio Riverwatch. We actually came here last year.
You always confirm indications of future success. You got like 4 lines, bro.
Our second Margaritaville.
Go
Met
on.
up with our friend
It's not really
who will be
original.
joining us for this meal. Now, this
Nice.
being my second Margaritaville ever, I was actually surprised that it looked somewhat similar to the one in City Walk.
We got
but
one
it also
tank,
had,
should be
like, a
enough.
Texas
We need a
twist
road.
to
He's
all
got a
the
roadblock. They're gonna
Immediately
win.
when we
They
sat
got a
down,
roadblock
there
and a
was
Cree,
logo on the wall, and I
a
happened to
Mersam, a
notice
Deadeye, and a. They have the perfect
the
team.
song is called Who's the Blonde Stranger?
We're gonna get
Where
fucked.
the main character of the song Vacations
Maybe
in
not. I don't
Texas
know.
with his wife.
Got
Then
Zephyr and a
proceeds
couple
to
dead eyes.
cheat on her with a blonde stranger
Could be
while
good.
she's getting over a sunburn, but when he wakes up hungover, he finds that she's also
Let's see if they're
cheating on him
any good.
with a different blonde stranger named
Hey,
Dave.
boys.
Is this
wait, why? Dude, the 70s were
I have a
awesome.
leap.
You could just be fucking bald.
Oh, that's right.
And
That
be, like,
thing.
Perceived as the sexy guy
Forgot about that.
on a TV show
You
or on
need
a
that to
music
get away.
video.
important to the overall trip? No. Is it important to me that you knew this? Yes. Anyways, I ordered the fish and chips. Margaritaville has so much fried fish and shrimp on the menu that I thought I should definitely
They don't
try
do
their
that
fish
anymore.
and chips because it must be a flagship dish for them. As we waited for our food, I ordered a watermelon margarita that was way too sweet. I also mentioned a stage at the last Margaritaville where it looked like live music could be played. That was happening here, which was kind of nice to hear just somebody play live music in a chain restaurant. Finally, my fish and chips arrived, and
That's
these look like frozen fish fillets to you, right?
Hey, Eddie, I cooked those up in my microwave.
Yeah, I would not trust that. That's crazy.
I know. They tasted okay, and we had a fun time just chatting and drinking over dinner. We seemed to be in the most Texas corner of the entire restaurant. It had the two things that Texas is famous for: cattle and a big old puddle next to your table. When you see a big old puddle, you know you're in Texas. After finishing dinner, we decided to stroll around the even bigger puddle, the San Antonio River, but not before Ted gracefully took a seat in this big Margaritaville chair.
Yeah.
And honestly, after it was just a really nice time strolling around this area. I remember liking this last year, but for some reason I associate it with something negative. And I can't quite put my finger on what it was, but honestly, I'm having such a good time that it doesn't even matter anymore. Alright, I think it's time to head to bed for the night. Okay, day 4 of the trip, and we're headed from Austin, Texas to New Orleans, Louisiana. And as we made our way across
Good
Texas,
shit.
we decided to stop at Buc-ee's. If you're unaware of what Buc-ee's is, it is a chain of absolutely
Buc-ee's.
massive gas stations. It is chaotic in there, but people love it.
Is it like your guys' Wawa or something?
They make their own food inside, they have their own merch. People lose their mind for Bucky, but to be honest, he kind of creeps me out a little bit. And some of these Buc-ee's are so big, busy, and frantic that as a child, you could easily get lost. Bucky's nuts. Ted. Did I say child? Because I meant adult. I have lost Ted. I am not freaking out, and Bucky doesn't scare me, but yeah, where is Ted? I can't find Ted. All I can find is everything Bucky's. Bucky's rubs, Bucky's nuts, Bucky's pillows, Bucky's blankets, Bucky's onesies. This place is so big, I'm never gonna find.
I love when people go,
Good
it's like
shit.
a gas station, Costco, Walmart. Guess what? Fucking, I don't know about Walmarts, but Costco's have gas stations, don't they? Sam's Clubs have gas stations in them. America, baby.
Find him. I'm gonna be stuck in this Bucky's forever. I'm gonna have to move in with Bucky. He's gonna be my roommate. Where is Ted? Oh, he's just at the checkout aisle. Whew. Crisis averted. We also ran into this dude Brayden, who had met us last year while we were on the trip for the Rainforest Cafes because he watches our videos. What are the odds that we see the same guy in a different part of Texas 1 year later for this trip? After our stop at Buc-ee's, we drove all the way to New Orleans.
Fairfield doesn't even last that
So
long.
we went out on Bourbon Street and had some drinks and a good time. I didn't record a lot because I just wanted to focus on relaxing and having a good time, so we will see you tomorrow. Hitting the road today is special because for the first time on the trip, Ted and I are headed to stay at our first Margaritaville hotel. This one was in Biloxi, Mississippi, and we were shocked pulling into the parking lot. Before us was a massive building right on the water.
Bro, that's not a Margaritaville. That's Margarita Metropolis, okay? That is a whole ass town, man.
Of the Gulf of Mexico. But Ted needed the room to get some work done, so I decided to explore and see what this whole place was all about. And as I headed up the escalator in the main part of the building, I was met with one of the largest arcades.
It's at the Pride of Mississippi. Yo! God, I love America so much. This is the type of shit that I do love.
I'd ever seen
Actually.
in my life. They had everything. Rock climbing, zip lines, bowling, and even the globally known and incredibly popular game, Stinky Feet. Apparently, this place used to be a failed Margaritaville casino that was converted into a family resort,
Stinky
which would
Feet.
explain the giant arcade floor. And as I explored a bit more and saw a pool and a theme park attached, I started to realize just how many Jimmy Buffett quotes echoed throughout the halls. They were on screens, in elevators, near the pool. I caught people talking about Jimmy to each other and to me. The quotes were all about living his lifestyle, and it started to feel like I'd booked a one-night stay into a Jimmy Buffett cult. After that, I met up with Ted to go to dinner, which was located above the arcade next to the volcano rock climbing wall. The menu was different here with a flaming crawfish dip that Ted and I really enjoyed. And I didn't really want another fried
looks
meal,
good, but it's
this
still scary.
was Mississippi and they had a catfish platter, so I went for it. And it was pretty good.
1860? 1,860 calories? Are you fucking joking? Oh my lord. For one fucking meal? Dude. Holy shit, dude. That's a run ender. Okay. One. Number two. No one, dude, I swear to God, people in the South live different. That's crazy. That is like, that's a meal that kills a small Victorian child. Easy. Okay? That is, there's so much oil there, America is invading it. There is no fucking shot. This is the joke where it's like coleslaw, that's a salad, brother. That's what it is. The only fucking green there is the cabbage. Is there fucking cauliflower, whatever the fuck they put in the coleslaw? I don't even know. That's crazy. This is the daily caloric allotment for like the average woman, okay? Oh.
Good, but I really should have listened to my gut on this one because this fried food so frequently is starting to kill me. Then suddenly, an alarm went off. The room turned red and the volcano began to smoke. Like that time Justin Bieber used a smoke machine on his fans. It continued on for a while until the smoke stopped and this happened.
Is it Jimmy Buffett? Is he coming? Is Jimmy Buffett there?
What the fuck was that? What the fuck?
Then after our meal, we hit the arcade. Alright, Ted, go easy on him.
800 calories, not the caloric allotment for a woman? No. Anna Briella. 1,860 calories. 1,000. There's a 1 in front of the 800. 1,800 calories. That's fucking insane, dude. Put another 1, put a 1 in front of it.
Ted, go easy on him. Ted, and just before the whole thing closed, I played one final game of the world-famous Stinky Feet. The thing is, you need 2 players to play Stinky.
Bro, that's not even one meal. That's not even, I can't get over it. Oh my God. It's not just one meal. It's one main. There's drinks. There's an appetizer.
Bitch, get over here.
That's not one meal. It's crazy.
And Ted was busy on another game, so I
God
charged
damn.
my card twice and decided to play by myself. When a child no older than 4 walked up, grabbed the water gun, and started playing next to me without saying a word. And after a fierce battle, I won. I beat the child. I am the king of Stinky Feet. Today started with a lunch at the Margaritaville in Destin, Florida. Now this Margaritaville was directly on the water. Unlike, say, the one at Universal City Walk, this one was not themed to be on a beach, it just actually was on a beach. Our lunch here was going to be my first of 2 Margaritaville meals in the day. I got an Uptown Margarita, even though I'm getting pretty tired of having sweet cocktails so often, and also got the jerk salmon. The drink was fine, and the salmon was actually pretty good, especially after a bunch of days of fried and road trip food. The view of our meal also featured a bunch of weird boats. That was
Good
just
shit.
really fun for me to see a lot of boats that look like they're not supposed to be on the water. We then paid the check and got ready to drive just an hour and a half before we had another Margaritaville meal in Panama City Beach.
Ooh, worst place in America, bar none. Probably my least favorite place I've ever been to. God damn, dude. Now I can't speak for Destin. Sounds very suspicious. Okay. A lack of an eye at the end of that makes me feel uncomfortable. It's like one of those weird ass named places, but god damn. PCB is one of the worst places in the fucking nation. I will stand by that.
The PCB location was at this boardwalk area called Pier Park. And even though it was a little bit cloudy, this location was right on the water and beautiful yet again, which was a great distraction because the last thing I wanted to do an hour and a half after my last meal was to eat a meal at the same restaurant in a different location. The interior was pretty big and elaborate compared to some we had seen, but the place was super busy, so Ted and I opted to sit at the bar. I was still so full from the salmon, but I decided to get a chicken quesadilla for my food and a what the fuck is it called? A ruby red renegade for my cocktail. Why did I choose it? Because the name of the vodka in it was called Deep Eddy, and that's my name, so I got it. Even though we were both full and exhausted, at least Ted and I had a perfect view of a very blue-tinted TV screen that exclusively showed Jimmy Buffett's Instagram posts, and boy does this guy know how to post. You had to kind of squint to see what the pictures were because the tint of the TV screen was so blue, but this guy's posting feet for free. Jimmy, you are a celebrity. You can charge for those puppies. Then we headed to the beach to see the sunset, and wow, this was absolutely beautiful. I had a great time wiggling my toes in the sand and staring at the sunset, but you don't get to see my toes because you didn't pay me. In the last 6 days, we had driven over 35 hours and over 2,000 miles, and my stomach was absolutely full of 2 Margaritaville meals. But either way, I couldn't deny that this trip had brought me to such a beautiful spot. Ted and I were even lucky enough to see dolphins out there swimming in the water. I don't think the dolphins saw us, but if they did and are watching this, you saw my toes for free and you owe me money. The drive today was a big one, going from Panama City Beach to Hollywood Beach, Florida. And I'll be honest, it was pretty taxing. Not only was it a 9-hour drive, but we had multiple stretches of heavy rain. Well, I'm from Florida, and the rain isn't such a big deal. Shut up, okay? Shut up and go tell Mickey Mouse.
I'm for the people. I show my toesies
Rain is
for free.
slippery, and slippery is dangerous. We got to the Margaritaville Hotel completely exhausted.
Good shit.
This was another
Got a lot of
massive
health recovered.
building. It featured a chandelier of margaritas and what seemed to be a Jimmy Buffett
Thank you, Daddy,
museum
for the level
lining
up.
the hallway. The restaurant was attached to the hotel, so we sat down exhausted and starving. Now this menu was a bit classier than other locations. We ordered a shrimp ceviche and poke nachos. Both were pretty good, unlike my ginger margarita, which was not great. But my entree, the lemon tahini bowl, made this the best meal we had so
Oh, I got a
far.
dance.
Turns out the best
Nice.
meal you could have at
Not bad.
Margaritaville is when you have food that isn't from the standard Margaritaville menu. And after an exhausting day, having some decent
Ooh, a
food and
skeleton.
drinks was exactly
That's
what
cute.
I needed.
I like
They
that.
also had a live band playing.
That's
and for
cool.
the first time at Margaritaville, I was
Calm
feeling
wheel,
it. I had
emotes.
Jimmy fever. Jimmy's concert footage was playing
Rotation.
on screen, and it was a comforting presence after a hard day. After dinner, Ted let me
Wow.
know that he had to last minute record something
Really cool
for his
dance.
channel, so he got a separate room, and I got
You see
ours
that
all
again?
to
What the
myself.
fuck is
But
that?
Lucky for me, I was kept company because Jimmy
Yeah, I'll
was
put
on
that
the hotel TV.
over here. I'll put the taking a
That's gotta be
shit
weird, right?
down.
Like, I mean, I guess people are going there.
I'll put the taking a
specifically
shit
for
over
that,
here and the
right?
dance
But after
on
a certain
down.
point, it's like, why is this dude everywhere?
For escaping to Margaritaville.
Dance,
For many years,
rotation, and
Margaritaville
shit.
was only a song about a mythical place. Now Margaritaville is.
I gotta change all my
Watching the
emotes.
hotel
God
TV
damn it.
made me realize just how strikingly
Charms,
handsome
skeleton, get that shit.
Now enjoy Margaritaville and remember.
Emotes.
Fins up, Jimmy.
That's how
Waking
you
up on day 8,
Rotation.
we had 2 Margaritavilles on the schedule. The first on the
Dance.
list was in Miami. As we headed into the city, we spotted the coolest
And the
guy
shit.
that's ever lived.
Yep. It's on the bottom. Wait, was that the shit on the bottom right for Witch Doctor? Where did I put it?
Being
And then we
fucking
pulled
dope.
up to the Miami Margaritaville, which
Being
was
fucking
right on the water.
Wait, I
super
put
chill.
rotation on the right.
I am about
No,
to
that
give
doesn't
up
seem right. I'll
on
put the shit on the
trying
right.
one cocktail at every
Shit on the
Margaritaville.
right.
We just drank last night, and
Dance
it's
in
not
the
even
middle,
just about the
and
alcohol,
rotation
it's the
on the
sugar
left.
when you're having cocktail
There we go.
after cocktail. But for now, I got the last mango in Paris, and good for me.
I got that
this is
for
one of
Deadeye
the best
too,
cocktails I've
make
had so
sure.
far. But a little hungover and exhausted.
Yeah,
I
rotation,
spotted
dance,
a
no way,
familiar
perfect.
face. I looked up and saw Jimmy once
Zephyr,
again
I
on
don't
the
play with
screen,
you,
as
but
if
I'll
to
still
say,
replace it.
"You're all good, pal. have a good time. I ordered the grilled fish tacos, which for Margaritaville were pretty damn good. Now, if this were at
I
a
got
good
the
taco
drinks on me
stand somewhere,
here.
they would be mediocre to kind of bad. But for now, they're hitting the spot. Then it was
Kinda
time
like the
to book it to
samurai.
Key West, Florida. We got lucky on the drive and just narrowly avoided this storm. But I gotta say, once we actually hit the highway to Key West, this drive was absolutely beautiful. If you're unaware, the Florida Keys are a collection of islands off the mainland of Florida. In American culture, these islands are pretty famous. I'm sure you've heard the Beach Boys.
Ah, I like
talk
this
about
guy.
them, or
Get the
our
beer.
boy Jimmy Buffett himself, whose entire culture around his songs is really based in Key West, Florida. We made our way through the Keys, and I was excited because Key West was the location of
Dance.
the original Margaritaville. But before we
Rotation.
arrived, just a quick word from our sponsor. Hey guys, I just bought this new desk and I was a little worried it would be too big, but I'm happy with it. I think it's the perfect size. I want to thank SoFi for sponsoring this video because it was not cheap to screen to have a desk beat. I am happy we had a sponsor for this thing because, oh my god, I would not be paying for this shit by myself. The location was right on the beach, so after
Oh, I
checking
forgot
in,
his-
we decided to go relax and see the sunset.
Oh,
Last
the
year,
charm.
we did our Rainforest Cafe road trip. It was fun, but also incredibly taxing. But the last few days on the beach were just too beautiful to stress about this entire road trip. And that's when it finally happened. Staring out at the water, I felt my stress melt and wash away with the tides. Even though we'd driven over 40 hours in 8 days, and even though my last 5 meals in a row were all Margaritaville, I got it. I understood. Jimmy Buffett wasn't just some guy who turned one-hit song into a corporate empire. He's the king of being chill and enjoying yourself. Right where my toes wiggled in the sand is where Jimmy started this whole thing. I can't do this trip like Eddie would. I have to do it like Jimmy. Because no matter how stressed I get in life, mentally, I have to be just like Jimmy Buffett. You come to a place like this, and you can forget about wars, you know, famine, class disparity. I mean, all that stuff is still happening, but I'm in Florida and I had a margarita today. Liking Buffett isn't some weird cult thing. It's what can fix me.
That's how boomers
The next
treated, I
morning, I
assume.
woke up feeling better than I ever have in my entire life. And as I was going through my bag, I mysteriously found an article of clothing that I had never packed. This shirt not only looked great on me, but also had put itself on my merch website, yikeshop.com, and you can get it by going there or clicking the link in the description? What the hell? That's so weird. Anyways, I felt refreshed and was ready to head back to mainland Florida. Today's
awesome.
plan was just to drive up to Orlando and stay at the Margaritaville Resort there. We decided to give ourselves one break day because it's near the halfway point, and then the next day we'd be going to Universal Studios Orlando, where there's a Margaritaville restaurant at their City Walk. The resort in Orlando was giant. Now, Ted was a little bit late to the bookings of the resort, but luckily, even though they ran out of rooms at the hotel, they had these cottages for him to stay in. I instantly just felt relaxed, surrounded by my favorite quotes from my favorite guy. Oh, and also, it was nice to be with my lovely girlfriend, Chrissy. Margaritaville! Chrissy actually wrote a song last year about wanting to live her life at Margaritaville, but unfortunately for her, that's my life now. So that's my thing. The two of us had a bit of a date night and had a fun night walking around Disney Springs, enjoying the sights and just having a nice time.
Typical guy shit, dude. Stealing from your significant other.
Today is not as interesting. We were just hanging out in Orlando. I got footage of this manatee eating some lettuce, so that's pretty cool.
That's sick.
We were also hanging out with... Did you get it? We were hanging out with Drew Gooden, my good friend Drew Gooden. But Drew and Amanda did join us on the Rainforest Cafe trip in Orlando last year. So I figured, of course, I would ask them if they wanted to do it again. Do you want to go to Margaritaville?
It's just one dinner. I'm not eating dinner right now.
Let me get the medical.
I want to go home. You can do it whenever. I don't want to.
Back when we were in Biloxi, I feel that I was a bit misguided in how I felt about Jimmy. Staying at our third Margaritaville resort brought me so much comfort. Jimmy was constantly speaking to me and reminding me to be calm, to breathe in and appreciate the beach, and also to drink alcohol. Leaving the resort, though, we were headed to Universal Studios Islands of Adventure because Margaritaville was located just outside the park at City Walk in Orlando. Before we entered the park, Chrissy got this awesome hat. I also tried on a hat that I was totally pulling off. Pulling it off. But I decided against it because I didn't want everyone at the park to be jealous of me today.
That's bullshit, Eddie.
We then entered the park, and immediately Ted got something called Who
I'm gonna just get this guy.
Is, you know, a Dr. Seuss themed food that looks like it's served out of a dog food can.
Oh, I think that's from Zephyr. I want to get ones that I'll master.
Or, I don't know, the mayor.
We then spent the day going on rides and having fun, but right before we left, Chrissy and I decided.
As someone who's never listened to Jimmy Buffett, just by vibes alone, and the garb, the traditional garb of the Margaritaville head, or what is it called, the parrot heads or whatever, I'm immediately on board. Immediately.
To go on the Cat in the Hat ride. This ride was absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, it's still kind of like that. It's better. Just give a medical thing on the other page.
What?
Alright, witch doctor.
This? Is this supposed to be for children? Because this would absolutely terrify me as a kid. It terrified me right now. And after being absolutely traumatized
Your
by
mother
the Cat
is
in the Hat
vegan?
ride, we decided
What?
to go to the Margaritaville just outside. This one had an extra bar across the walkway with a plane next to it, and this is where I figured out that every time you see a plane in Margaritaville, it's a replica of Jimmy's personal seaplane, the Hemisphere Dancer. Wait a minute, quick clarification here. This is the actual fucking plane. They were.
Wait, what? Wait, whoa. Jimmy Buffett is from Florida and owns a seaplane? I'm not gonna lie. There is 0% chance he did not traffic cocaine at some point. You cannot be a Floridian citizen in the 70s, have access to capital, own a fucking seaplane, and not traffic cocaine. It is illegal. There is 0% chance. Oh my God, he definitely trafficked cocaine. I'm not even 100%.
Entire Jimmy's plane and it is
1000%.
decoration at the Margaritaville in Orlando.
What's next? You gonna tell me he owns speedboats? You think he owns a man in the 70s and 80s, and even fuck it, a little bit into the 90s? If you own a speedboat, a seaplane, and lived in the state of Florida, you abso-fucking-lutely trafficked a metric ton of cocaine.
I was next to Jimmy's real plane and I had no idea. I'm such an idiot. When we sat down for dinner, I got the huli chicken and shrimp, and this dish sucked. The chicken was fine, but the shrimp was really dry. But hey, just like my favorite guy, I spent the day in the sun, I ate some food, and had
I
a
got you,
margarita
boys.
by the water, and also got to see Margaritaville employees on stilts. It's always fun to see somebody on stilts. You're not supposed to be that tall, and I'll be quite honest, it'd be funny if you fell over. The next day, I had to say goodbye to Chrissy as we headed out from the Margaritaville resort.
Yeah, he says he almost did. Yeah, for sure. Almost. Okay, dude. There is 0, and I mean 0% chance. I'm telling you, it just doesn't work that way. It is not allowed. He has a catamaran. Well, technically that's not a speedboat. It does go fast, but the boats I'm talking about are a little bit different. This is probably for leisure, but to be fair, called cigar boats or cigar races, cigarette boats. Yeah, they're much more lean, and also, yeah, they're racing boats. That's why I said speedboat. This is more so for leisure, probably fishing, maybe. No shot he didn't fucking traffic cocaine. I am so convinced about this.
Everybody, what?
Oops, wrong mustachioed Leftist guy.
To meet at the truck, we had to head to the cottages that Ted was staying in, and I got a good look at this neighborhood. Who would have thought that Jimmy also owns full neighborhoods across the country? And normally this would make me feel kind of weird, but I'm just glad that they're providing housing to those in need. Retired people in Orlando. Once again, we hit the road, headed for Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Now, we're not eating at the Margaritaville there tonight, we're actually doing it tomorrow afternoon. Which is great because my stomach is on fire. But I've learned from Jimmy, you know, all of it is worth it at the end of the day when you're rewarded with a tropical location. And looking at the rest of the trip, I can't wait to explore the other tropical locations this nation has to offer. Margaritaville's in places like Atlanta, Georgia, Syracuse, New York, or Cleveland, Ohio.
Wait, that is not a photo of Syracuse, New York. What the fuck?
So yeah, I might be speaking too soon, but I'm pretty confident that I totally won't get tired of Margaritaville. When we woke up in Myrtle Beach, we didn't get to see the beach or the ocean at all because we had to go straight to the Margaritaville. This will start a stretch of 4 Margaritaville meals in a row.
That was Cleveland and that was Atlanta though.
Heroes Harbor, and it was pretty
I will
standard
not have
for most
Atlanta or Cleveland slander
Except
on my
for
watch.
the giant Margaritaville hurricane on the ceiling hovering above one of their giant blenders. Due to the fact that I was going to have Margaritaville a second time today, I decided to take it easy and get a grilled chicken sandwich. The sandwich was wet. It didn't seem like this was butter or anything. It tasted like water. I'll be honest, this morning I am out of energy and my chicken sandwich is super bland. Normal Eddie would be bummed. But it was like I could almost feel Jimmy's large, warm hands on my shoulder as I took in a breath and pictured myself on the beach. Pixelated toes wiggling in the sand. Suddenly, I was okay again. Immediately after Heroes Harbor, we had to book it to Atlanta, Georgia. Our schedule was very tight, so we had to get to Atlanta before we went to bed that night. Because the next day, we had a very long drive and 2 Margaritavilles to hit. But on our drive, traffic completely stopped. Stuck on the highway.
Normal.
I have to pee. The delay was so long that we ended up calling the Margaritaville and asking when they closed because our ETA was 10 p.m. Luckily, they said the kitchen was open until 11, so we were fine if we got there an hour early. But when we arrived, we found the doors were locked, and when we asked one of the employees, they said they closed the kitchen early. This would completely ruin the next week of planning for us. But Ted threw a Hail Mary and told them that we were going to every Margaritaville in the country and that we absolutely needed to eat here tonight, but we didn't want to bother them. So if there was any way they could even give us like a bowl of chips to eat, that would be enough. And the manager said, "I got you." So they had us sit down, and the bar was open, but the kitchen was absolutely closed. They got us margaritas and then brought out a piping hot plate of ribs, fries, and spinach and artichoke dip. Ted and I were kind of in disbelief because they had no reason to do this for us, but they just did it because they saw we kind of needed some help with our extremely stupid road trip. And all the manager asked was that we just give her a good Google and Yelp review, so we absolutely did that. We of course left a tip, and I just gotta say, this is not me praising the Margaritaville Corporation, it was just every single employee in there was so nice to us. They did not have to do that. We are 2 guys doing the stupidest thing in the world, and they did not need to do any extra work for us, and I am very grateful that they.
That's just a Margaritaville lifestyle, baby. Honestly, like that's just fucking. They're like that. They're like that. And also Jimmy Buffett, I think, absolutely convinced traffic opening, but that's different than this thing.
Did so. Thank you to everybody who works there.
It is 7 a.m. It is now day 14. 2 whole weeks of my life on Margaritaville.
Today was another double Margaritaville day that included 8 to 9 hours of driving. Ted caught up on
Double
some
Marg
sleep as I drove, both of us mentally exhausted. And as we got to downtown Nashville to have lunch, we walked our way to the Margaritaville. This one was pretty standard. You know, it had live music, a tiki room, and a plane on the ceiling. Did I want to be in another standard Margaritaville, eating another standard Margaritaville meal? Not exactly, but it's not about what I want, it's about what Jimmy would do. I got a Southwest chicken salad, and when the salad arrived, the chicken was so dry. Which is fine, you know, I don't have a
problem with that at all. In fact, I think that's cool as hell. Give me another. Oh yeah, I could give me another margarita. Margaritaville number 12, I think. How you feeling, Ted?
I'm fucking losing.
Then it was time to head for the 13th in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Now, Pigeon Forge is
For those of you who are wondering, my average pace was what? 30-minute mile. I went for I did. I went for 1 mile total in 30 minutes. I burned 328 calories total and 256 calories on active calories, and my average heart rate was 122 beats per minute. So, fun stuff.
famous for its theme park, Dollywood. Now, Dollywood is a magical place created by country legend Dolly Parton.
This is the season for Dollywood.
And to be honest, I would love to check this out, but we have no time to do anything on this trip but go to Margaritavilles. Heading into Pigeon Forge, their main street reminded me a lot of the Wisconsin.
300 calories on a 30-minute walk. That's what the Apple Watch says. Take it up with the watch. But also, remember, a little bit of sneaking of like active and not super active, but like kind of like you sneak a little bit of activity in your day, and you will legitimately start fucking burning shit without even realizing it. You know what I mean? Just like I sneak in the top of the hour ad break, which of course comes at the top of the hour exactly. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You should avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing. You shouldn't avoid doing cardio, or not even cardio, just like a light walk. Those on average overestimate caloric expenditure by what? 180%, is that what you said? By 10%? I mean, 10% is nothing. It's probably more than that. It probably overestimates by more than 10%. Rebo236, thank you for the 50 gifted. I am Kodak, thank you for the 10 gifted. Why did that chatter try to cut you down? I think that we live in a day and age where feel better about themselves by how much they shit on others. Like, I feel shitty, so if I make another person feel shitty, then I have that over him, or her, or them. Here's Grenada. But yeah.
And Dells, where I went frequently as a kid, both feel like Vegas strips for Midwest family tourists. The Pigeon Forge Margaritaville was a hotel and a restaurant, but I did not expect it to be in the middle of this huge...
Yes, Jimmy Buffett would not do that, and he would not be on board with that. Let's be fucking really real, okay? Jimmy Buffett, that is not the Margaritaville mentality. It's not even the Mamba mentality. Just saying, don't cut others down, you know what I mean?
Entertainment center with a Ferris wheel.
Your mom jokes are cool though, right? Yes. Except it's not a joke when I fuck your mom. That's very real. That's what you hear from her room every night as you cry yourself to sleep. Also, you're grounded.
Ted and I were splitting this very interesting room. It was covered in Margaritaville branding and also had a balcony that went out into the shopping center. We headed down for dinner, and this Margaritaville restaurant was pretty standard except for 2 giant jugs of margarita ingredients with piping that led to the restaurant's blender. At this point, I can say that we are officially burnt out. 13 meals at the same restaurant in 14 days. But in times like these, it's important to turn to faith. A higher power that can give you strength. I need to think WWJD. What would Jimmy do? If Jimmy didn't want a single bite of this food or a margarita, he'd kick off his sandals, throw his feet on the...
I'm not gonna lie, there's 0% chance Jimmy Buffett would be able to accomplish this task. Like, it's not even a joke. There is 0% chance that Jimmy Buffett, especially because of how wealthy he is, like, he would never be bothered to do such a thing. But let's say in a world where he somehow has to prove himself to all the fucking boomers. You know what I mean? Like, all these fucking boomers are just like, Jimmy, you don't go to all the Margaritavilles. Like, we want you to, you know, we want to believe you, but like, can we? That type of shit. You know what I mean? And then Jimmy was like, sure, I'm going to do it. He would fail. He would fail. I know. He was a touring artist, so I'm sure he could, to be honest. I fucking doubt it.
the table.
Even when you're a touring artist, you at the very least get like a variety of different food choices when you're on tour. This is worse than that because you quite literally have to eat pretty much the same fucking food, which is not necessarily the best quality.
Lean back and order a cheeseburger in paradise and another margarita? I mean, if that's what Jimmy would do, I guess. I loved every single bite of it, and I was very glad that Jimmy was keeping a watchful eye on me the entire meal. I ate the entire thing. I wasn't sick of this food or extremely full.
Great.
I was cool as a cucumber. Does this look like the face of somebody who isn't as chill as Jimmy Buffett? To prove how chill I was, I decided to grab this hat from the gift shop, and I was totally pulling it off. Ted went to finish his video in the room, and a chill guy like me decided to cruise around and see the sights. Normally, even though I don't have a fear of heights, I've generally avoided Ferris wheels. I also don't like doing things socially in public when I'm alone, like riding a ride. But I wasn't normal me anymore. I'd been born again as something much better. Cool Eddie. So when I got in line, I spotted the family ahead of me being forced to take a green screen picture before getting on the ride. And I thought, they're not gonna force me to take that picture by myself, right? I got on that Ferris wheel and was totally chill the whole time. I am not worried about how high up we're going. Oh, we're shaking. Oh. So chill, in fact, that I fell asleep while on the ride. Swear to God, I was dead asleep. After I felt phenomenal. Normal Eddie wouldn't have gone on that Ferris wheel alone, but thanks to Jimmy, I have faith. The next day, all we had to do was drive from Tennessee to Atlantic City, New Jersey. After yesterday, I have absolutely zero complaints.
Oh God, another place that like the devil has left behind. You know what I mean? It's yet another person that just like even the devil wouldn't visit. Okay. Oh my Lord, oh my holy moly, one of the worst places objectively. Jeez and Lord mercy.
It's about the trip. Chill, fun. I'm not exhausted in the slightest, and because of that, I decided to catch up on a little bit of reading from my favorite guy.
Do you know that Jimmy Buffett is 76 years young? Jimmy actually has over 30 albums, most of which have gone gold, platinum, or some even have gone multi-platinum. They would hoot and holler and roll all round up there at the church they built out of an old school bus. And they'd run through the swamp. Don't you know nobody fucked with Reverend Sonny Boy and his followers? Snakebite Key was his domain.
We started day 16 at the Margaritaville in Atlantic City. This one was located inside of a casino, and even though it was 11:30, I got a margarita for Jimmy. I enjoyed my morning margarita because that's the kind...
The story about me developing alcoholism.
I want to try the Mersam Retsu Step.
And a guy that I am now. Other than that, though, this was a pretty uneventful Margaritaville. The waiter complimented...
Is he eating a
that I
chocolate
am now.
chip?
Other than that, though,
What is that? It looks like a chocolate chip, like a fat one. I mean, it's not bad. It looks good.
This was a pretty uneventful Margaritaville. The waiter complimented my shirts, which you could get at yikeshop.com. My lava shrimp was crispy, and I liked the sauce. I was having a great time. I even saw oars on the wall of Jimmy's most famous moments, like when he performed for Facebook, when he played the electric guitar, when he rocked.
It's like we all did that together. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Like the vibes are immaculate. Like we're there with him. You know what I mean? Like he's not just there doing it on his own.
Don, and when he had a mustache. Then we headed to the beach to see the ocean so I could really take in the atmosphere. New Jersey. Next, we made our way to New York City. Now, normally, staying in Times...
I want to point something out here, but the vibes in this chat, we started watching this video, has been low-key immaculate. I'm not even saying that as a joke. Like, everyone has leveled out.
Attack me. What the fuck, guys? Come on.
Weirdos who want to consistently debate me have, like, gone over...
Do I have to, like, trick them into countering me?
Happening, but we're chilling. I don't know. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's the fact.
All right, let me get a.
Jimmy
Let me try my
Buffett's
Retsu
soul
step
has
here.
captured the very essence of every single person. I've seen only
God
one
damn it,
person in the
Deadeye.
chat since we started go, Jimmy Buffett's a really bad guy, actually. Fuck him. You know, like the whole like, well, he's a billionaire, he needs to be fucking killed or anything like that. We haven't even done that. I like that. Thumbs up.
Square would be my nightmare. New York is great, but the crowds, the germs, and the general vibe of Times Square is a fever dream. But Cool Eddie didn't think about those things, so we checked into the hotel and went to our rooms. This is the whole room. When we headed downstairs, before we went up the escalator to go to the restaurant, I was talking to one of the employees, and they gave me a warning. They said, don't order the Jimmy's Jammin' Jambalaya. And I said, why? They replied with,
Oh, it tastes nice and
steer
fast.
clear of it. So
I like that.
I will not be getting that right now. As we walked
And it
into
lasts
the
longer,
restaurant,
that's
a
right.
shining beacon caught my eye.
How do you not order
In
that?
the center of the room was a giant.
How do you not order that?
Ooh.
How do you not order that? I hear that, I'm like, that's literally what I'm beaming for.
God damn.
Okay.
That shit is
Thank
so
you.
fucking good.
That sounds like a challenge. I will be taking it.
Replica of the Statue of Liberty holding a margarita to the sky. The margarita glass was made out of an LED screen that played video on it. This was a shining beacon of light for all of those across the world who wanted to head to America and eat at a Margaritaville in Times Square. And this wasn't just the Statue of Liberty. This was a sign from Jimmy that I had not gone.
Someone has finally migrated from the other side of the room. The bed. It appears as though they have yet to get enough sleep, even though they slept pretty much the entire day. Kyle was here to rough ass night? No, 100%. Dude, look at how much, like, she's too big for the bed. How crazy is that? Why does she look like she just realized she's a
God,
dog?
Marsam is disgusting. That counter is
I don't know
nice.
what's happening here, but right now it looks like she's going through an existential crisis where she's like, what am I doing? I don't have thumbs anymore. What the fuck is happening? Like, I try to communicate with people, but they don't understand me. Looks like she's about to smoke a cigarette.
On far enough. So we ordered some food and some drinks with Ted's friends Katie and Devin, and this is where I decided to go all in. Anytime I felt a moment of being tired on this road trip or wanted to go home, I'd cut it short with another sip of a margarita. And we had margarita after margarita. The Margaritaville in Times Square also has bars on multiple floors. So we decided to do the Margaritaville bar crawl. Drink after drink, I could feel myself becoming closer to
Give me your
the man
counter.
himself. And as
Are you fucking kidding me?
I wander around Times Square. I was invincible. I could make a beach out of anything. And it was then that I saw the absolute beauty of this place. Times Square was just like the beaches I'd been to. And I could live like this every night for the rest of my life.
Alright, it is.
I'm not gonna get a single fucking counter. God damn it. Leave me alone, Deadeye.
Like, all
Might as well
steps
just
of
fucking sit here.
developing, alcoholism.
7
Yep.
in the morning. I fear that last night I jimmied a little too close to the sun.
But why even do
I don't
anything?
know how Jimmy does this. I don't know how you can
Marsam is almost
sustain
fucking
this
useless in these
lifestyle.
After
in these
getting out of
rounds.
bed, I got locked in the bathroom. As we make our way out of New York, I need to be honest with you. I know this may come as a shock, but I have not been loving every single margarita.
More area defense,
I
god
just
damn it.
can't
What?
do it. I can't be like Jimmy. But we were headed
Alright,
to yet
let's go.
another in Syracuse
That's a lie? That was a lie this whole time? Why are you New York?
with Ted's friend Tucker. Pulling up in Syracuse, it seemed to be a mall called Destiny USA. Not exactly a tropical beach somewhere. I parked in a different spot from everyone else and got lost in the mall trying to find them. So I went to this guy Spencer for directions. Word of advice, do not go in there. Arriving to this Margaritaville, it was clear that this one was probably the worst we'd ever seen. It was a lifeless Margaritaville in a mall. The food was below average.
Okay, that actually doesn't look that bad. I do love a club sandwich. I'm a slut for a mean club sandwich.
And if it wasn't for good conversation in the group, I would have really hated this lunch. Next up was Niagara Falls, so yet again, the boys were headed to Canada.
Any plants or animals coming in?
No.
Any alcohol or tobacco?
No.
Any cannabis in your car?
No.
Any guns in your vehicle?
No.
Any currency of $10,000?
Oh, kill these birds.
Once we were through the border, we decided to park and walk over to the Margaritaville. And the energy at the Niagara Falls Margaritaville was different. We were...
Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, I'm useful.
They have a whole ass Margaritaville on Niagara Falls? What the hell?
Next to a massive Niagara Falls screen.
God
And
damn it,
aside
for like
from
5
the
seconds.
waterfall, the menu was different, and they had this pirate mascot guy. Hey, Canada. Jimmy's the mascot.
No wonder the melee
Pirate
fighters always
Jimmy
leave the
Dark
fucking
Knight.
area
I got a
defense. It's
Buffalo
fucking
King
boring
Team
just standing here with them.
And to my surprise, this was by far the best thing I've had at Margaritaville. The chicken and fries were crispy, the gravy was really good. This was just a really great meal. And then
Either that or they just don't have enough dinosaurs. Those dinosaurs from both sides. Just throw them every direction. We got Mersam and a Roadblock. We got a whole fucking team.
In front of us. We were having a blast in Canada. We then decided to walk over to the falls. I saw this skunk on the way, check it out. As we were showing up to the falls, we happened to catch it right at the time that the fireworks show started. With a couple drinks in us, we had the best possible time in Canada. I should have a couple margaritas every night.
Bad news, guys. My tummy hurts again.
I don't.
Canadian food over American food confirmed. They probably do have different standards. I don't know, but I assume. I've never been to Canada. But I would suspect that they have different standards, so that might actually up the quality of the food low key.
Don't care anymore. I'm
the same
over
shit?
this whole thing. Today we went to
Doubtful.
Cleveland, the most tropical Margaritaville that exists. I got a Caesar salad and the chicken on this thing. Wow. Without exaggeration. This was the toughest piece of chicken I've ever chewed in my entire life.
I take it back. Never mind.
And for some reason, out of nowhere, Ted has started liking Margaritaville now? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Lucky for me, day
God
19 was
damn it!
Ted and I
I just want to use my Retsu step.
This one was located at Navy Pier. Now, I've mentioned before that I'm from the suburbs of Chicago, so it was really great to be home. And when we
Naperville.
arrived at the city, it got even better because we met up with my brother, Tony.
Okay, now we're gonna get a Retsu
We
step. We
also
got
met
a
up with
big
my
dino
good friend,
coming.
Danny Gonzalez. Heading into this Margaritaville, I was surprised to see that it looked more like a Chicago tavern than a regular Margaritaville restaurant. Everyone in the group obviously wanted margaritas.
I was
and I
just
didn't
about
want
to
be a
say, you
buzzkill,
gotta,
so
I have to
went
get a
for
counter
another
there.
one again. We noticed that the photos for the fish and chips made them look higher quality than we'd seen before, so out of curiosity, I ordered them again. They looked almost exactly the same. And even
Bro,
though everyone...
Stop ordering the fish and chips. Okay. Like, this dude avoids the jambalaya, but for some weird reason, still
God damn it!
consistently is ordering fish and chips at a fucking chain like this. I don't understand it. Never order the fish and chips. Like, always go for basic burgers, sandwiches, things like that. You know what I mean? I don't
God,
understand.
bro!
Except for me was
I was stuck in a hallway with you. How the fuck did you turn around and ignore me?
Good.
Okay, so we just got out of Margaritaville, and we're all feeling like...
Oh, what is this?
I feel like fish and chips is a dangerous bargain. It's a dangerous gamble. It's like fish, seafood needs to be done right.
What the fuck is going on with Mersam? Why the fuck does the T-Rex always ignore him?
Very easily get sick, especially when it's like, especially when it is frozen fish. Never eaten fish? Yeah, but I'm a human being who's around other human beings. I do eat fish like regularly, and I feel like it's the one type of food that if it's not done right, it can get you kind of sick, and it's always just like super frozen. All wild caught fish need to be frozen. I will never eat fish instead of plate.
Fuck over here.
Pretty heavy meal, but I think I know what'll make us feel better. The bees!
Mario, bitch.
Bee, 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 bee.
Does anyone understand, or can anyone
Oh, my
explain to me
finger's
the
getting
process
tired.
of
God
being?
damn it.
I will never. I've
Marsama's
never
fun to play, but
like a bean.
it's goddamn. I have to keep mashing the R2 the entire match.
Bee, 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 bee. But even the bee.
There's a big dino. I got this pussy.
My tummy from hurting. What makes it worse is that Jimmy wouldn't have a tummy ache. He'd probably be cool and chill about all this. I am.
Bro, why are you turning away? What the fuck was that?
It's funny to call it that. It's just a fucking big old bean. That's what it is. It's a giant lame ass fucking bean. Wait, actually, it's just a big old bean.
Come on, we can kill him.
That's so
Kill him,
weird.
kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Yes! Yes!
Cloud, technically.
Oh, God.
A failure.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Alright, we're about to leave my mom's, but I can understand why I felt so bad after eating the fish and chips. I woke up and my stomach is legitimately like, I'm in a little bit of pain. It's not like food poisoning or anything. I just think my body cannot handle this much Margaritaville.
Eventually, I got my stuff together and we started the drive to Bloomington, Minnesota to
I
go to the
quadrupled my
Margaritaville
move
in
goal.
Mall of America. During the drive, however, I found out that I was not the only one who was affected by yesterday's fish and chips. So,
Goddamn,
Ken and I
bruh.
got the fish and chips yesterday, and we've had some, let's say, stomach issues today.
Yeah.
So I think I can officially say that we're getting pretty damn tired of eating Margaritaville all the time.
Well, you know, it's right.
Maybe some coins,
You had
skins.
intestinal trouble today. What are you talking about?
Got a background. That's pretty cool. I think I'll choose that. I got the dumpster sewer skin for Krieger. Nice. No better way to put a useless fucking mech in the game than give him the most garbage skins. Look, what is this? He got picked out a cum dumpster.
So I could have Margaritaville for
The blue, it looks alright. Looks like a Navy ship floor that hasn't been cleaned in a while.
Not only are there more Margaritavilles than
That's
Rainforest
okay. The
Cafe,
king suit,
but
that's
this
of course
one
okay.
is
But the
taking a toll on my
wasteland,
body,
come
and
on.
I cannot wait to be done.
This is a
As we entered
purple.
The biggest mall that the US has to
That's a
offer.
fucking purple. He's covered in shit.
I can't tell if like, and Ted too.
The
Actually.
desert is kind of nice. The
can't
pink
tell
is
if they're
kind of
doing
nice.
this
Green.
fit
That's kind of cool. Not gonna
specifically
lie. The
because,
construction. This is the coolest one. I want this.
this is
Fucking premium. No. It's the only one that matches with the free gun that I can get. Why?
because they would just normally rock
Why
this.
pair a
I
paid
genuinely
skin
can't tell.
with a free skin?
Offer I felt a
Why?
disturbing
Doesn't make any
energy.
fucking sense.
Oh, God.
Trying to goddamn
I had
squeeze
somehow
money out of
forgotten
me?
that this Margaritaville was
Okay, there's something weird. What's going on? Why is Margaritaville always conveniently placed near a
Who's I just
Rainforest
playing with,
Cafe? What's
Mersam?
happening there? I feel like there's a
Yeah, the red
there's
two-step.
another conspiracy that we're just like unaware of here.
That's good.
Something weird's
I like
going
that.
on.
It's good for him.
Tourist traps. Who the fuck goes
There you
to
go.
Mall of
God damn, I'm getting
America?
hot
What
too.
kind of
Shit,
tourism is Mall
man.
of America?
So fucking hot.
There are a lot of oh no. Do a lot of tourists go to the Mall of America? Are you kidding? Oh no, really? Yes, it's the Mall of America. Bro, it's fucking huge. I mean, dude, Hasanabe, there's an indoor roller coaster. I always wanted to go there as a kid. So pathetic. Wait, what? You fly there just for the mall? You are actively a chatter tonight, dude. You're saying things so confidently. Okay, first of all, the first conspiracy thing was a joke, but the notion that like Mall of America people are going there for funsies and for tourism, it's wild. What the fuck? That's so sad. You're not at a Marabou. You're a coward. Tourists come from China to shop at the outlet malls here in the Texas suburbs. I see Mandarin at the checkout. That part I do know. Outlet malls serve a purpose. They sell older designs that are for cheaper prices. So that part does make sense. Or maybe it's because I'm Turkish. sweet greenback. So you guys get a better vantage point on the little girl. They put fucking rides and shit in the mall. What is wrong with people?
Directly across from the Rainforest Cafe, the two restaurants that have broken my soul and made me look like a fool, sharing a space right next to each other. We headed inside to get this one over with, and as I went to...
Bro, I just realized, like, when the Iranians were like, what cultural landmarks of yours could we even dare to strike? It's this. It's this. Mall of America is like the most American thing. It's quite literally a mall that is designed as an amusement park. It's a tourist destination. There is nothing more American cultural landmark than this.
Order a water. Ted ordered us 2 5 o'clock somewheres in a blender and an order of volcano nachos. The thought of drinking one of these drinks just 6 hours after trying to...
Okay, I wasn't wrong. Al-Shabaab threatens malls, including some in the U.S. FBI downplays threat. Yep, that's it. They already tried to attack our cultural landmarks, it seems. Wow.
To recover from yesterday's meal was sickening. And before I knew it, a giant mound of nachos arrived.
That looks fire. That looks fire. You're a hater.
But somehow, next to my misery was Ted, enjoying himself to a weird degree for the first time at the 20th Margaritaville. Then it was time for our entrees, and I realized that in my attempt to order as much of the menu as possible, I had only a few chances left to get a dish that I had been avoiding. One that sent shivers down my spine just hearing the name. Jimmy's Jammin' Jambalaya. As I went for a bite, I clearly burned my mouth right here. I burned the shit out of my mouth. It doesn't look hot when you look at the plate, but when I picked it up on a fork, look at the steam, my God. Jimmy's Jammin' Jambalaya was fine. But when you eat at a restaurant 20 times in 20 days, everything from them starts to taste the same. And instead of joining me in my misery, Ted, yet again, was having a blast at the Mall of America. That's when, for the first time, the thought crossed my mind. I might kill Ted. After finishing our meal and paying, Ted demanded that we go on a roller coaster immediately.
Can you let me digest for...
After the troubles of this morning and forcing down this meal and having another super sweet cocktail, going on this ride broke me. Even though they didn't let us film, Ted insisted on going on the ride a second time right after we got off. So nauseous and tired, I walked around alone. There I was again, wasting away in Margaritaville. Not chill like Jimmy, just Eddie. Day 21, and thank God we only have one Margaritaville left in Las Vegas, Nevada. There's another one in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it's a 10-hour drive. Oh my God. When we arrived in Tulsa, we were shocked to find that this restaurant wasn't just in a casino. The casino was owned by...
Oh, we got the jambalaya? Good. Good on him. We should have tried it at the place that it was shitty at. That's real brave.
Margaritaville. Walking past the slot machines to get to the restaurant, I noticed that there were Jimmy Buffett quotes on the wall, but they were less about being peaceful and more about luck and winning in the casino. We got to the restaurant and this one was pretty big. Lucky for me, the menu and food quality at this one was much better than most Margaritavilles. And having this food was actually pretty refreshing after a month of cheeseburgers in paradise. But as we left dinner, I noticed how...
Yeah, some of you have been asking in the chat, how the fuck did this guy make a... Stop, Kaya, stop. Fucking get out of... There's this thing that she does when she gets bored, where she'll just come in and plant right underneath me. Like she will just. There you go. Because it's playtime for her at least. It's playtime for her.
Jesus
Funniest
Christ.
thing is like she
God
doesn't even
damn,
try
bro.
that hard to pull. It's like I wanna wear her out, but like she'll get bored of pulling. Like she still wants to play, but then she like will just lay down on the ground. Very odd. Which is like I want to pull, but not too hard, and I don't want to exert too much energy.
How Margaritaville branded the machines in the casino were. And they had these Margaritaville characters on it that I had never
shit.
seen before. Mr. Moneybags? Lucky Ducky? Who the hell are these people? Ted and I
Fucky
were on
Wucky.
the final stretch across the country, and all we had to do today was camp at Santa Rosa Lake in New Mexico. On our way, I stopped to buy snacks at the gas station when this dog came out of nowhere and was just hanging out near me. Whose dog is this? I'm in a gas station. Anyways, I grabbed my snacks.
station
and-
dog.
Oh, hey. The owner said it was his dog. His name was Buddy, and he was very sweet. We got to our campsite, and it was beautiful. Ted made some steaks on the grill, and I made a little spread of meats and cheeses for us to snack on. Having a full day to enjoy ourselves and nature got me thinking. As we near the end of this road trip, I realized that maybe I was trying a little too hard to be like Jimmy Buffett. And on our way to Vegas, I questioned why I had strived to be a beloved, rich, and famous musician that gets to vacation all the time. I mean, what was I thinking? I don't need to be Jimmy Buffett. I need to be myself. And to truly be myself, I need to face what I fear most. Something that has been haunting me for over a year of my life. And finally, I think I'm ready.
Stand right there. Ted, we are headed to the final Margaritaville. But what do you say we make one pit stop first? Do you want to go to the Rainforest Cafe and get one drink?
The Las Vegas Rainforest Cafe was just as I had remembered. It had a Tracy tree, a cheetah, elephants, monkeys, and of course...
I wish that the Rainforest Cafe would have actual rainforest animals, but like I do understand that like that's not sustainable and it would be terrible for the animals themselves. I'm just envisioning a perfect world, you know what I mean?
Thunderstorms. Ted and I got 2 cheetah-ritas, and man, they were bad. But to my surprise, I liked being back. It was comforting in a way. Not like being home, but sort of like when you pass your old high school and it feels familiar, but you'd never want to spend a full day there ever again. After our quick pit stop, Ted and I said goodbye to the cafe and we're ready to close this whole thing out. One more. We walked just 2 blocks.
Someone said there's a Margaritaville in Hawaii. Wait, no fucking way. No, it's permanently closed. There used to be a Jimmy Buffett's Waikiki and a Margarita Village, I think, but I think it's like, no, it's closed.
Blocks down the strip and finally arrived at the final Margaritaville. This one was one of the busiest and most decorated Margaritavilles of the entire trip. And for the first time, I truly felt it. We ordered 2 perfect margaritas and a key lime pie, a dessert to end our 24-day Margaritaville meal. Turns out I can experience true joy like Jimmy, but only when I'm done doing a thing that I have to do. Our pies arrived, and as the key lime hit my mouth, it tasted like one thing. Victory. And that was it. We had eaten at every single Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville in the US
Look at
and
this.
Canada.
Look at this. She's using the other arm to gain leverage. Like she thinks she's slick.
Finally, I could go home. We were done. Again. And the only thing left to do was to say goodbye to the man that had helped me through this whole thing. Goodbye, Jimmy. Goodbye, Jimmy. Goodbye, Jimmy. Goodbye, Jimmy's dog. Goodbye, Jimmy. I truly cannot believe that we did this a second time. And after celebrating our accomplishment that night in Vegas, Ted and I ended our journey looking out on the strip in the exact same spot we had just 1 year before. Our second and final road trip doing something like this was now over. And these two journeys have done so much for me. I've been able to see so many beautiful locations across this country.
Oh! It's just like a big ass pistachio. What the fuck?
I've been able.
God, I love America so much. It's so fucking weird.
To make countless memories with people that I love
Oh, you
and
missed.
care about.
Dumbass.
As a person, I've been able to grow and learn more about myself. But these trips were about something so much more than all of those things. What it's all about at the end of the day is giving two giant corporations a ton of my money. And knowing that I did that means that I wouldn't trade these trips for the world. Not even if my family was in danger, and doing so would save them. So now, after just 45 days of our lives, Ted and I are the only two people on the planet that can say we've been to every rainforest cafe and Margaritaville in the US and Canada.
Which is the absolute coolest thing. Medieval times, I wanted to do that. I talked to Ted about doing that, remember? But like, I don't know how that would work, considering that there's a labor dispute ongoing, and active unionization happening. I've never been to a medieval times. I've only dreamed of going to a fucking medieval times. But it seems I don't want to fucking scab it. You know what I mean? The one in New Jersey is unionized. If you're ever on the East Coast, I think. Wait, wasn't there like a labor dispute in one?
Actually, not that impressive. Oh my god, was this a giant
Don't
waste
ever
of
say
time?
that. It's very
45
impressive,
days,
Eddie.
that doesn't even count when I planned both trips or when we were editing our videos. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh.
Wait, is the one in OC in labor dispute? One of them I thought was. But the one in California has been striking for months. Oh, Buena Park, California. I just kind of fucked up.
He knew the route of the motorcade is much more difficult to prove. The route of the motorcade had only been finalized a few days before the visit and hinged upon its destination. Kennedy was supposed to attend a banquet in Dallas.
I'm sorry, this has probably been asked you tons of times today, but have you, or do you intend to cover Kick severing ties with Aiden Rouse and ending his contract with them? First of all, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. Secondly, I don't care. And lastly, it's probably not even real, and you got debated by some literal dumbass fucking Aiden Ross dick riding account that made a joke. You saw it and you took it seriously. I don't even know any of the details, but I almost am telling you with a certainty that that is what happened, most likely.
But no one could agree on a venue. It came down to two options: the Trade Mart northwest of downtown, or the Women's Building to the east. One of the more vocal proponents of the Trade Mart was Texas Governor John Connolly, and after much
Can I
back and
revive
forth,
him?
he finally got his way on November the 1st.
Don't be embarrassed. Just,
Shit!
Think a little bit more critically next time.
14th. Had the Women's Building been selected, the motorcade would have sped through
God damn it!
east on Main Street, significantly further away and perpendicular to the Book story. Not to mention that First Lady Jacqueline would have been seated between the buildings.
What the fuck?
The selection of the Trade Mart meant that the motorcade would now head west on Main Street and make these turns through the plaza to reach the northbound lanes on the freeway. Now, these turns could still have been avoided had the motorcade continued like so and not taken the freeway. But
Oh,
since
shit!
The freeway was the more scenic
Can I use
and
my special?
expedient route. It was the more attractive choice. All of that is to say, the success of the assassination
Oh, he got all of
was
us.
largely
Fuck.
dependent upon the selection of the Trade Mart. It might therefore be tempting
We're
to
dead.
cast suspicion upon Governor Connolly, but it should be noted that he rode in the presidential limousine along with the Kennedys
Jesus
and suffered
Christ.
grave injuries during the shooting. Not only that, but Connolly was actually opposed to a motorcade and favored a more direct route from the airport to the trademark, a brief trip that would have bypassed Dealey Plaza altogether. He was unfortunately overruled by Kennedy himself, who wanted to see and be seen by the people of Dallas. Okay, so all that was happening behind the scenes, but as far as the public was aware, there wasn't even going to be a motorcade. As late
Car-centric infrastructure killed JFK. That's awesome.
as November the 15th, the Dallas Morning News reported that the motorcade
Goddamn!
seemed unlikely.
Goddamn
But
big
for
old
the
boy.
next day, the parade
Now
was
fuck his
finally
body.
confirmed.
That's a
While
good
the
dino course
precise
right there,
route
can't let
followed by
that
maps and detailed
dusty go
descriptions
to
was
waste.
not officially disclosed
Even
until
if it's
November
dead.
19th. Someone familiar with Dallas could have approximated
Splash.
the route a few days in advance.
Oh, it's a
That is to
stripper's
say, the
pole. I thought it
earliest
was a
point a member of the public could have deduced
magic
that Kennedy would
staff.
be driven past the Book to Paul story was November
Combos
the
and kills,
16th,
MVP.
less than a week before the visit.
With the healing guy. What the fuck did I
There's
do?
a good chance that Oswald saw these articles because he'd been observed reading political columns in the very same newspapers. Furthermore, we know from other aspects of Oswald's life that he was politically inclined.
Well, I have studied Marxist philosophy, yes, sir, and also other philosophers. But are
Shock
you a
therapy.
I think you did admit on an earlier radio interview.
Yeah, I'll
that
take
you,
that
you
instead.
Consider yourself a Marxist. Well, I would very definitely say that I am a Marxist. That is correct. But that does not mean, however, that I'm a communist. What is the difference between the two? Well, there's a great deal of difference. That several American parties in several countries are based on Marxism, such as Ghana. Certain countries have characteristics of a socialist system, such as Great Britain with its socialized medicine. These, then, are the differences between an outright communist country and countries which adhere to leftist or Marxist principles.
Converse.
Typical misunderstanding of Marxism. He was a debate lord. He was a CIA agent. Yes, he was.
A lack
Level
of interest in
16.
politics
All
is
right.
precisely why at least half of his colleagues
I got everybody that I want leveled up.
So while
The only
it's
ones that I
understandable
don't want
for
are
someone
Zephyr.
apolitical to be taken off guard
Zephyr
by
and
a
Krieger.
presidential visit, it makes far less sense for someone like Oswald.
On November 21st, the day before the assassination that you were describing, was there any
Edmer Sam. I don't really like the melee. I have to hold down the R2. I guess I'll be mainly playing. Since I got everybody leveled up, now I can play with who the fuck I want. Which is Roadblock. Get over here, Roadblock. I got everybody's skills unlocked. I'm gonna work on you next.
I asked him how this could be done, but he said he didn't know how to do that and didn't enlarge any further
Yeah.
on the subject.
Let's go, baby.
This was also somewhat unusual, his lack of desire to talk about that subject any further.
How did you think it was unusual? Could you explain that?
The fact that he didn't talk a lot about it. He merely said something as an answer and did not have any.
Oh, I don't want to watch this now. I gotta pay
Do
attention
you
to
mean
this.
by that? Usually, he would discuss a matter of that.
You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, and I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came to some of these.
Stupid ass bitch. What the fuck you want?
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still in the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness?
Got a nice sync up going there.
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
I'm a very
You just
aggressive
listened to
roadblock.
former U.S.
You can see I have a
intelligence
drill
official
fist on my
David
back.
Rush say under oath that the United States government is in possession of not only extraterrestrial spacecraft, but non-human biologics as well. Now, it's not the first time that he's made this claim, because in a viral News Nation interview uploaded on June 5th, he also alleged that the government has a secret UFO retrieval program and actually has quite a number of spacecraft from non-human species, and also says that they've recovered bodies of non-human pilots. But that's not all, because as Forbes reports, Rush stated that the vehicles were not necessarily extraterrestrial and speculated that they might come from another dimension, stating, as somebody who studied physics, where maybe they're coming from a different physical dimension as described in quantum mechanics. Rush hinted that some of the alien beings were malevolent and had even killed humans. Rush also implied that there is some kind of secret agreement between the government and aliens, and that people have been murdered to protect the secret. And he claims that he received this information from senior intelligence officials who confided in him about the program that he is blowing the whistle on, though he admits that he hasn't seen any photos, but he does have documents that confirm the existence of this program and the existence of the spacecraft of alien nature, allegedly. But he can't release this evidence to the public due to the classified nature of these claims, although he does confirm that we can trust him because, as he puts it,
I am for real, and I'm sitting here at great personal risk and obvious professional risk by talking to you today.
well, I don't know about you, but I'm convinced. And I think that we need to get the crew who stormed Area 51 in
Let's
2019
fucking
back
go.
together to further investigate this, because the government is not going to tell us, but
I
what
was
we do
slacking a
know
bit.
is that if we
Should've been holding
Naruto
back the
run, we can move
dinos.
faster than their bullets. So let's see them aliens. But on a more serious note, listen, I want to believe. I desperately want to believe. I think that what he's saying is really interesting, and the idea that we've been visited by aliens and the government has formed some sort of alliance with them is very compelling. It's stuff out of sci-fi, and I love sci-fi. I love Star Wars, I love Mass Effect, so I'd love for this to be true. I'd love to think that it's happening. I want to believe, but unfortunately, I don't. One person telling us to trust him because other people told him it's true and that he should trust them is not a sufficient standard of evidence for such extreme claims. And blurry videos of UFOs are also insufficient evidence to confirm the existence of aliens. Sure, you know, our government can't explain all visual phenomena that they see, neither can all of us, but sometimes, you know, it's a balloon, sometimes it's other spacecraft, sometimes it's an airplane, but there are some instances where we can't describe what we're seeing because we just don't know. But not knowing what something is doesn't automatically mean that it's extraterrestrial, right? When I was a kid, you know, sometimes I'd see a shadow in the bedroom in the corner, and I think that that's a ghost automatically. That is, until I worked up the courage to turn on the lights, and then I'd see that it's just some clothes on the floor that I forgot to pick up. Oftentimes, you know, we come to an irrational conclusion automatically before we explore other explanations or even think about what it could possibly be besides what we initially assume it is, because that's what we want it to be. And most times there's a rational, admittedly boring explanation for a lot of the things that we're unable to explain. And
let's charge
author
this shit.
and
We can do it.
conspiracy theory debunker Mick West
Who
put a
the
lot of
fuck is
holes in
giving me
Rush's
health?
claims in a lengthy
Nimbus.
45-minute long
Thank you.
YouTube video that I'll link to down below. But here's what I think is the biggest red flag with Russia's claims, according to West.
I think the biggest problem with this, other than that these claims are outlandish
Thank God, Nimbus.
and ridiculous and don't have any evidence behind them, the biggest problem.
I'm putting in some fucking work here, guys.
is
Come
that
on.
These claims
Need some crowd
have been
control.
cleared by the government. This is something I mentioned on the program, but I think it's worth mentioning again in the context of what
Where are
the
they coming
claims
from?
actually are.
All down here.
Yeah, there's a government body called DOPSA, the Department Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review. When you want to publish something, like a TV interview or a book, and you are covered by classification, you have a security clearance, even if you've left the government, you have to go through DOPSA. And they have to look at this thing before it's published, this pre-publication, and do a security review. So they've got to look at it and they've got to see, does this reveal any classified information? And so they looked at everything he said. They looked at things and they said, oh yeah, okay, so he's claiming that the US government is killing people. He's claiming that aliens are killing people. He's claiming that there might be a secret agreement with aliens.
Thank
He's
you,
claiming
Nimbus.
we have all these alien craft and we've been reverse engineering it, and we've been illegally giving this technology to industry. This is another thing he said. We've been illegally giving this technology to industry and allowing them to exploit it and then sell it back to the government and make loads of money. And this is
Good, Marsam, get your counter. Oh, he got it.
this is going on. This is fine. This is all fine. This is not secret. This is not secret. DOPSA has cleared everything that he has said. So none of this stuff is secret. Which kind of begs the question, why has nobody mentioned this before? Why has no one mentioned the fact that aliens are killing people? Why has no one mentioned the fact that the US government has this secret program like selling alien technology to industry? Why isn't this actually being revealed? Why isn't it being discussed? Why hasn't anybody raised it in Congress? It's not secret. It's not classified, according to Dave Grush, because it's all being cleared by DOPSA. So the alternative, to this mystery, is DOPSA actually just saying, "Oh, go ahead. It doesn't really matter. Yes, the U.S. government kills people and has a secret agreement with murderous aliens. That's not a secret. Everybody knows that." The alternative to that ridiculous scenario is that what he's saying.
And I got 2 shields. All right, we're fucking
what
ready.
He's saying is,
where is this guy?
Maybe not a lie from his perspective, but something he has been told that is false.
Very good point. And he goes on to make a lot of great points about how these claims, they just don't add up. And I'd highly encourage you to watch the entire video if you have time.
How are you
because
going
he goes
past
on
the
to
shield,
debunk
bro?
not
What
only
is
Rush
this?
says, but debunk UFO videos as well. And it's really insightful. And
Shit.
that doesn't mean that what Rush
Where?
is saying
I'm getting
is
stuck.
incorrect,
Oh, what is this?
right?
I got
As
stuck in
Rush
his
put
fucking
it,
shield.
you might actually believe
His
what
rock
he's saying.
shield.
But what we do know is that there isn't enough evidence to confirm that what he's saying is indeed true. Now, to be clear, I get the desire to want to believe in something bigger than yourself. When I was younger, I was really into astronomy and I got into conspiracy theories surrounding UFOs and aliens. But the problem that I always had was that there was a fundamental lack of evidence. See, we have a lot of testimonies and fuzzy photos of unidentified flying objects, but nothing concrete to suggest that all the other explanations have been exhausted, therefore it must be aliens. We just don't have enough evidence to say aliens exist. And not only that, that they visited us, right? Those are very big logical leaps that you need a lot of evidence to make. But that's not to say that I don't.
What in the
aliens at all.
fuck?
I mean, when you think about the.
I had my
sheer
shield up. How
size
the
of
fuck did he
universe
knock me
and
back?
Thousands of planets that we've found just within the
God
span
damn
of a
it.
couple of decades.
Got the
statistically
Dilphosaurus
speaking,
teabagging me
it's probably
now.
likely that life exists somewhere in the universe. I mean, it might even exist in the galaxy. Whether it's complex or single-celled organisms, we don't know. We can only speculate, right?
Enemy
And
team
therein lies the
interference
problem.
too? What is
It's
this?
difficult as human beings to just accept that we may never know. There are countless questions that we will never have answered.
Gather up,
It's
you
not
fucking
just about
dipshits.
aliens. Like,
Stay
why
behind
are
the
we
shield,
here?
God
What is
damn
the
it.
meaning of life? How did the universe get started? Are there other universes? Are there other dimensions? There's so many theories that kind of try to explain the world that we're living in, and as bizarre as it is,
Oh,
the
he
truth is,
sent out shit from the sky.
we'll never know. But we shouldn't feel inclined to diminish our standards for evidence in our quest for the truth, because if we do that, then it's really not the truth that we're looking for. It's just psychological gratification, right? And if you want the truth, you've got to have a high standard for what you accept as evidence. But we can find comfort in what we don't know. For example, Sir Arthur C. Clarke famously said,
Jesus
two possibilities
Christ,
exist.
dumbass
Either we are
idiots.
alone in the universe or we are not. Both
Let's
are
go.
equally terrifying.
Let's get the fuck out
And
of here.
that
Oh, the
quote
final
really
mission, of
resonates
course.
with me.
More
Because
following
on one
objectives
hand,
for the
it's hard
special
to
final mission.
conceptualize this idea that our massive, infinitely expanding universe is empty, and we're all that exists in terms of life. But on the other hand, if life was out there, based on how much we've learned about the universe and how big it is, it does seem plausible that by now we would have found some evidence of aliens, right? Anything, but we haven't. And that's what we call the Fermi paradox. Live Science explains, the Fermi paradox is a problem that asks, where are all the aliens in the universe if life is so abundant? Why haven't we been visited by or heard from anyone else? According to NASA, in just the last 2 decades, we have found more than 4,000 planets beyond our solar system, with trillions of stars thought to exist in our galaxy, most of which host their own planets. Considering life sprang up on Earth, would we not have expected it to start in at least one other location in the last 14 billion years of the universe? Exactly. And it's possible that as good as our technology is, we just haven't been able to look far enough into the universe to see the life that does exist. We don't know. Now, the photo that you just saw was of Enrico Fermi, who is the physicist that devised the Fermi paradox. And I really hope that he's wrong, right? I want to live in a universe like Mass Effect, where at some point we can use mass relays to visit other alien planets and talk to other alien species. But I mean, for now, that is just science fiction, period. And I'm not going to latch onto one man's claims simply because it sounds cool, and he is supposedly somebody who we can trust because he is a former U.S. intelligence official. In fact, being a U.S. intelligence official leads me to be a little bit more skeptical, given the fact that this community
I can't
has
hold
led
this
us
big
into wars in
fuck
the
back.
past.
God damn it.
But I mean, what I'm saying is we need more than that. We need more than this dude saying, trust me, bro, it's totally true. I heard it from a bunch of people who probably heard it from other people. I mean, if Grush claims people have literally been murdered to keep this secret, but yet he can't release the documents due to their classified nature, then we have to assume that he's brave enough to risk being murdered by exposing the secret, but not brave enough to risk prison time by releasing the documents that he supposedly has.
Alright, took
So, I
me a
mean,
minute
my
to
ultimate
figure that out.
conclusion
Should have
is
just taunted and brought
we
him
need
over.
pics, bro, or it didn't happen. But let me just end by
That
saying
took
that
way too long.
of all the conspiracy theories, the UFO ones, this is probably one of the least harmful conspiracy theories to believe, because unlike
Dinosaurs. Oh, shit.
anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, you're not gonna die if you believe in something like this. It's fun, it's compelling, you know, it's sci-fi related, which is really interesting. Having said that, though, there is a concern in the sense that if you lower your standard for what you accept as evidence for this one particular conspiracy theory, and if you believe what Grush says about this, even if it's not harmful, perhaps you're more inclined to lower your standard of evidence for
There's
other
nobody
conspiracy
helping.
theories,
Nimbus,
right?
why
And
are
this
you
is
not
kind of
with
how
me,
it
you
starts.
dumb
Accepting
dipshit?
one conspiracy theory kind of leads you down
You
the
should be
rabbit
right
hole
near
to
me, I'll
accepting
protect you.
other conspiracy theories. So what you need to do is make sure that you have a very high standard for what you accept as evidence and be skeptical
Nimbus,
of
what?
everything
Get
that
over
you
here!
see, right?
Behind
Ask
me!
questions, even of people who are trustworthy. Ask questions of me. Question what I'm saying. Fact check what I'm saying. Because when it comes to the truth, that is important. An
Alright, she's
objective,
chilling.
empirical reality exists, and you shouldn't muddy the waters just because you want to believe in aliens. I want to believe that aliens are real and they visited us, and you know they have this secret pact with the government. I think that would be really, really
It's
cool.
in the same exact
but the
spot.
fact is, there's just not enough evidence to confirm that
The
what
fuck?
Rush is saying is true. So unless he gives us additional evidence, then we have to deduce that it hasn't happened.
Like everywhere there's glows. You see them all the time. I mean, it's constant. My children will be like, Mama, glows, 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 glows. I turn on TV, there's glows in the background. Every TV show, news, media, why? They're everywhere. Why?
there's not much to spoil with Oppenheimer because it's a historical biopic. I mean, you can spoil the movie by reading the Wikipedia page for Oppenheimer. You know, it's not a plot twist. It happened as it happened, presumably with some artistic license. Hey, it was great. I'm not a big Christopher Nolan fan. Like, really, I've complained about him on stream before. Admittedly, I haven't seen Tenet. I haven't seen Interstellar, and I know a lot of people
God damn it!
don't care that much for Inception and the Batman movie.
Fuck.
There's a lot of stuff.
They could just
something
slowly
about him
push
that I
me
find
off the ship.
off-putting and generally annoying, but you know what? Credit where credit's due. Okay.
This game is going
I really,
fucking
really
horrible.
liked Oppenheimer. I did. I liked it a lot.
More
It was
dinosaurs
like
appearing.
3 hours, and I wasn't bored, even though the entire movie was just old white
Where's the
guys
thing?
in office rooms talking to each other as time advanced, and we just kind of get a slice of the the 30s through the 50s from the perspective of one guy with a big hat. You know, it was good. Obviously, I'm not here to talk about like the movie, right? I'm here to talk about how the movie is actually about Marxism. No, so for those of you who don't know or haven't seen the movie or don't care or whatever, Oppenheimer, the guy who made the atomic bomb, he led the Manhattan Project.
Jesus Christ. Fuck me.
Atomic bombs morally, you know.
I
they're
got
kinda spicy.
97,000 with
After making
roadblock.
the bomb,
My
he was
God.
notable primarily
He is a
for
monster.
protesting against
Poor
the
Vigilante
essentially
with a
arguing
37K.
for international cooperation, saying that he,
Roblox is too OP.
he didn't.
He's like the
he
perfect
didn't think there
Bitcoin
was any
farmer.
way to reasonably manage the threat that
Just
they
play with
posed
him and get tons of
without,
points. Get lots of Bitcoin.
Securing sort of collaboration.
That's my
on
boy.
How much uranium could be mined.
Or in stitched up
processed.
faces.
Atomic energy has to be regulated. And he
Please
was
give me MVP.
unsuccessful. He
Please.
was he nobody, you know, people listened to him.
Let's
It didn't
go.
work, did it? Remember the Cold War?
That's what I
Both
do.
sides built thousands of nukes.
I don't know nothing else.
You know, first the atomic bombs, and
What
then
are you
the
gonna
hydrogen
do?
bombs, which were larger, and the movie talks about that as well.
MVP, baby. Of course, it's fucking
hydrogen bomb, the
roadblock.
explosion radius
But I
is
get
so large
666
that it can
coin
actually be used
every
as
single
tactical
goddamn
for
time.
The way,
Is that like the max cap?
the way that the atomic
The fuck
bomb
is
could
that?
conceivably put. So we armed up and nobody listened to him, and man, he would have died. He died early from lung cancer. He would have died right around the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Would have been before or after? Hold on. Cuban Missile Crisis. No, it would have been after. He died in '67, I think. So yeah,
Yep,
he would
more
have lived to see the absolute apex of his creation being used to terrorize the world. You know, the Cuban Missile Crisis was such a stressful time.
I
that
got
there was a
Deadeye's
spike in
shit
suicides
upgraded.
around the world. I mean, as people listened to what was
Barrage,
happening on TV
she's
and radio,
good.
they heard about
Vigilant.
the increasing threat in the naval blockade. You know,
She
the
needs
two,
charge enhancer.
naval
Needs
forces
one more
confronting
level
each other.
of floating vaults.
A lot of people just killed themselves because they figured, well, the world's over, basically. This is it. But he lived through that, and then he died of lung cancer.
Okay,
Oh,
15K.
throat cancer. Sorry, throat cancer. Because he smoked. He was always smoking in the movie. That's the prelude to that. You know, he dies from that. Don't smoke. It's not good for you, folks. Don't vape either. Okay. So anyway, I said this movie is Marxist. It's not. I was lying. However, again, if you watch the movie, Oppenheimer had a lot of communist associates. He was Jewish and an academic, and associated with a lot of flighty types that the FBI wouldn't care too much for come, say 1945 especially, but generally just through American history. We don't like communists that much, and he was viewed with suspicion. But
Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of coin.
And the central
But in the meantime, I could play with Roadblock.
of which there
Roadblock,
are
Barrage,
few,
Deadeye.
but the main one I wanna
Vigilant
talk
is
about,
really good too. She's really good with the
is
big dinos, does some heavy
Oppenheimer's
damage.
liberalism.
And she could stay back.
Okay, let me set the stage for you.
Skywave
It's
is a
Oppenheimer,
fucking
not
beast.
Oppenheimer. I'm gonna
I
switch
love her.
back and forth between them with reckless abandon. How about
Base
that?
direct hit damage by 20, mod repaired by 20.
Oppenheimer will do
Perfect.
it for you. Oppenheimer,
Gravitation
okay,
shackle.
Not a proper
The cooldown is insane.
Sympathetic to communist
Reload
ideas,
efficiency.
aren't we all? As every good American should. But he knew a lot of
Automatically
communists. Fucked a lot
reloads
of
a weapon
communists.
when
Had a great
used.
time.
Increases
Now,
cooldown
as
time
it
by
turns
4
out,
seconds.
If you can believe this, when you
No.
are inducted into a
No,
top
thank you.
secret U.S. government military project during wartime,
Background.
It
Oh,
becomes
let me get these guys.
increasingly difficult to maintain positive connections with your communist friends.
I like that. Let me get an emblem.
It's just not something you have much time for anymore. He was discouraged from maintaining contact with previous communist associates for reasons that should be pretty obvious.
My
Don't want
profile
secrets
picture.
leaking out about what you're doing down there at Los Alamos, building a bomb. As the movie
I like fighting this guy. He's my favorite.
Oppenheimer grows increasingly
As for my favorite,
concerned about what his weapon will be used for. Now, to be clear, okay? To be clear, discussions.
it's got to be
the
Roadblock. That's
construction
my
of an
boy,
atomic
man.
bomb
It's my
took
fucking
place
boy.
in the context of Nazi Germany. Oppenheimer was a Jew, and he knew what was going on over there. So he thought, oh, well, as the war increases, they're going to build a bomb too. And in fact, they were already working on it when he was made keen on the project. So from his perspective, he thought somebody is going to build this bomb. The construction of an atomic bomb is an inevitable consequence.
What is this
of the
punch? How do I
scientific
upgrade that?
discoveries made by Einstein.
Oh, Super
Now
Striker
that we
medals.
get
That's from
what's
Zephyr.
going on,
Where's
atomic
here's
level,
Dino
like
Caller.
This technology naturally
Big tanking.
suggests itself. Somebody will build it.
Where's
and
the,
it better not be the Nazis. Now, personally, I'm
accolades,
sympathetic to that logic.
honors.
You know, I don't like the idea of
Let's
an
see the
atomic bomb in
honors.
the hands of literally Hitler. I don't like that. So when he set out to begin building the bomb at Los Alamos, Manhattan
Where's
Project,
something
he
that
was doing
represents
so under
Roadblock's
the
shield?
assumption
Where is
he was
that?
in a race against time,
Damage blocked medals.
against the German government, where their
Guess I'll get
atomic
that.
bomb project was,
So we get something better.
thankfully for the United States of America,
Damage
not
blocked.
being treated with the same respect
Repairs.
and financial support as the American project. Interestingly, I didn't know whether they'd bring it up directly, but I guess I should have assumed they would. Heisenberg, not the one from Breaking Bad, the real one, who was leading the atomic project in Germany, was Jewish, and Hitler thought that quantum mechanics was a Jewish
Ooh, counter
science
medals.
because Albert Einstein, who was Jewish, was kind of its
I really do like counters.
right. So
Heal,
anti-Semitism
tank,
almost
and a
certainly
counter.
denied the Nazi government.
Kinda
the
wanna get
ability
something
to
with
make
a gun.
atomic weapons faster than us, especially since apparently they got started on the project earlier. There were a lot
Any
of
cool
really
gun
smart
medals?
German Jewish scientists in Germany at the time, and a lot of them scattered because of the increasing specter of
Guess that.
anti-Semitism. So
Hellish
there you go.
triangle for barrage.
When Oppenheimer was working on the bomb, he wanted to.
That should be good. I like that.
He wanted to drop it on Berlin. He wanted to vaporize Hitler. But of course, Hitler killed himself, and Germany surrendered before the bomb was finished. And the bombs ended up getting dropped on Japan. Now, to be clear, morally speaking, the construction of a nuclear weapon, the world's first, in a vacuum, I think is a moral wrong, for reasons that I hope will be obvious to everyone. In the context of racing to that technology against the Nazis, I think now it's quite a bit more defensible. Again, you really don't want Hitler to have atomic weapons. That's just a bad strategy. People have tried that opener and it doesn't work. It's not how you win. But after the defeat of Germany, and especially with the dropping of the bombs on Japan, Oppenheimer was a lot less enthusiastic, because now it wasn't so much a race, and it was more, he had, helped facilitate the creation of a global superpower that had access to a weapon nobody else did, and it proliferated sufficiently, the use of the weapon could end the war. Right? Right. I'm not even going to touch on like the morals of dropping the bomb on the Japanese, largely because there's a Sean video for that, and also because it's not actually relevant to what I'm trying to get at here. What I'm trying to get at here is that Oppenheimer took a big dub and then a big L. Made the bomb, sure, but utterly failed to in any way contain its use or proliferation after making the bomb.
Alright.
I mean, he spent how
I
many
guess my
years
next
working
one to
on
be
the project?
play with is maybe Barrage. He's so goddamn
How many years of
fun.
his life did he spend trying to fight against the overproliferation of
That
the
eye's
nuclear
really
weapon?
fun too. Got that direct hit grenade.
about
All the
20
assault guys are fun. Zephyr.
3. It was 3. So 3 years making the
Vigilant.
bomb.
She's fun and chill. You could sit back and snipe.
Over 2 decades.
Tanks,
trying
Roadblock,
to
and Mersam
keep
are
it.
fucking beasts,
He
but
didn't
Krieger's a piece of shit.
That's what the movie ends
Fuck
on,
this
by
guy,
the way.
man.
See,
fuck this guy.
Again, if you've watched the movie,
The
then
worst
you know this.
upgrades.
If you haven't, there were
Witch
some
Doctor.
people
He's a little
during
beast.
the
I like
testing
him.
process for the atomic bomb
Shock
who
therapy
thought that the
moderately
nuclear chain
decreases time
reaction that
required to
would be initiated
paralyze.
with core uranium
Give allies an
would
attack
be
boost.
severe enough
Safety
to
lead.
continue to propagate
Just buy
even
this.
in a less dense non-uranium or plutonium environment. In other words,
When
that the
use of
chain
repair
reaction of
field.
splitting the atom would continue into the
Skywave.
atmosphere, therefore
Fucking
lighting
beast.
Earth's
God
atmosphere
damn.
ablaze and destroying the entire planet. It was one look.
Well, I guess
at
that
the
kind of
math
matches. That's
of the
good.
Bomb. Obviously, it didn't end up happening, and they didn't really think it was going to happen. You know, it wasn't like the likely outcome. But it was a thought. And the movie ends with Oppenheimer talking to Einstein.
Nimbus is pretty fun
Oppenheimer's like,
too.
Remember that one time I showed you the calculation?
She's gonna be really strong with these. She's gonna heal a lot with these new upgrades.
That a chain reaction might have been set for that would end everything. And Einstein's like, yes, I remember that. And Oppenheimer's like, I think we did. And then the final shot of the movie is him sort of envisioning the end of the world through nuclear Armageddon. Very harrowing at the end, I gotta say. But it shows kind of like, I mean, the movie ends on a failure from him. And I think
vastly
it
increases
brings
the
forward
projectile
interesting
speed, too.
points about his identity as
That's really
a
good.
communist sympathizer and the role of the US
My next one is probably.
government in the propagation of
It's
nuclear
probably gonna be
weaponry as a
Skywave
general
and Nimbus.
strategy. The U.S. government.
I like all the
portrayed
support.
in
They're all
film
pretty
as
unique.
being, like, somewhere in between.
He's on the air.
recklessly indifferent
He's on the
and
ground.
actively
She's in the
malicious
air.
when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons. Between
And she,
conversations that he's
she's
had
on the
with
ground,
military
but
officials, with President Truman. It's made
There's
pretty
like
clear
more
that he
actiony,
takes this
more
very
combat
seriously,
oriented
and a lot
too.
of other people kind of don't. And you know that is.
I want a
is
melee
sort of a
support.
failure, and I think there's a lesson to be learned here, or at least something to be said about collaborationism for one, and also, you know, kind of like trying to put the genie back in the bottle, in a way. From a purely Marxist perspective, the total proliferation.
Alright, I'm out.
of
I'm gonna wait for
have
Savage
consequence
Gauntlet.
of the discovery of their
They're probably
existence.
doing Remnant 2
You know,
later.
I don't think that if Oppenheimer had just like sabotaged the whole project, I don't think that would have fixed anything. You know, like the Nazis still would have lost to the Soviets, and the Soviets would have had their.
AI has always been a topic that has divided people over the past year.
Uh, Let's get to the Bronny story. All right. This